another bank promising to pay you something, and we exchange the promises with thanks, and that's fundamentally money.
So money is fundamentally a threesome. You have to be just luck. Is that a good way to put it? No.
Italy, like, now I can use French in this conversation.
That's not French. That's a different language. I'll let you one day. You Australians will never understand.
Okay. If I can return, we'll jump around.
Okay. So you mentioned Karl Marx as one of the great economic thinkers ever. He might be number one. You study him quite a bit. You disagree with him quite a bit.
Yep.
But you still think powerful.
A powerful mind.
Powerful mind. So first of all, let's just explore the human. Why do you say so? What's interesting in that mind? In which saw the world? What are the insights that you find?
Marx punched described his major work as towards a critical examination of everything existing. So he's a modest bastard.
Yeah.
So he wanted to understand and criticize everything. And even he wasn't trained directly by Hegel, but his teachers were Hegelian philosophers. And what Hegel developed was a concept called dialectics. And dialectics is a philosophy of change. And when most people hear the word dialectics, they come up with this unpronounceable trio of words called thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I can barely get the words out myself.
Yeah.
And that actually is not Hegel at all. That's another German philosopher.
Oh, I thought it was fun.
No, well, I'm not sure.
I mixed them up. All Germans. Okay.
Yeah. But if you look at this beautiful book called Marx and Contradiction, you want to find a great explanation for Marx's philosophy. I've forgotten the author. I think it's Wilde, Wilde, Marx and Contradiction. And he points out the actual origins of Marx's philosophy. I didn't know that when I first read Marx. So I became exposed to Marx when I was a student at Sydney University. And we had a strike at the university over the teaching of philosophy. And what happened was the philosophy department had a lot of radical philosophers in it and a conservative chief philosopher. And the radicals wanted to have a course on what they call feminist aspects of philosophical aspects of feminist thought. And the staff voted in favor of it. This is back in the days when university departments were democratic. The professor opposed it. He got it blocked at the high level. The staff left blocked over that, and then finally the vice chancellor blocked it. So that led to a strike over the teaching of philosophy at Sydney University. At one stage, over half the students were on strike. Economics began out of that.
The teaching of the philosophy of feminism.
Yes. That's such a different life to what we're living now. And that's the academic milieu in which I developed all my ideas. And I had become a critic. I've gone from being a believer of mainstream economics when I was a first year student to disbelieving it halfway through first year. And I then spent a long time trying to change it, getting nowhere. And then this philosophy strike happened, and we took it on in economics, and we formed what's called the political economy movement, and had a successful strike. We actually managed to pressure the university into establishing a department of political economy at Sydney University as well as the Department of Economics.
What was the foundational ideas? Were you resistant to the full censorship of why can't you have a philosophy arranging kind of course?
Well, yeah, it was much more libertarian in the genuine sense of the word period of time at the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, and the word libertarian has been corrupted since then. But it really was about free thought, and you went to university to learn about education. I remember having a fight with my father once, where Dad was just angry about the marks I was getting, and he said, "If you don't get a decent result, you won't get a decent job." And I said, "I'm not here to get a job, I'm here to get an education." And now the thing is, ultimately, it's been a pretty good job for me as well. This is in Sydney, by the way, and Sydney in summer is absolutely gorgeous. And what does a bunch of lefties decide to do during summer but read Karl Marx?
Yeah, on the beach? Or
actually inside the room of the philosophy department at the University of Sydney in the main remember walking off to that meeting with one of my friends, who's a law student, and this was a period of huge construction boom in Sydney. So the whole skyline that we could see from the campus was full of what they call kangaroo cranes, which were an Australian invention. So cranes that can be leapfrogged over each other to build a skyscraper.
But here you are reading Karl Marx, looking at the mechanisms of capitalism.
I looked at those mechanisms, and I knew Marx argued that labor was the only source of value. And he said machinery doesn't add value.
So the cranes are worthless.
I'm looking at these cranes and thinking, I want a very good explanation by Marx as to why these cranes don't add value. So reading through the first 7 chapters of Capital, what you found was Marx applying this dialectic. And like the 15 and stuff is bullshit. That is not how Marx put it all. I was reading, trying to find the thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and it's not there at all in any of Marx's works. And I read everything he's ever written on economics from 1844 to 1894 when his last books were published. There's not one word of mention of that. What he does talk about is foreground and background and tension. And his idea of a dialectic is that there is a unity will exist in society. And that unity can be an individual, it can be a commodity, anything at all. So that the unity will be understood by that society. One particular aspect will be focused upon. So if you think about the human being in capitalism, the focus on the human being as an object is their capacity to work. You're a worker, okay? That's put in the foreground. The fact that you're human and you want to play a guitar and go surfing and make love and all the other things that humans do is pushed into the background. There's a tension between the two of those, and that can transform that unity over time. And that's a beautiful dynamic vision of change. So dialectics is the philosophy of change.
So synthesis, antithesis is what just every idea has a counter argument.
Yeah, there's a positive and negative, and you bring them together somehow.
And then Marx has the
Foreground, background, and tension.
Foreground is all what we think of economics, the background is all the lovemaking,
that sort of thing.
And why is there a tension?
Well, because you imagine the unity, like if you take a human in any group, let's go back to Cro-Magnon days when we were living in caves and we've got to go hunting and cook food and stuff like that, but there's no social hierarchy to become used to. So you don't get labelled as a worker or a capitalist, you're just a human in that situation. Then you've got more an integrated view of who you are. And I think that's one of the appeals of a genuine tribal culture. So you get treated for the whole of who you are. You certainly categorize your male, your female, you're young, you're old, you're a hunter, you're a toolmaker, etc. But you're treated as a more integrated object. When you get put in a complex society like a capitalist society, then one side of you is emphasized and the others are de-emphasized.
So is it fair to say that the background is like are basically talking about the humanity and the foreground is the machine of capitalism?
Effectively, and when you look at it in terms of a human, so what Marx did is apply this to commodity. He said, what is the essential unity in the capitalist economy? The essential unity is a commodity. And that's the essential unit. The essential unity. What's unity? Unity is an object in society. Okay, so he started from the point of view of trying to understand how exchange occurs. How do we set prices? And his starting vision was to say that a commodity is a unity in a capitalist economy. The part of the unity that we focus upon is the exchange value. The capitalist uses a commodity not because of its qualitative characteristics, but because it is sold for a profit. So the foreground aspect of a commodity is its exchange value. The background aspect of it won't succeed as a commodity unless it has a use value.
So the background is the utility thing.
Yeah, so if you made something which didn't work, then you might be able to sell it, but it has no utility. You can't make that into a commodity. Broken thing can't be sold.
Does it have the subjective?
Yeah, it has to have the subjective side
that people
as
enjoy.
well as the objective. So the objective is what capitalists worry about. I'll give you my favourite counter example of that. I took a bunch of Australian journalists to China way back in the period when the Gang of Four was being on trial, and we did a tour of the Forbidden City in Beijing. And at that stage, all the artifacts of the royal family, the emperor, were actually in the building still. We walked past one of them, and it was this gold, solid gold vase when you're the emperor, is immaterial. Capitalism reverses that. So the commodity in a capitalist economy is a plastic $2 scratchy you can get from Kmart, the Target. You know? And so the use value is necessary, but irrelevant to forming the price. Now that was a completely different vision of exchange in capitalism to what I found in the neoclassical theories. But that says it's the marginal utility, the marginal cost of everything that
Hey,
determines
that's my boy.
the exchange ratio.
Biggest loser
The
on the
crazy
internet.
thing about that is not so much the
Even though
marginal
that title
utility, but
biggest winner,
the
baby.
argument in the neoclassical theory is that the price ratio, the price will
It's a picture
when
of
there's an
everybody's
exchange
favorite
going on
Rabbi
between
eating
two commodities,
kosher peanut butter on bed.
two commodities between two
How do you like
people,
that, boo?
they will
Fucking
the
sick.
price will change until such time as
Yo,
the
dog, this
ratio
shit
of the marginal
sucks.
utility is equal to the ratio of
Just
the
do one
marginal
of these.
cost. That's supposed to be the equilibrium. And Marx says that's bullshit. That's the previous society where you exchange stuff that you happen to have to stuff somebody else happened to have without any real production mechanism being involved. He said that's like when you have an activation tribe, or two tribes meeting for the very first time, and one tribe can make something the other tribe can't make.
What do you think of this guy?
And they will therefore,
He's tight.
the price they were willing to pay will
This
reflect
sucks, though.
how unique
Everything.
this other object is that this one tribe can make and the other can't.
Everything sucks.
So, for example, the story of
Everything sucks.
Manhattan being sold for 40 glass beads, it's actually 40 glass trading beads.
Look at this west
I
side.
believe it is a true story. The thing was, the Indians couldn't make glass beads, so they valued the glass beads on the island of Manhattan, okay, which is a utility-based comparison. What Marx said, that's the very initial contact. Over time,
And your
even if
live
you don't
video,
have the
west
technology,
side.
over time you start to realize how much work goes involved in making what they're selling to you versus what you're selling to them. And you start making stuff specific to sale. So, Elon's not losing the time that model
Dun.
There's
Nah.
he might get utility out of the fact that he's created that concept and manufactures it and so on, but he's not losing utility on a Model C Ford goes out the door. You're going back to the ancient commodity there. So utility plays no role in setting price in Marx's model, whereas it's essential in the neoclassical.
What's the difference between utility and marginal utility? What does the word marginal mean?
Alright, you gonna sleep?
It's an marginal.
Look at this move.
The utility itself has
Very athletic.
in the two schools of thought. If you take the classical school of thought, which when Marx comes from, utility is effectively objective. So the utility of a chair is that you can sit in it, okay? Not how comfortable it makes you feel. Yeah, okay. If you think about the utility of the chairs, we're both sitting and they're identical. From a classical point of view, we're both sitting. Okay? But from a neoclassical point of view, it's how comfortable it makes you feel. And that depends upon your subjective feelings of comfort. You might be far more comfortable in the identical chair that I'm sitting in than I am. And therefore the comparison is different. And therefore working out a ratio involves you've got to decline in each time you give away a chair in exchange for a iPhone, you have a fall in your utilities. Okay. But and then therefore you want a higher return because you're losing more utility each time. The more shares you give away, the less utility you're getting from shares. It's a decline in your utility. That's your marginal utility. So it's including your subjective valuation in setting the price. And what Marx pointed out is this is a caricature of actual change in the capitalist economy. What we have in the capitalist economy, huge factories turning out huge quantities, specifically for sale. They've got no utility to the seller unless they're sold. So it's a very different vision of how price is set. And Marx used that to explain where profit comes from, that he made a mistake. And his argument was that talking about a worker as now your unit, the foreground, background tension thing. The foreground is that you hire a worker for their cost of production. And the cost of production is a subsistence wage. Okay? The utility to the buyer is the fact that they can work in a factory. Now, it might take 6 hours, let's say, to make the means of subsistence. And that's the exchange value, and that's what the capitalist pays as a wage to the worker. But they can work in the factory for 12 hours. That's the utility. 12 minus 6 is 6 surplus of value.
worker, the buyer.
The worker's the commodity in this case. Because if you're going to make stuff in a factory, you've got to hire workers. Okay? And what Marx is saying, the buyer in that situation is the capitalist. So what does the buyer pay? He says he pays the exchange value. But if we get back to the commodity thing, that's the starting point. He says the essential unity in a capitalist economy is the commodity. The commodity has two characteristics: exchange value and use value. The exchange value of a commodity in a capitalist economy will be the cost of production. The use value is what you do with it once you purchase it.
But labor is
In this case, when a worker is being hired for a job, yes,
but the worker labor has an exchange value and a use value.
yeah.
Use value. Use value of a worker's labor. Exchange value. I mean, think about that. That the hours they put in,
It's the use value.
but what is the use value? What is the motivation? Are we not considering the worker in context of human being?
Well, you come in, and that's the next layer. What Marx did was like a layer cake, starting from a foundation of saying straight commodity exchange, and then saying, well, you're treating the workers as a commodity. Now, a commodity is something like this. Okay, that has, so far as I'm aware, no soul. Okay, it's not going to be complaining about turning it upside down all over. So there's no soul there. Whereas a human is both a commodity and a non-commodity, and therefore there'll be a tension in the person kind of being treated as a commodity, being paid just enough to stay alive, and got a wife and kids back at home. So that is another layer of thinking in Marx, and on that layer he then says the workers will therefore demand more than their value.
So that's when you get like political.
You get political and you get money coming above that and so on. But the basic idea starts from the commodities, the fundamental unity in capitalism. The important commodity in Marx's thinking was the worker, because that's where he said profit came from. Okay, and then that explains the motivation of the capitalist, and that operates to the later theory of value and Marx's arguments about how capitalism will come to an end.
Okay. So first of all, what is the labor theory of value? And actually, before that, what is value? Is that is there something interesting to say about trying to define value?
It varies, and this is a huge problem in economics. Arguments or what does value mean? And the neoclassical handles that it's subjective. Its value is whatever you get out of it. It's your personal evaluation of something, personal feeling. So that's what that very subjective idea of value. Whereas the Marxists, as being inherited as classical school, talk in terms of objective value. So the value is not valid, that's the making. Or the effort. The value is the effort that goes into making something in the classical school.
So that's one measure of objective. Where did you fall?
I objective versus subjective versus objective. I think you have to have the capacity to move between one and the other in a structured way. Yeah, well, my base knowledge is objective. Above that, as soon as you start talking about the worker, for example, then you get involved in the subjectivity. Because a worker will be angry and justifiably so about being treated as a commodity. Because I'm not a commodity, I'm a human being. Okay? And that's where Marx or political organisation come in from. So, and that's subjective now. Then when you get to the money itself, Marx actually said, well, what's the value of money? Now, if you use an objective theory of value, or money, the value of money is its cost of production. What's the cost of producing $1? It's about 2 cents. So he said it can't be. The value of the money cannot be its cost of production. Or the most value, I think we remember the phrase properly, almost this value here that must mean the effectively by certain expectations or subjective valuation.
And certain expectations of subjective valuation. Okay, so he's okay with that?
He was okay with that because he could move to on different levels. So he had the structured foundation of his dialectical vision. There's foreground, background tension. Commodity having use value, exchange value, and a gap between the two. When you're talking about
measure what's the goal of the whatever value he achieves.
Okay. This is another intriguing history because Marx, when he first started, had what we call an exclusivist explanation for why labour created value, and that was to say that the labour is the only commodity with both what he called commodity and commodity power. So you have labour and labour power. Labour is the, and I get fuzzy about this, I haven't read this in my 30 years, but labour has both commodity and commodity power. The commodity is you can buy labour, which is the means of subsistence. Labour power is the capacity to work inside a factory. There's a difference between the two. Therefore, that difference will drive the surplus. And there's no other commodity that has this essence of commodity and commodity power. So that is his exclusivist argument. In the middle of the 1857, he was visited by a guy called Otto Rau in his home in Chelsea. And Otto returned to Marx a copy of Hegel, Phenomenology of Life. And Marx was then at that stage reading through all the classical theorists again, and suddenly he read Hegel again. And if you know Hunter S. Thompson, okay, he doesn't know Hunter S. Thompson. Somebody who hasn't had enough drugs. Yeah, but Hunter S. Thompson, he comes to you in a dream after you take your first excellent or whatever. If you know your drugs well enough, you can take all the stones, okay, some cocaine. Well, Marx suddenly is writing style in the middle of the Condresa. Completely he switched from Ricardo to Hegel. And what in Ricardo, he had this exclusive argument about labour. Suddenly, Hegel is back talking in terms of dialectics, not actually using the words, but foreground and background and tension. And then that's where this use value, exchange value, tension thing came from, is rereading Hegel 13 years after he stopped reading philosophy. In 1844, he was reading just the economists.
So you're saying Karl Marx is human after all?
He's human. I would love to have a beer with Carl. Carl? Carl, listen to Marx. Maybe Carl from the straight up.
Yeah, I read it. So that's where, after his interpretation of it, and in the form of background, foreground and background.
And then on page 267 is the Penguin edition of the Condresa.
Literally, the memory.
1.5 pages, one footnote. It's pretty hard to forget. Because when I did this, when I first read Marx, way back when I was, how old was I? 20. Okay. I tried to explain my explanation of Marx's use value, exchange value stuff to my colleagues in this philosophy discussion room at Sydney University during a beautiful summer, looking outside concrete and sandstone walls discussing Marx. And I would say, look, the use value, exchange value argument can be applied to a machine. What's the exchange value of the machine? What's the manufacturing? What's its use value? Capacity to use? What's for sale? No relation between the two. There'll be a gap. The machine can be a source of profit. And I said that, and I got laughed at. I quite literally laughed at. So when I went back to university 13 years later to do my master's degree, I chose to read through and find in Marx where he first came across this insight. So my first master's thesis failed, by the way, and justifiably so. I was learning, I didn't know this level of academic discourse necessarily. I had an advisor who didn't understand what I was writing. He got me to write for his new Keynesian audience, and it was a mess, and it got failed. So I got rid of it.
Did it get failed because, why do you think?
It wasn't a good thesis. I didn't know the level. It was written for an audience my supervisor thought that I should be writing for, and it was a mess. And so I met another guy, Jeff Fishburne. There's a lecturer at New South Wales University, and Jeff was open-minded. He was not a conventional neoclassical thinker. And I realised I'd throw out the half that Bill had got me to do, focus just on Marx. And so I decided to read Marx in chronological sequence from his very first works of economics, which are called the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844. And he wrote those in a garret in Paris after he'd been expelled from Prussia. And so he decided to read having been an expert on philosophy, regarded as this towering intellect of Hegelian philosophy in Prussia, but driven out because he was a radical. He ended up writing around running a newspaper, or been writing for a newspaper, and he was reporting about the eviction of peasants from the forests, taking away their feudal rights. And so this is where his passion for economics and humanity came from. And he was a poet as well. I mean, he wrote some blood poetry from Jenny von Westhout. At first published works were pretty much in poetry. He was a rouseabout. He was a wild character. We probably find crazy, I imagine, if they had. But there's
over the beard.
I'm just slightly, even though I can be, I can get involved in an argument like that's nobody's business.
Really?
Not really. But I'm a bit more peaceful personality.
So you think Marx was feisty over
He
you?
was feisty, but feisty with, he could be arrogant. Like I've got intellectual arrogance. I'm to accept that.
But there's like a fundamental humility.
Yeah.
You're saying Marx is like has ego that's
It's too big ego. Yeah, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm never going to meet him.
well, the beard does ego.
The beard is huge. Yeah, that's
Okay, so this is you're like chronologically
right.
it was the development of the C&C exchange work.
Yeah, and I was trying to find the point at which we started to use value exchange idea. And it occurs in a footnote on page 267 to 268 of the England edition of Grim Greaser, that he notes he was taking, looked enough into the publication, sitting at a stall inside the British Museum, I think, reading all the classical authors in chronological sequence. And then somebody throws Hegel at him, and suddenly he's the Gaelic term. And he suddenly says, it's not, because it's all value, what is value? Exchange value, use value, how do they relate to each other? That's what he was thinking about. He said, it's not use value, which was left out of the classical school, a fundamental aspect of the commodity. Is there not a tension between the use value and exchange value?
Just so we're clear in that context, use value is kind of a subjective thing, exchange value is the objective.
Yeah, and Marx was part of like an integrated
Johnson can put all the day long. Not to miss something we can not from.
Labor
Well, they'll
means
not
things that
have
you
it.
can
See,
avoid.
not
Yeah.
to be good friends.
If you look at the classical school, they focus on exchange value, objective. Look at the neo-classical, they focus on use value, subject, what they call utility. So Marx, from the Kantian tradition, basically makes sense of all utility. And then when you read Hegel, you suddenly starting to think in terms of unity and exchange value and use value, the unity of the commodity. And he thinks, well, I can't ignore use value. Rather than leaving it out completely, which is what the card is, I've got to somehow bring it in, and this Galilean insight occurs. And it's remarkable. I really recommend taking a look at the book, even just look at that particular page, because what it would have been is shown as a footnote, but it would have been saying, oh wow, these asterisk is not use value, a fundamental aspect of the unity of the commodity.
In the notes, you see the discovery of the idea,
Beautiful
integration.
The actual does this have significance in economic question?
That idea of
Yeah, change the completely. At that point on his life, it was completely different. But he still had this idea when we were partying days saying the label being the source of value, using it exclusively, there's something unique about labor that explains why it's the source of value. But suddenly this insight occurs, I can get a positive derivation. I can use use value and exchange value, and the fact that I'm not related to each other. There's a dialectical tension between surface value, and that's what he does. So he goes from a negative explanation of where value comes from to a positive explanation on that page of the Manresa. He then triumphantly uses it to explain why labour is a source of value, why it's exchange value. He uses use value, they're unrelated, use an insight which undermines his explanation for revolution.
But there is some good news. Oscar is back.
She seems to that again the cost reduction that was kneeling on that.
Well, what Marx argued, and you read this in Capital, and I read this in Capital when I first saw the contradiction in his own thought. He said that no matter how useful a machine is, whether it has 100 hours to make or costs 150 pounds, it cannot, under any circumstance, have more production than 150 pounds, which, in his old exclusivist logic, he could justify, and which in his post-1857 argument was bullshit.
Steel magic case. From those in mind, Mark, the machine costs $100. Can't be ever more valuable than $100.
But that contradicts his previous logic, because what he said is, you have a commodity is the essential unity in capitalism. Capitalism focuses on the exchange value. That pushes the use value into the background, and there's a tension between the two. What that means is the exchange value of commodity sets its price. The use value is independent. He called them incommensurable. He literally used the word incommensurability between exchange value and the use value, whereas neoclassicals make it commensurable. So he's saying exchange value and use value are incommensurable. And that normally means that exchange value is objective, like the number of hours it takes to make something. Use value is subjective, how comfortable the care is with actually considering the share. So that's incommensurability. But when you apply it in production, the exchange value of something is objective. It's how many hours it takes to make a machine or how many hours it takes to make the means of subsistence for a worker. The use value is also objective. You're making commodities for sale. And the worker does 6 hours. 6 hours of work will make the means of subsistence for the worker. But the worker will work a 12-hour day, and 6 hours becomes gap. Now, that's incommensurability between use value and exchange value of labour. So when you look at what he said about no matter how long it takes to make a machine or how many pounds it costs, he's saying they're identical. So that's contradicting his own logic. Well, what's the intrinsic value of the machine? The fact that it can produce goods for sale, exactly the same as the worker. Now, what I've, in my modern reinterpretation of Marx, brings in my work on energy, I see both labour and machinery as a means to harness energy and produce useful work. They can both do that. In fact, they do it together. It's a collective enterprise.
Okay, so and we'll go to that. But there's no fundamental difference in the exchange value and use value perspective.
And therefore, they're using the same logic. They can both be a source of service. What Marx contradicted, because his explanation for where socialism would come from is that only profit comes from slave profit comes only from labour. Over time, we'll have more machinery than labour. That will mean a falling rate of profit, and therefore a tendency towards socialism. And what he did in that insight in 1857 is contradict his own idea about what would lead to socialism. And he couldn't cope with it.
Okay, what's the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? The gap between the two, the overlap, the difference is what
the real foundation of Marxist political philosophy
Let
was
that
the
in.
economic argument that there would be a tendency for the rate of profit to fall. And that tendency for the rate of profit to fall would lead to capitalists battening down on workers harder, paying them less than subsistence, a revolt by workers against this, and then you would get socialism on the other side. So what he called the tendency for the rate of profit to fall played a critical role in his explanation of why socialism would have to come about. He had assured that he was trying to say it must. So if you look at Marx and the history of radical thought, he was preceded by what was called utopian socialism. Same phenomenon, even the cavalry came out of utopian socialism. And they had an idea about a perfect society in the future where people were properly rewarded, treated as human beings rather than positive machines, and all this sort of stuff. And they said socialism should come about because it treats humans better than capitalism does. moon and the shepherd night. It was paraphrasing one of his phrases. So he did have a utopian vision of a future society, and he did think human creativity could generate greater under socialism, and it wasn't a capitalism. He was wrong.
So let's explore different ways what is wrong. You were saying there's a fundamental flaw in the logic, but also if we can explore a high level philosophical concepts of socialism to like the dream of the utopia.
Yeah.
So what first of all, what is socialism? That's another loaded term.
It is socialism, particularly in America, is a very low term. What Americans call socialist is a large amount of provision of services by the state, which is commonplace in Europe. It's still moderately commonplace in my own home country, Australia. And that Americans have call public education socialism. It's a total parody of the word. Strictly speaking, what socialism means is the public ownership of the means of production. No private ownership of the means of production.
What is the means of production?
Machine factories.
So all the goods they produce in factories, no, the means of producing the goods owned by a centralized entity.
Yeah. Centrally planned. This is what actually was done under God's plan of the Soviets. And even with collective farms as well. You no longer own your land. The state owns the land. You work on the land. And this was supposed to be utopia. Now, does that happen after?
We'll talk about your ideas and why it didn't turn out to be one. So the fascist is the same. The fascism also.
The so-called National Socialism.
It's also a kind of socialism.
Well, yeah, but I think there was no public ownership. There was public direction. So the state would tell factories what to do. It was still private property. And a large part of why the Nazis succeeded was the extent to which they managed to co-opt major manufacturers in Germany. So,
Direction versus ownership.
yeah.
A dictatorial, I mean, that's a very particular implementation.
Yeah.
So I think you have to consider the full details of the implementation, but it's basically dictator guided.
Yeah. And if you want to take a proper vision, then you take the ownership of the means of production by the state versus the ownership by private. So that rules out the Nazi period. To use the word to give the bastardizing as much as Americans do, and the opposite direction.
Well, what does ownership exactly mean?
Well, it became incredibly complicated, and this is actually the first work on this is done by reasonable people. Who's Hungarian economist Jonas Kornai. And Kornai tried to explain why socialism failed, because
Why did socialism fail?
I think Jonas is 100% correct. It's a brilliant piece of work, so I'm going to be really paraphrasing his view. And he imagined an ideal socialist society, and there wasn't a Stalin, there weren't purges, and you lived up to all the ideals that Marx had for socialism. So he said, but you do it in a context of an economy which is incredibly primitive, Russia. Because if you look at Marx's own vision of revolution, it's going to happen anyway. The advanced economies would be first to go through the revolution. The socialists, these are the primitive economies, would have to go through a capitalist transition. And this is the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. The Mensheviks, Simon Minsky came out of the Menshevik family. The Mensheviks believed you had to go through a capitalist phase. Russia had to go through a capitalist period before it becomes socialist. The Bolsheviks believed they could get there in one go. Okay? Bypass the capitalist phase, do the development under socialism rather than under capitalism. And this is what Janas was actually analysing. You start from a primitive, feudal economy, very little industrialisation, and you want to jump into an advanced industrial society from that foundation. So he said what you have then for is a whole range of industries, all of which need as much resources as you can get for them. And so you want to develop agriculture, mining, industry, every little division of it. They all have legitimate demands on the resources of the country and the state. That means that all your resources are fully employed and are probably overemployed. So you have a resource constraint in that society. The easiest way to cope with a resource constraint is to produce last year's commodity, not to You actually want the best possible world. You're trying to build as fast as possible. You're paying workers as high wages as you possibly can. And that leads to a world where you don't need anyone. So you said capitalism, on the other hand, your capitalist economy, you're trying to pay workers as little as possible. You have competitive industries. You're trying to take demand away from your rivals. You have Kawasaki versus Honda versus BMW, etc., etc. The way you get demand away from
Welcome.
is by innovating. So what you will get is cycles and booms and stuff, but you'll innovate and change over time. So what you find was this huge gap between socialist volume production with no innovation and capitalism with innovation. So that was the fundamental failing that John Osborne saw. So why did socialism not innovate? Because if you go back to the famous historical incident of Khrushchev in the United Nations, bang, picked up the shoe and banged the desk, we will bury you. He literally meant we're going to bury you in commodities. We're going to produce more output than you are. And he was wrong.
Fundamentally, in the long term, very important. Commodity production, you have to innovate.
Yeah, and like there's another remarkable Soviet engineer who was given the job of interpreting Marx's ideas of industrial sector. So he had the commodity sphere, the industry sphere, sector 1, sector 2, sector 3. Sector 1 producing consumer goods, sector 2 producing capital goods, sector 3 producing luxury goods for capitalists. And so he had a free sector model of the economy. And he was talking about the dynamics between them. And what Kelvin did was reinterpret this as an engineer would reinterpret it, which was brilliant work. So what he said was, you need to produce the means of production. If you want to grow quickly, you focus on producing the means of production rather than commodities. So you don't make cars, you make car factories. You make a few cars. Most of it goes to expanding how many factories you have. And what he did was do a mathematical model where you start at very low levels of consumer good output, but then you would just go exponential. So I took a look at that back when I was doing my master's degree, with training in mathematics. So I took Feldman's equations and then looked at what was actually driving it. Was he was imagining correctly a huge pool of unemployed labor. You go back to the early stages of Soviet industrialization back in 1917, post the First World War. You had all these unemployed workers, you had all these peasants you could take off the land and put into factories. So you had a huge supply of workers. What you had to do was build the factories. You're building the factories, but at a certain point you exhaust the supply of lowly employed or unemployed labor. And so rather than having this exponential takeoff, you hit a ceiling. And then you can only grow as fast as the population because you're not innovating. So that's what actually hit the Soviet system. And it's why they never buried the Western consumer goods. And instead, why
Look who it is. What up, real Schiller X? How you living, pimp?
If that's exploitation, we want exploitation.
So, okay, there's a lot of stuff to ask here, which is
How's life?
for the utopia is the opposite of capitalism.
And then you mix with freedom and optimism.
Right. So, is there a case to be made that in the long term?
I can't hear you. Your microphone needs to be turned on.
That we're going to live out
There you go. No, not you. You're good. You're good. Get back to sleep, yes. Real Schiller X. Real Schiller X. There you are, pimp. How you living, baby? How is school? It's all good? How is your life going? Very, very well, my man. How's your brother?
I haven't been in 2 days.
I know. Why not? We miss you.
I've been like them quarantine, you know.
Wow, fancy. How's that going? Well, that's amazing. We're glad to hear that.
What were you doing?
We're just watching a podcast right now, chilling, my friend. Feel free to enjoy. It looks really nice where you are.
Doing the same thing there.
Yeah. How's your brother?
I just had your name. That is why I don't accept it.
Excellent. Well, you look to be doing really well, my man. Good on you. I'm glad to see that.
Imperfection.
Excellent. Well, wonderful. You got to get back in the Telegram, man.
Actually, when when the Telegram unblocked because of that, because things
Wait,
and the rest of the thing, but
hold on. You're blocked in.
I'm not doing HBOA, so
Hold on. You're blocked in the Telegram. Why?
I won't tell you right now.
Okay. Did you do something wrong?
You know I'm with the team already, you know.
Absolutely. What?
But
Okay.
they fucked me up and Instagram, man.
Okay. Well, you look to be doing really well, man. That's good. Well, I'll tell you, we miss you. So come back in here whenever.
I ain't gonna take it and let me not talk much.
All right.
A
Well,
lot of stuff running right now.
excellent. Have you been on Twitter recently?
Yo,
No, you've been focusing on school?
I'm the king of X, you know.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, excellent. Well, we're glad you're here. We're just watching a podcast, so feel free to enjoy, okay, Real Schiller X?
We just doing the good thing right here, so you know.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to see
Fighting
you.
for peace, fighting for justice.
Fighting for peace, fighting for justice. Absolutely. 100%. Shout out to Real Schiller X, everybody. He's one of our favorite people in the world. Shout out to you. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to shout out to your brother. Shout out to your mother.
They are things you cannot reproduce in a factory. The essence of capitalism is what you can make in a factory. And therefore, all these unique objects, these rare objects, and the Picasso painting, a beautiful bottle of wine, etc., then the utility can't be reproduced easily. So its price will be determined by subjective valuation. You said what we're talking about in capitalism is the stuff you can make on that. And that is the true focus of the capitalist economy. And that is not about scarcity, that is about beauty. The only scarcity applies when you don't have the resources to make it anymore, or you can't use the energy involved because you're damaged the biosphere too much, which we've already done. Okay? But fundamentally, the scarcity that neoclassicals, the Vedas think about and Austrians think about as well, is non-reproducible. But the essence of capitalism is the commodity, the back scratcher, the $2 back scratcher. Anybody can, the cheapest chips to make, and that's why you can make a profit out of them. Not the elaborate gold thing, diamonds and rubies that only the king gets. So we think with our vision of scarcity has been perverted by neoclassicals, analysing the exceptions of capitalism and calling it capitalism.
Okay, fair enough. Let's put Mars aside. I think there's a lot of strange factors that have to do with a whole other planet, civilization, that we don't quite understand. Like how economics works with different geographic locations, one of which have new challenges, which is what essentially this is. I don't know if you can apply the same economic.
No, I'm saying your question, I think, we'll be forced into that ultimately by having to make a compromise with the ecology. And we've been ruthless about the ecology of this planet, and we're going to pay the price for it. So if you have a planet where you can't be ruthless, you have to mine it as carefully as possible, then that utopian might be imposed upon you for the needs of survival on that planet. That here, Marx's utopia was still the one that ignored the ecology. And I think vision of a utopia in future. It's got bugger all to do about what humans get out of it. It's what humans respect. They have to respect life. So I don't see that I see that as a one-eyed utopia for a single species, as if it can exist on its own, which we should know it can't.
Yeah, quick bathroom break.
Yeah, no doubt.
That would be great. We took a little bit of a break, and now we're back. We needed to take a break because my brain broke and piecing it back together. You mentioned ecology and life and the value of all of that. We'll return to it if we can. But first, that why kind of this idea of why socialism failed. So we linger on this a little bit longer. And how did the ideas of Karl Marx lead to Stalinism? This particular implementation.
Yeah.
Is there something fundamental to these ideas that leads to a dictator, that leads to atrocities? There's something about the mechanism of the bureaucracy that's built that leads to a human being that's able to attain, integrate absolute power, and start using that power, all that kind of stuff. Like some of the history of the 20th century, is that inextricably connected to the idea of
I think to some extent it is, but I'm going to also say that if it hadn't been for Bolsheviks interpreting Marx and saying we can reach socialism without going through capitalism, then it might not have happened. So if you look at the Mensheviks were a rival political group in Russia, and that's where Hyman Minsky was a huge inspiration for me.
He's an economist who was maybe typically opinion who was Hyman Minsky.
Yeah, Hyman Minsky was the person who developed analysis of capitalism based on financial instability, and he was actually the PhD student of Joseph Schumpeter, and an Austrian economist as well, whose name I've forgotten temporarily. And his parents were both refugees from Russia during Stalin's period, because the Mensheviks were being wiped out in Russia, just like any other opponent. The Bolsheviks were being eliminated. So I think his parents met in Chicago. Still remained politically active, and he was educated in a family that was just imbued with Marx's vision. He ended up fighting in the Second World War on the American side, coming back to America and studying mathematics, and then also doing an economics degree leading to a PhD. And the question he posed for himself is, what causes Great Depression? And he put it beautifully, that can it happen again? It being the Great Depression. And if it can't happen, then what has changed between the society before the First, Second World War and after that makes the Depression impossible?
The answer to those two questions.
His answer was yes, it can happen again. But what has prevented it happening by the time he started writing about it, which was the late 50s to the mid 80s, late 80s. We met once, but not once. Over a beer? No, he gave a seminar at New South Uni. And he did it in a stripper style. Whatever. It means argumentative and likely to dismiss you. So like a good mate of mine was a guy who went out to Australia, a guy called Graham White. G'day, Graham. Let's talk about
I love your language.
it's a great, actually, there's a really good TikTok I saw earlier today with an Aboriginal guy saying he loves the Australian language because the thing is absolutely ironic. That you ask an Australian a question and he'll give you an answer which is the opposite of what he means, and you've got to work out the rest of yourself. Yeah. If he goes up to another Aboriginal mate and says, "G'day, mate," he says, "How are you going?" "Oh, not bad." "What have you been doing recently?" "Not much." "When are we going?" I said, not too far, not too soon. Whereas I'm not too far away. It's all negative. It's beautiful, beautiful rendition.
Yeah,
They appreciate that ironic side. Like, for example, the best compliment you can give as an Aboriginal to somebody else, that's deadly. That's a compliment. Deadly. We've got another mate of mine who's come to Australia saying, "I call you a bastard," that's a compliment. Depends depending on how I instate the word bastard.
Blasted. That's
Yeah.
and there's something, unfortunately, there's something about the British accent that makes people sound maybe brilliant, maybe sophisticated.
But actually lies.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunately the downside of that.
Yeah.
There's something about the Australian accent that you just can't sound brilliant. It humbles you. You sound like you're having a lot of fun. There's wit and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Like you just can't be like Karl Marx in an Australian accent. Not come off.
That is a very good point.
You would not be able to pull off fear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating. Accent. You know, something about the person. Maybe it's the chicken and the egg. It drives the way of the discourse. Obviously, there's a lot of levels to work.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you're always having the question.
Yeah. And like Poncho's got a lot of Australian mates there.
Yeah.
He spent what's that, about how long in Australia? A year and a half, and he's got all these mates who play Aussie rules for sport. And also, you should join them one day. It's actually it's a very creative sport. It's much more fun, different than rugby. Oh, very rugby. Rugby is two morons smashing their bodies against each other. Sorry.
We cannot be to offend the rugby fans in the audience. Okay, what?
It's too simplistic. I mean, there's skill in it. I've seen some really skillful rugby union and rugby league players and like that. But it's fundamentally, if you hit somebody hard enough, they go down. Okay. Whereas in Aussie rules, it's about catching the ball and then kicking the ball and skill and ball skill. And and what do you do with the athletes? I can actually get off and measure what a sport is like, what the body's been created. And you get these incredibly elegant, light, muscular forms out of Aussie rules.
It's beautiful words you have in your vocabulary. The light, I mean, well, I was thinking you know what it is. Okay, so, all right, fine. We should also mention that you, in your youth, like last year, had the Olympic weightlifting as part of your life for years.
A long time ago.
And like you said, I've played tennis for many years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fascinating game.
It's a wonderful game. Yeah, that's my favorite game.
Karl Marx.
Yeah.
So how do we get from the Aussie football Australian accent?
I'm not really sure you talked about the way I said something about Karl Marx. Anyway, we got there.
We got there, and so now we return.
Just back to Marx. I think
That's the destination.
Marx, the failure of socialism was going on I captured beautifully. This ideological demand constraint versus resource constraint economy. And capitalism is demand constraint. And this is again where neoclassical theory is completely wrong, empirically completely wrong. So the neoclassicals have a vision of capitalism being resource constraint, and it's about maximizing your usage of resources subject to constraints. And as Corno said, that's really what happens with socialism. What happens with capitalism is that you have 15, 20 companies producing automobiles. They are all trying to capture as much of the market as they can. If you're out there marketing a plant, you're going to get 120, 130% of the actual market. So we're all going to have excess capacity. When you build a factory, you're building it with a plan for just 5, 10, 15 years. You have to have excess capacity in the factory. So that means that capitalism has far greater productive capacity than they actually use. And then the way that you manage to get demand into your factory is to innovate, produce something nobody else does. Or you're producing in volume, and then somebody produces like a bum tire, comes out of Firestone, then Goodyear is ready to expand its production and take advantage of that. So that's the actual nature of competition in capitalism. And that means that we get a cornucopia. Because, of course, even if we have lowly workers, the variety of goods in capitalism is overwhelming. And that doesn't happen in socialism. You get your 1942 cost action motorbike. That's it. When you put your money down to buy a refrigerator, it'll arrive in 10 years because the factory's already fully constrained. So all these resource constraints mean that people aren't happy under socialism. And if you've got a whole bunch of people that aren't happy, then the best way to control them is to suppress them. So I think in that sense, ultimately, yes, it does lead to something like Stalinism.
It's easier to give happy people freedom.
Yeah, I mean, happy people get pretty silly outside. I'm not particularly the extent to which Americans overuse the word freedom drives them charming.
But
Yeah,
there's all of these work as well, or have some level of power and beauty, and then we just distort on the surface for the fun of it.
yeah.
Start battles on Twitter and so on.
But what citizens of the Soviet world did feel was freedom, not just in because it wasn't freedom to buy commodities. The commodities were supposed to be on the shops weren't there. They couldn't be produced. And what you then got out of that as well is that, classic Soviet joke, they pretend to hire and we pretend to do it.
So you're not motivated.
Look, I went to Cuba about 8 years ago. Decided to give a talk there. And I was staying in the hotel itself. The hotel's a story. One day my meeting was cancelled. So I thought I might go down to the beach. And they had in the hotel, they had a wing which was a tourist office. And there were 3 women working inside the office. So I thought I'd just go up and ask them, how do I get to the beach? And one of them said to me, I stood there, stood in the room, waiting to see if they'd make eye contact. There were 3 women, nobody else noticed. None of them looked at me. I finally went up to one of them and said, I want to go to the beach and do some surfing work. He said, I can get a taxi outside. Now, fundamentally, she's saying, well, I'm being paid shit money here. I don't want to work. I'm not going to do anything apart from sit here and qualify for my time. And as much as there are reasons for Cubans to suffer from American embargoes and all that sort of stuff, you've still got a fundamental shortage of economy that Corne spoke about coming out of the structure, but central ownership and central control of distribution and investment.
It breaks my heart because I think some of the effects of that persist throughout time. It becomes part of the culture too.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you can sort of keep living through it. I mean, everyone had enough conversation with Cubans, meeting them on the street, hopping in a cab. There was one guy I was talking to who was he was an industrial chemist and he got a bit of money being a cab driver because he could make money out of taking foreign tourists from the airport to the city.
I know that's what it's like. The
I do. I didn't have one camera with me.
No, when you're I want to make sure you rotate the label and go, so capital, we'll be talking about here. Just a little thread.
Yeah, Black was actually in.
I can tell you, I don't know if Michael Allison, Michael Mallon, he's an anarchist, and he was next door.
He does it. Okay, now I've lost touch with anarchist philosophy. I actually used to read Rothschild and Rabbi and so on, and I enjoyed their philosophy, and then I helped organize an anti-conference once. And that was the biggest antidote possible to being an anarchist.
Entry point to joke.
It is. I mean, we literally spent 3 days arguing over whether there should or should not be a chairperson for conversation.
Yeah, I know. Well, that would maybe that.
Monty Python's Black Crime lived out what type of
All right. So part of that explains why, for example, even to this day, some of the responsible entrepreneurship does not flourish. There's not a spirit of people to start businesses, to launch new endeavors and all those kind of things. We're just taking all kinds of strange little strolls, but how do you explain the mechanism of China today, where there's quite a bit of sort of flourishing of businesses? It's a very peculiar kind of entrepreneurship.
they got away from central control, but they still manage central political control that diversified economic control.
So there's it is possible to draw a line.
It is possible, and I think in some ways China's more likely to survive as a society going into the future than Western capitalist societies are.
We do the Karl Marx, the foreground and the background, you can centralize all the if you had a
81, a group of journalists there finished for a tour, and we ended up going to the Sichuan Free Trade Zone, and that gave us an idea of why China was going to succeed, because they had a rule that you couldn't just come in and exploit cheap wages. They had also had a Chinese partner, and within a couple of years, the Chinese partner had to own 50% of the business, which is huge. They give you an idea of the reduction in wages that American corporations are looking at. They've shut down the factory in what's now Rothschild in America. It's not been paying somebody there, they've gone maybe $2 an hour. When they come across to China, and they're paying 2 cents an hour. So there's an enormous amount of wages that they dropped. They were willing to forego half the profits and the ownership of the firm. So what the Chinese were doing wasn't just exploiting their labor force, it was also building capital. And that meant that you had to put all the Chinese corporations in place. So they were building capital within the social demand political system. And that worked. And it still works. So there was a centralization of the economic stuff, the Golden Plan approach. I think that was where the Soviets failed. And what the Chinese realized after what they went through under Mao was you have to have that capitalist period, but they weren't going to abandon to communist control politically of countries at the same time. And that worked out brilliantly, and there's a huge amount of innovation taking place in China today. And they also will do gigantic infrastructure projects, breathtaking planning going into that. You would have seen videos of building a skyscraper in a day. So the planning that has to go into that, the pre-preparation is necessary, is enormous. So there's a real respect for engineers as well. There's not a fire.
What do you think about, from the Western perspective, the destructive effects of centralized control of populace, the ideas or censorship?
So it's a bit like we were talking about Russia to some extent beforehand, with centralized versus decentralized corruption. And when you have the centralized political stuff, means you can't criticize within China, but as long as you don't criticize, do what you like.
And how destructive is that? From the American perspective,
I found it really destructive before. I've been in China quite a few times over my life, a lot in the last, not for about 4 years, but for 6 months before those closures. And I'm staying in second and third and fourth tier cities. So, populations of only 4 million people on Chinese standards. And I had a lot of happy people that I was interacting with my girlfriend at the time, her social circle. And you can feel when people can't discuss it with the bush, for example, in Thailand, you can't discuss it with him. They still have less measures, so you can actually be jailed for discussing with him. And you can feel that to some extent, and it is a political issue in Thailand now. But in China, what I got back from most people, it was a bit like a benevolent big brother. Okay, but then when you get things out like the lockdown, which was quite recently, then you get the failings of the Soviet system still there in the Chinese system, in that the easiest way to avoid criticism is of underling carrying out instructions that people love you, is to carry those instructions out to the letter, beyond what the people actually want you to do at the top. So we had a classic illustration of that amongst these journalists. There was a news report saying that China's output of light industry had grown by 17% in the previous year. Its heavy industry fallen by 7%. You don't compute. Because an asking why did this happen every time you ask a question back in 81. up in the open air and doing this kind of thing.
You have to be really careful about that kind of thing. So, in terms of measuring flourishing people by looking at their happiness. So many thoughts on this, but I was imagining North Korea, and if you talk to people in North Korea, I think they would say they're happy. Well, let me try to complete this argument. It's not an argument, but a sort of challenge to your thought, especially if they get busy, because they don't know the alternative. So what else do you need? There's enough food on the table. We have a leader.
Look at this
that loves
athleticism, folks.
love.
It's really unprecedented. In the history of precedent,
Full of love.
this
Our
motherfucker is
people
the president.
is full of food, they would say, because there's enough food. What else do you want from life?
No, I think okay. So let me sort of jump because like that's an alternative. I mean, I've more than time in Romania.
So let me sort of complete that back.
Yeah.
I know.
Taking the most challenging.
You
That's why I'm saying you don't know what the alternative. You don't know how green the grass is on the other side. So your idea of happiness might be very constrained. So you could also argue that is happiness. You don't know. Like
Ignorance is bliss.
ignorance is bliss. And then so is happiness really the correct measure
It's not.
for flourish?
It's not. But I mean, there's actually a classic book, a movie as well, called Mount Dancing. And that is a young man explaining his progression from being a dancer in the Cultural Revolution through to a leading dancer in American and also in Australian ballet. And he explicitly said at one point that he's told that the Chinese people have the highest standard of living in the world. And the reaction in his kids, like his fellow kids, God, it must be miserable elsewhere in the world. So they knew that that's good enough. There's no such thing as that complete ignorance. But what I'm talking about is the experiences you try to take back to about 2016, 2014. There was a feeling of freedom within limits that you didn't want to transgress because the system was working. So if you, like Mary,
It's kind of like marriage.
hey, that's a good example.
There's limits. You can have fun within those limits.
That's right. And people did have fun, and they did feel free, but they didn't want to go and get the balls. But that dilemma was accommodated because the boundaries until you started hitting the system were wide. And like when you look at it, I mean, look at again with the Chinese Communist Party, the administrators of that are often highly qualified engineers who can then make intelligent decisions about what should be done to infrastructure and so on. And you go to China and you've got incredible high-speed rail, fantastic infrastructure, internet, telecommunications, and so on, rapidly evolving and so on. There's a range of things that are so well done that respect the fact that the selection process in your political elite is partly focused on and you get people making decisions. The reason it's done is that the Labour Party, which is our version of the Democrats, was in control during the global financial crisis. And as part of that, they wanted to bring in optical fibre connections to the house. It having the optical fibre backbone and optical fibre, right to your T100 output from your home. And the Liberal Party thought that and said that's going to be too expensive. That's too long to do. We're going to do cables to the node and then have a copper network linking to a node on the street to all the houses in the street. It's going to be cheaper and faster, have it more soon, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's total technical fuck up. And Australia now has internet for about 50 or 60 years old. It's dreadful. The internet. Two political figures make a decision. Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull, rivals leaders of the though you can't make the decisions yourself, the vast majority of the decisions are made intelligently, and therefore you expect it.
Don't you worry about the corrupting power?
Oh yeah,
That you start, you have engineers making intelligent decisions. At which point, if the bad king starts saying, "Oh, these engineers are annoying. I have to understand. I don't understand. Bring me the great."
well that's that. You get your caligula effect that can happen. Like Steve, from what I've seen, has got elements of that. So friends of mine who are Caucasians and get away with it, they have a game they play at conferences, scoring how often people use Z's name in a presentation and giving extra points for the number of photographs of Z that turn up in the whole thing. So you've got this sort of personality cult coming on as well. But at the same time, the planning for the infrastructure that's being built, the social services, the general freedom that exists is so great. And like any Chinese person alive today, like somebody who's Chinese my age, would have been an adult under the early period of the late period of Mao. And God Almighty, to change the improvement that's been in their lives, that's what they think about. So,
But if you just look at the history of the 20th century, your intuition will say that some of what we're going to see in China now is trouble in the long term. So it seems to be working really well in one way, but improving the quality of life in the United States and China. But you start to get worried about how this is going on.
well, yeah, but at the same time, maybe often people will say, well, what's the vision for the future? And what they mean is, what vision for the future do you have on the horizon? Now, what is the vision for the future you don't have? Well, that's the physiological process. I think we're walking blindfolded into.
Okay. That one is
Yeah.
fundamentally as a problem. But it's going to get up to the
All that has to do with is if you wish to impose dramatic controls on the consumption of rich, which would be necessary to reduce our consumption burden so that we get closer to the ecological envelope we've destroyed already, then you're going to make more likely successful doing that with a centralized system so people accept centralized political control. Seeing we're in a country where it's all diversified and we're doing between every point a tennis match. And I mean, I've really seen that when I went to Philadelphia something like that. So the ideology, the collective attitude, is making more successful in controlling our reducing human consumption. When we talk about democracy, I mean, who's voting here? How many horses and elephants and birds get to vote? Okay, it's very little bird. Yeah, don't see them around here. It's a very human-centric vision we have of this planet.
Yeah.
And we're going to pay a price for that.
Okay, so you're saying to deal with global catastrophic events, centralized planning
Maybe, I think we'll work out a period. I mean, I don't know. Again,
but there's some centralized stuff in the United States.
yeah, I know.
No. Okay. All right. Now there's that spiky Australia.
Yeah.
So besides the military, that's the ideal of the federal government in the United States, that there is some centralized infrastructure building, there's some things that don't enough of it, yeah. But there's some. The question is, when you deal with greater global catastrophic events, like the pandemic that we're just dealing with, the government is able to step up and impose enough centralized planning to allow us to deal, to enable and empower citizenry to deal with catastrophic events. In the case of the pandemic, a lot of people argue that first of all, the world, but also the United States failed
that masks don't really work. And then people don't wear masks, and then we've got enough masks to rush up the production of stock. And by the time it comes along, people have got this skepticism about masks.
So who does the blame that gets wrong?
The blame comes down to the philosophy that says government should always be small.
Do you think that bigger government is enough issue?
No.
So let me flip back to it. It's possible that capital solves that problem.
Well, not if there's no money in really long-term planning. There's money in capture.
Isn't it possible for capital structure that ensures against catastrophic events?
Not when they're systemic. You can insure against episodic events. If you occasionally have a really bad storm, but in general, the weather's not so bad that all the infrastructure is being destroyed, then you can share that around on a percentage basis. So you have reality and distribution your events, and you don't, the mean doesn't move around too much. And the standard deviation doesn't change that much. Then insurance works fine. But if you have an episodic, if you have systemic stuff where the climate is changing completely, and you're going to wipe out your agricultural capabilities, then you simply can't do insurance on it. You can't make a profit out of catastrophe capitalism.
Okay, that's that example of climate change. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
You mentioned that the human brain, the economy, the biosphere, are three of the most complex systems we okay. And you also criticize the economic community for looking at the effects of climate change when measured as, the effect on GDP. So you're saying it's a catastrophic thing, that the biggest challenge our society are going to face. Why? The economists disagree. The effects on the GDP will be minor, so we'll deal with it. That's the argument against that. The devil's advocate. You're saying no, it is a thing that will change our world forever in ways that we can really be thinking about. Okay. Make the case of why you disagree with that.
Economists have made up their own money to say that it's trivial.
And you didn't.
No, I think you tried to make it up as I'm reading what the scientists write. Okay. And what the economists have done, and like Nobel Prize winner, ex-president of the American Economic Association, literally assumed that the roots are projected in climate change. He didn't say it in those words. What he said was 87% of Americans occurs in carefully controlled environments which will not be subject to climate change. Now, the only things that all of manufacturing, all of services, included mining as well, forgetting about open cut mining, government activities in the finance sector, all they have in common is they have in place an equilibrium. They're saying climate affects the weather, climate is weather. Okay, now, that is not at all what is meant by climate change. It means changing the entire pattern of the weather system of the planet. For example, the most extreme form of climate change would be a breakdown in the three circulation cells that exist in each hemisphere: the Hadley cell, the Barrett cell, and the sport, and the polar cell. 0 to 30, 30 to 60, 60 to 90. Those are the main bubbles, if you like, in the atmosphere. Now, if we get enough increase in the energy in the atmosphere, that just like you turn the temperature up on a stove and you have nice bubbles appearing in a pot of soup, and then turn the temperature up and they all break down, you've got bubbles everywhere. That's called the equitable climate. If that happens, then most of the rainfall is going to occur between 0 and 20 and 70 and 90, and the middle is going to be dry, except for extremely storm. We built our societies in a period of extreme stability of the climate. And when you look at the long-term temperature records, much more than half a degree up and down. And we're blasting well and truly out of those fires. And my way of interpreting what climate change means is the stability of that climate that enables to build sedentary civilizations and not being nomadic species is being destroyed.
So the challenge, by the way, I'm playing devil's advocate right here. The question is there something fundamentally different now about human civilization that we're able to build technology that alleviates some of the destructive effects that we have on the climate?
We don't know. And we're going to find out the hard way.
And the uncertainty you think would be very costly.
Extremely.
Like many of the trajectories we might take would be much more costly than really costly.
Yeah. And like when we're seeing some of the storms that are happening now in Europe, the ones that washed away a village in Germany some time ago, the firestorm that was Canada of all places. I've forgotten the name of the town that was burnt down, but enormous temperatures in Canada. Again, the storms that are happening back in Australia. These are all manifestations of a complete shift in the weather patterns of the planet, and they can wipe out. The village just disappears. It's wiped out by unprecedented rain, and this keeps on happening. We are still living in a sedentary lifestyle, and we're a nomadic species. So to be able to maintain that sedentary lifestyle, we do need to engineer the planet. We need to keep it within that range of plus half a degree Celsius, minus half a degree, which is really what has been like for the last 10, 12,000 years. Instead of blasting it right out of that range. And we know some of the past climates that have existed, and we can model what they imply for our food production system, for example. It's not the only model, but it's obviously crucial. So when you look at what are called global climate models produced by scientists, one example was published by the OECD last year, 2021, in the chapter on what we happen if we lose what's called the Atlantic Meridional Oceanic Circulation, or AMOC, and people would colloquially know that as the Gulf Stream. And that's what the tremendous peak around all the oceans of the planet. It's part of a huge chain called thermohaline circulation. But the path that goes across from the equator to the North Atlantic, that's called the AMOC, and the Gulf Stream, so it's colloquial way. If that disappears in the context of a 2.5 degree Celsius increase in average global temperature, then the proportion of the Earth's surface which is suitable for producing wheat will fall from 20% to 7%. Proportion for corn, similar sort of fall. The proportion suitable for rice will go from 2% to 3%. Now, that means a catastrophic, and that's the word used in the report, catastrophic collapse in food production. So that's what we're seeing. And we are 1.5, we're actually less than, we're about halfway there to that 2 degrees, 2.5. And economists, on the other hand, this is Richard Cole, published a paper in 2016, claiming using what he calls an integrated assessment model. Economists developed that losing the Gulf Stream would increase global GDP by 1.1%. Now, that's his model is what really pisses me off about these people. It's the worst work I've read in 50 years of being a critic of neo-capitalism. The GTM, the one scientists produce, is called participation and all the IAM, that the economists stated yet again in the paper in 2021, do not include participation. That's not temperature. So they assume that if temperature improves by moving towards a temperature which is better for producing agriculture, then so is precipitation. So that's completely wrong. They've left out a crucial, and that's been trying to model the climate by ignoring the fact that there's nature. That's what they've done. So their work is so bad, so dreadfully bad, it should never have been published. I'm going to go for the story.
Well, no, 100% to preserve it, so it's in the hope of education. But I also want you to feel mad at people you disagree with and criticize people you agree with if possible. Yeah. To be psychologically honest here. You do say, to push back on the catastrophic thinking about climate change, economic complex system is saying that no, this system we have, labor, money, capital, and so on, will be able to deal with that crisis and any other crisis. And they kind of construct simplified models that justify their confidence. So how do we know?
For a start, if you believe the economists, you need to break your head with. Because when
It's
you,
not an argument.
and that's not an argument, it's a summary of an argument. That is
So that sounds a lot.
I know, but I'm so angry about it. Okay.
Listen, I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
And I've begun studying the culture. Yeah. I used to be on things that I don't understand and not spend time on. I have so many colleagues that are scientists that I deeply respect, and I trust their opinion. I have seen the lesser angels of my colleagues on the pandemic side, on the COVID side. The confidence, the arrogance, that in part blinded, I believe, the jump between basic scientific research to the public policy.
Yeah.
And then so I've become a little bit more cautious in my trust on climate change. I'm still in the same place. And I don't mean climate change. I have anything climate to say. I've become a little bit, wait a minute. How does the basic scientific facts of our reality map to what you
Yeah.
There, I want to be a little bit careful. So, whenever now, arrogance and confidence.
Well, I'm the same, and that's why I'm being angry about the economists, because they're incredible arrogance, incredible stupidity with the arrogance, assumptions which you look at it and think, how did anybody let that get published?
That's what these economic analysis also the effects on are
very incredibly thorough. And this is like John Longwell styles himself as the skeptical environmentalist and criticizes the environmental model. He doesn't take a look. He doesn't criticize the work come out by economists. If you look at it, it's so bad.
Is it possible to do economic modeling?
Yeah, it is possible. Very difficult.
One complex.
Especially in that case, yeah. I mean, like for me, what you should be looking at is saying, what are the scientists saying as consequences? Probable consequences, but not guaranteed. The probable consequences of increasing the energy level of the atmosphere by the amount we're doing.
I'm trying to say in terms of the effects. It's so complicated. The effects of sort of shifting resources. Basically, what are the effects of climate change? How can we really model that? Because it's basically we're looking through the fog of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Because there's rising sea levels. How can we know what effect that has?
Well, yeah.
All we know there'll be a lot of it.
Yeah. I don't actually. I think the sea level one is a poor argument, and I don't focus on it. What I mainly focus on is the weather patterns. And if you look at, like you've got the wheat belt in America goes toward Idaho, places like that, and you've got an incredibly deep topsoil. Ukraine is another classic example. The depth of the topsoil in Ukraine is remarkable, and that's the wheat bowl of Europe. And that requires both the right temperature for growing wheat and the right rainfall for growing wheat. Now, when we look at the models that climate scientists are building of that, you have pretty much the foundation is the forensic model of the perfect flow. And of course, that's the first model that we call chaos complexity. It's a beautiful, simple model, 3 variables, 3 parameters, and incredible complexity out of the system. But what that meant was you also had an exponential decay in the accuracy of the model over time. So if you have an edge accuracy of 1,000 decimal places, then in 1,000 days you'll have no data whatsoever because each time you're losing an order of magnitude of accuracy. So that's the point about the inability to predict the consequences. What you can settle is predicting life close enough to the actual because the statistical measurement of where we are And that's the foundation of meteorological stuff they watch on TV. You know, most of the time, the forecast is going to be correct. 40, 50 years ago, most of the time, the forecast is wrong. So that's the background foundation of the again. But even they've got a massive simplified world. So you have this enormous field where they might divide it down to 100 kilometre by 100 kilometre by 10 kilometre, cube, office rectangles, whatever. Problem, that's how they're modeling transition. So whether from one location to another. So they've got a chunky vision of the plant, which they have to. They can't model down to the plant. So you're losing. Not everybody. Oh yeah, I think that's too much processing power. But you're going to have to find. You can't go. I mean, if you look at the models, just the way they used to be, that's 100 kilometre, that 10 kilometre grid. But the processing power let us get more and more precise that way. I do know that the models now include chemical mixing with certain oxygen. So that completes the amount of time.
Increasingly accurate models of weather patterns, the effects they have in agriculture.
Yeah.
On food. You're saying that there's a lot of possibilities in which that going to be really destructive to society and production side.
And if you have that increase in temperature, you're going to change the precipitation. And it could mean that where the rainfall and the sunshine are adequate for growing wheat is an area where there's no topsoil. Like a huge part of the models that the economists only use temperature, don't include precipitation. They predict that a large amount of the wheat output of the world is going to occur in Siberia, in the frozen tundra.
But what about that's spatial criticism of plasma?
Yeah.
What about the idea that we innovate our way out of it? So there's totally new. What is it? There's facility, for example, this time perhaps the lab grown meat, the engineered food, so completely shifting source of food or fertilization, so therefore alleviating the pressure on agriculture.
That comes down to the difference that Elon makes between producing a prototype and mass producing a prototype. You can develop the idea very rapidly, put that into production on the scale that's necessary for what we're currently doing here. Yeah, and we haven't got years. We might have decades. We certainly haven't got centuries. So in the time frame we've got, I can't see that engineering going from prototype to production levels to replace what we're currently doing in the stable environment we're currently destroying.
What do you think about sort of the catastrophic predictions that people that thought that have written about climate have made in the past that haven't come to?
That's mainly, unfortunately, involving fall electrons and the population and predictions of all the same.
The individuals and others.
Yeah.
Most of the things that have
Yeah.
they enjoy doing so. I do think I'm in agreement with the majority of the elected communities.
But you still see that argument.
I still see the argument made. And I also am a little bit worried about the arrogance and the ineffectiveness of the arrogance.
This is the problem, it's ineffective. And that's what worries me, because it's all being put into the cyclical rise, temperature changes. It's not put into the fragility of the system in which we currently live. And the Earth will survive. And there's a lot of science fiction that the Earth survives. About a world in which humans get wiped out, and then the Earth reasserts. So the Earth's going to survive. Will we survive or is the Earth? And my feeling is that we have underplayed the extent to which the civilization was built depends upon a relatively stable climate. And it's going to be that turning point in the natural movement of global average temperature that we evolved right on the top of it. And if we had done nothing, we could find that getting back down to another ice age could equally destroy the possibilities to enjoy life. But for example, we never developed fossil fuel-based industry. We never built superphosphate, so our population never reached 1 billion people. And we were still living like fairly sophisticated animals, but then we would have gone down a decline, and the opening ice age would have started to wipe out our farming areas, glaciers would have been and we would have been driven out of agriculture, potentially civilization by that time. So it's capacity evolved on this stable period in the overall temperature cycle of the planet, and that stability is something that's the turning point in a regular cycle. Now it's a good cycle, I think it's almost forgotten the actual name, but it's a cycle caused by changing the Earth to orbit around the sun, activity and so on. That cycle, it's just a tiny cycle that we evolved in. So what we did, and so that's really useful for us if you stay at that level. Now, if you hadn't done it, we'd go back down here, and that would be ended up civilization by an ice age. Instead, we're going up here really rapidly. We're talking change in temperature compared to the long-term cycle. So
that my biggest worry is subtle changes measures that and geopolitical factors So my weapons are getting more and more powerful, more and more destructive, more and more nations that have these weapons. And now we're entering cyber space with easier to destruction like a barrier weapons,
You don't need nuclear weapons to have catastrophic impacts on each other. So yeah, it's incredibly scary that the world outside of human nature would be extremely enhanced by climate breakdown. So in this world,
I don't know how we went from Marxism to Stalinism to college, but all this what is the best form of government? On the top, we talked about the economic. You ran for office, so you care about politics too. How can politics look good?
I think we first of all have to appreciate we're one species on the planet out of millions, and as the intelligent species, we should be
Here.
harmonious.
They're scared.
For those other species as well.
Sam and Ken.
You mentioned the knowledge, the value of life. Can we integrate the labor theory of value? Can we integrate into that the value of life? So, human life.
I think if you take like that structure that I talked about at Marxist, use value, exchange value, dialectic, foreground, background, that only exists and only works because we're exploiting the free energy we find in the universe. There could be no production system without free energy, which is
Shout out to Church.
the first law of thermodynamics.
Well, it's grounded in the energy that's provided.
Yeah, that's the free lunch.
He always goes.
You know Ginsberg's summary of the laws of thermodynamics, don't you? Alan Ginsberg. The laws of thermodynamics are A, you can't win. Okay. B, you can't break even. C, you can't leave the game. Yeah, beautiful summary. But the fact that it exists in the first place is the free lunch.
What are 100 products that could be made that rhyme to like animals, like bear scare and deer here?
That's what we've been doing. And once you respect the fact that we have to, living on the biosphere, the planet we're actually on, we have to enable that biosphere to survive us.
Hair care. I like it. Lion kind of dog log. That might be a thing. Oh, the dog log. The cat hat. The bat hat. The seal reel. The real seal. The fox box. The duck one. The sheep deep. The tiger, tiger, the mouse house, the goat coat, the goat coat, the goat coat. Oh, that actually could be really tight. It's just the best coat ever. Snake cake, the kangaroo zoo, the owl file, the crow flow, the tiger lighter, whale tail, bear hair, the goat float, the fish dish, the frog log, the giraffe calf, the horse course, the duck truck, the antelope poke, the chimp shrimp, the bat mat, the wolf goat, the horse force. Oh, dog, that's the horse force. It's the opposite of the deer fear. The horse force. Animals come to you. It could be like Snow White.
And we just let that evolve as itself, and we control the other people. I think it's probably giving too much to us. I think we should actually say for 25%. The rest of the planet, we let life go on and evolve as it does, without our interference, without our knowledge. Now, that's neither a democratic system nor
The bee tree.
It's one that starts off with saying we
The zebra. Zebra.
respect life itself.
The
So,
that's
would we do that?
that's the chunky monkey.
We haven't done it.
That's the toad
I
load.
don't think the Soviets
Ribbit girl.
generally Soviets just
Oh, that's a lamb
we
jam.
haven't done it for capital.
That's the rabbit habit.
So
But what we, okay,
we have to go
we've got
something
the
like
salmon cannon,
Star Trek,
the
100 years to realise that ultimately
deer here,
life as a species, we have to respect life in general.
bear scare,
That means we parts of the planet we can no longer touch. While we also try to maintain the planet as
the rabbit habit.
what we now call the Anthropocene.
No, but goat coat is tight.
So politically, we have to have, like in many ways, what native societies often have.
The owl
The
ball,
cycle of life,
the crocodile smile,
exponential progression we've developed.
the fish witch, the cow now.
Um,
Oh, that's a cheetah Rita. The wolf gulp,
we need to
fox
have that
rock,
as part
the owl
of
cow.
nature.
I like
On
that.
top of that,
What is this? It's just like a cloth? No, it's the owl cow. It's the crab tab, the legal eagle, the
But we also, because we're now living in so many challenges created by our own civilization, the main threat
curb
to
pig.
human civilization is the existence of human civilization. It's both a teacher and a god, yeah. And
Oh, goose juice. I just had some goose juice as I put on my goat coat.
Now that means it isn't a political system as much as it is an appreciation of the world as complex. And therefore, effects which we think are direct effects will actually come through in a bleak fashion. And we cannot, there's no simple linear progression from where we are to where we want to be. So you have to see how everything feeds together in a systemic way. And that's why one reason I've gone to where I'm wearing the picture on our Minsky is to have nowhere near to the scale. I hope it one way.
I give
But something which means we can bring together all that complexity, all those systems.
advice, comma, share words of wisdom, comma, and ensure people maintain positive outlooks, comma, as well, period. How are you, question mark?
And being uncertain about the consequences.
I know. If you love me, you will see. You're meant for me, and I was meant for you.
Humble is a good word.
Consideration all in all, the pros of capitalism and to the catastrophic view of the effects of climate change.
Yeah, and also like I think we can afford to be bold in space, and that's one reason I respect
Yo, dog.
Yeah.
Kmart Cowboy.
Well, yeah.
Oh, man. Kmart Cowboy gotta be his friend.
Yes, no, I'm joking, but maybe I will ask about
Walmart Cowboy.
we have some of it is embracing the fact that the
And I know
world
you love me. You were meant to be. And I
yeah, there you go. There you go. You're
will
wearing
look
it.
for
Like
you.
that's like the infomercial. So the t-shirt that says "Meant to be,"
How to learn English.
not minded. Not market.
Kmart Cowboy.
That's the AI.
I'm just the best there is. Every morning I wake up and piss blood. Or piss excellence is what it is. That's alright. Shout out to Kmart Cowboy. They're my friend. And I know you love me. Yeah. Soon you were meant for me. And I I know you love me. You will be. You were meant for me. Remember you.
He was doing his work in the 50s.
Yo, dog.
People don't know Forrest's work. He actually built the models of the mathematics for the gun turrets on American
So even after you're gone,
how to get the feedback system
and I know
in one direction.
you love me. Yeah.
So Marvel's engineering, and then he realized if you want to look at it, even like a factory, the factory is a complex system. And so he got cycles generated out of the interaction between different components of the factory that he was first involved in painting. He built the software to model complex interactive systems. So Minsky is that. The thing in Minsky adds, which is unique, is the Gothic phase. And that's double and triple T, things that model for financials. Godly the economist. Godly the economist, Win Godly. Another great man.
So there's like this, you're modeling it.
Yeah, fundamentally. So it's actually this circuit diagram is exactly what engineers have been using for decades, almost a century. So you're using a circuit diagram to model the economy, and that's the so other factories have done it. What they haven't had in the circuit diagram is a way of handling the dynamics of the financial system. What the Godly table does is bring out financial flows as being everything goes from somewhere and ends up somewhere. So you have a positive and a negative if you're looking on the liability side, a positive and a positive, or a negative and a negative if you're looking at assets and liability side. And this gets the accounting right for that. So you can do an enormous complex model looking at the economy financially from the point of view of a dozen different actors in the
What is
economy.
this bullshit?
The mathematics is right, even though what you're building is a differential equation, which might be 50 differential equations with 350 terms in them. If you get the Gothic tables right, you know the mathematics is correct. So that's the main innovation that Minsky has.
And you're operating there.
And I know.
Yeah, it's definitely macro top down. It's not Asian based.
Very well. The process software. I don't know. The process can be calculated in extremely simple causes change. Capital output, employment related employment, wages, output minus wages, profit rate. There's a very nice circuit here.
Yeah.
The profit rate, employment related investments, change capital, takes us back to the beginning of
engineers, I'm still using a version which is 12 years old.
If only engineers ruled the world.
If only engineers, rather than this particular case, there was a bunch of marketers who had software agreed. I'm definitely a fan of engineers.
What are the plots that we're looking at here? Growth rate, private debt ratio, employment, wages, debt, income distribution. So this is across years and different trade-offs.
Yeah,
This is say about the plot, investors, plot.
yeah.
There it is.
Parameter value to get that out. But what happened when I first simulated the model, I took a model by Rothschild, which was a great neglected American master, mathematical master. And what he did was build a model of time. He actually wrote a paper called, it's only about a 5-page paper, published in a book, in a very, very obscure conference paper. And what he was doing was trying to build a model of time. So he wrote it in 1967, and it was putting in the mathematical form the model that Marx came up with in 1867. So it was his centenary birthday present to Marx. And what Marx had argued in chapter 25, I think, of Volume 1 of Capital, section 3, he built some verbal models like this. Quite out of character with Rothschild. So when you read Volume 1 of Capital, people think Marx has got commodity money, European money. He doesn't at all. He simply, theoretically, like a ton, you start at the middle level and you ignore the outlay, and then you bring the outlay and so forth. Anyway, in this model, in Volume 1 of Capital, he normally just see what he's got as business place. That's it. But in this little chapter, he said that ones who borrowed, but the people who paid for the high levels of private debt were the workers. The rising banker share corresponded exactly to the falling worker share. Effectively, the workers end up paying for it. They get a lower level of wage. And the basic dynamic is that capitalists, when you have a free social class system, your income goes from workers, capitalists, and bankers. Now, in the system that Goodwin did, they're just workers and capitalists. So if workers' share rose, profit capital share had to fall. But when you have free social class, then capital share can remain constant while workers fall and bankers. Workers fall and bankers fall. So that's what actually happened. Because capitalists, the simple way I model it was there's a certain rate of profit. Average capitalists invest all their profits. Above that, they borrow more. Below that, they pay off debt. So what would happen is when you got back to that point, then what was investment would be a precise share of GDP, and therefore you get a precise rate of economic growth. But if there was a higher percentage going to bankers and offset by a lower share going to workers, it didn't affect the capitalists. What you get is the cycle sort of diminished for a while because there's the other, the income distribution effect is important. So the workers pay for the increasing level of debt. But the other side of it was that the cycles were diminished for a while. What you get is a period of diminishing cycles, then leading to rising cycles. And technically, this was known as the homomanazole group decay. So there's one particular element of Lorenz's equation is fluid dynamics. So what they found was in examining laminar flow and fluid, you have a period where the laminar flow got more laminar, and then suddenly it starts to get less laminar and go turbulent. And this is what actually goes on in the model. So in my model of Netsky, so what you have is a period where there's big booms and cycles, and then as the depth level rises, the booms and cycles get smaller, and that looks like what neoclassical economists call the Great Moderation. So when I first modeled this in 1982, I finished up my paper, which was published in 95, with what I thought was a nice rhetorical flourish, saying that the chaotic dynamics of this paper would warn us against regarding a period of relative stability in the capitalist economy as anything more than a roll before a storm. And I thought it was great to be rhetoric. I didn't think it was fucking happen. But it did, because you had this period from 1993 to 2007 where there were diminishing cycles, and the neoclassicals labelled that great moderation, and they took credit for it. They thought that the economy was being managed by them at a lower rate of inflation, a lower level of unemployment, less instability over time, and they listed it to credit for it. And I was watching that thinking that's why my model running, and I'm scared as shit that there'll be a breakdown. And it ended up not working in the area for a while because they wrote debunking economics. And I got involved in a fight over the modelling of competition in neoclassical theory. That took me away for about 4 or 5 years. And then I got asked to do a court case in 2005, end of 2005. And I used Minsky as my framework for arguing that somebody who was involved in predatory lending should be able to get out of the debt cycle. And I explained Minsky's theory, and I used this throwaway line of saying debt levels in private debt been rising exponentially. And then I thought, well, I can't, as an expert, just make a claim like that. I've got to check the data. And the debt ratio was rising exponentially. And I thought, holy shit, we're in for a financial crisis. And somebody has to warn about it. At least in Australia, I was that somebody.
But can you, given the chaotic dynamic idea, when you talk about the crisis is ahead of us in the future, one of the things is the fundamental question of economics. Economics about understanding the past. It's
Yeah, fundamentally. He's politically reasonable, which makes him more dangerous than those that aren't.
Well, there's quite a lot of people that disagree with that characterization of popular minutes. We ready to read them?
You see the people
The alternative. Fair enough.
Okay.
That's not a negative or positive statement. That's just to be spicy as well.
Oh, he can. But he's like the human face of neoclassical economics. He doesn't deserve having a human face. It's anti-human theory. But he's a human face.
All right. Well, so if the person who takes credit does not have any effect on aggregate demand,
In their model.
and you're saying that's not the case.
It's absolutely crucial to aggregate demand. So what their model is, again, the example you lent to me, if I lend money to you, I can spend less, you can spend more. So credit is the change in debt. So if there's private lend money to you, then there's the level of private debt rises. Okay? So there's an increase in credit. But that increase in credit comes at an expense of my spending power. So you can spend what I've lent you, but I can't spend what I've lent you. So credit cancels out. So when you look at that's loanable funds. But in the real world, in the Bank of England said this is the real world, and the textbooks are wrong categorically in 2014. When the bank lends, it adds to its asset side and says you owe us more money, and it adds to its liability side and says here's the money in your bank account. So you spend that money. So what happens when you do your credit is part of aggregate demand and aggregate income. And that's something I first solved in 2019, I think, 2007. I recently proved it mathematically. So what that means is credit is a component of aggregate demand, and credit is also very volatile. Like consumption demand never goes negative. Investment demand never goes negative. Credit can go from positive to negative. And when you take a look at the long-term American history after the Second World War, there was no period until 2007 where credit was negative. Positive component of GDP. Therefore, when you do it as a percentage of GDP, it was a positive percentage of GDP. It peaked at 16% of GDP in 2006, 2007. It fell to minus 5% in 2008, 2009. So you had a 20% of GDP turnaround in aggregate demand. Now, when you plot that against unemployment, the correlation of credit to unemployment across the period from about 1990 to 2010 is about minus 0.9. Enormous negative correlation. Now, according to the neoclassical model, it's close to zero. Empirically, it's bleedingly obvious it's not, and it applies to every country in the world that has a financial crisis at that period. So it's bleedingly obvious in the data, and they ignore it because credit's not part of their model.
And you're saying it's causation. That's
All that
what
is.
today we sit there and with inflation, a world of inflation, a little bit of inflation good. We talk about money creation beginning. Was a little bit of inflation good or bad? A lot of inflation good or bad? How concerned are you about it?
Good for simple reasons. Like again, it's taken a lot of time to get around this. But if you think about how people say, what are the functions of money? They say money is the unit of account, the measuring. It's a means of exchange, and it's a store of value. Now, yes, okay, it has those three roles, but the last one is contradictory to the previous two, because this is where we see this with the Bitcoin phenomenon. If you want to hang on to money as a store of value, then if prices are falling, the value of money is rising. And it's actually in your interest to store of value to hang on to it and not spend it. So that contradicts this role as a means of exchange. Now, if you have money which depreciates, and this was actually tried in the Austrian town of Warburg during the Great Depression, if you have money that depreciates, then if you don't use it, you lose it fundamentally. So it has a high rate of circulation. So there's a monetary theorist called Silvio Gazelle, and he wrote this proposal that money should depreciate. And he was ridiculed and opposed, and he wrote a painstaking great system. And the mayor stimulate demand here. So he produced a script which could only be used for buying goods and services in Warsaw. And so it could be used to pay your local rates. But it was depreciated by putting a stamp on the money if you didn't use it. So what happened was people would pay their rates, and then they'll pay the rates using the money, so the script, so they'd use the script. And because it depreciated, you'd use it rapidly. So people were using that money as the alternative to the Austrian shilling. And the economic activity in town took off, and unemployment fell to zero. And it was an absolute miracle, and everyone loved the Rothschild experiment, and the Austrian central bank sued them for establishing an alternative to money and shut it down. Unemployment went back up to 25% again, and Austria voted, 99.6% for the Nazis. Something crazy number like that, particular Nazi. So the Rothschild experiment showed that a depreciating currency has a high rate of circulation. But of course, we're not talking Weimar Republic inflation. So when you get that much inflation, and that's normally caused by, as the Weimar inflation was caused by, the reparations terms imposed on the Germans, fundamentally by France, that was the Treaty of Versailles. They paid a large part of that with notes, and you went into this crazy period of hyperinflation. So hyperinflation almost always occurs when there's a massive destruction of the physical resources, and the monetary authority tries to take up literally over it, and then you get hyperinflation at further social breakdown. So a moderate level of inflation inspires the means of exchange usage of money, but undermines the store of value usage of money. And that dilemma is why we have this antagonistic attitude towards inflation.
Yeah, I mean, you're describing as a tension, but it's nevertheless is that money is a store of value and means of exchange. And I don't, push back not necessarily tension, it's just that depending on the dynamics. You brought up some of ours, it's used as one and the other. If there's inflation, you're using it more for the exchange, deflation, for value. I don't think there's a tension, it's just how much you use it for the
Because it ends up saying that overall, the level of effective commerce, a bit of inflation is a good thing, but that's depreciating the money slightly and encouraging its use.
Yeah, but so the argument that Bitcoin is supposed to be for both and
Yeah.
again, how do I argue? Is that having inflation of zero is actually achieving that balance.
Yeah.
So like,
So they're actually in favor of negative, but they want it to appreciate rapidly. They think of negative inflation. So the value of the money rising relative to commodities. That's what they want. That's the whole philosophy.
well, that's more of like an investment. I don't know if that.
Yeah.
That's more of an investment philosophy than the fundamental principles of why they go into cryptocurrency and the enforced scarcity for models. The concern there is that when you print money, the public policy is detached from the actual from value.
Yeah, well, you get. I mean, this is where again it matters to get money creation right, because the government's not the only money creator. Banks are as well, private banks, and if we've said too much about limiting government money creation, what we end up getting, if there is money creation going on, private banks doing it, and you get an increase in private debt, and fundamentally private debt and its collapse. There's crisis of credit when it stops growing. That's the fundamental cause of financial crisis. So,
But the question is what's the cost of the black person?
well, I think this is like the Austrian thinking leaves out debt deflation, and that's like that's one of the most important papers ever written. It was by Irving Fisher, called the debt deflation theory of Great Depression. Fisher was somebody who accepted the neoclassical vision. He wrote the efficiency market hypothesis. He had his own PhD called the theory of interest. And in that he argued effectively for supply and demand analysis of the financial system. And he argued for equilibrium. He said when you're working with a commodity market, then the sale and the transaction and the exchange occur at the same point in time. When you're working with the financial market, then the exchange occurs at different times. So he said he assumed that debts are repaid, all debts are repaid, and he assumed that equilibrium through time was an essential part of his assumption. And then the Great Depression comes along, and he has become a major shareholder in Rothschild because he invented the roller interest. And so he had taken out shares on margin, and he was worth about 100 million in modern terms when the Great Depression hit. And 90% of that was share market valuation. He'd taken out margin debt, just like everybody else did. And with margin debt, you could put down $100,000 and buy $1 million worth of shares. So you got this huge leverage debt. Now, when the financial crisis hit, the level of margin debt in America was 0.5% of GDP in 1920, 13% of GDP in 1929. It then fell to zero. That's why they got market depression 20 times so devastating. And everything wiped out. They were selling Rolls Royce for 20 quid. Now, that means literally, that's what I'm showing people doing that because the market fall. You've got to liquidate everything. Okay. So he said that the danger is the debt deflation that we have to avoid. And that means you don't want too much private debt to accumulate, and you don't want falling prices because the falling prices will amplify the impact of being insolvent to begin with. And that's what we saw in the Great Depression. It's partially what we saw in 2007, but we didn't have anything like the level of margin debt. Margin debt was reduced from 90%, 50% ratio after the Great Depression. So there were limits on how bad it was in 2007, but the danger is still the period of deflation amplifies your debts. Okay. And I call it Fisher's paradox. He didn't write those lines himself, but he wrote a line saying the more debtors pay, the more they owe. And this is because you're liquidating to try to meet your own debts. When you liquidate the price of the you will end up having a lower level of monetary debt, but a higher level of debt when you deflate it using the price level. So the biggest danger in capitalism is debt deflation. Far more dangerous than inflation.
And the cause of debt deflation is
Too much lending, too much bank lending, too much private money creation. If you take a look at the 1920s, Calvin Coolidge explained the boom of the 1920s on his surplus. He said, my government running a surplus of 1% of GDP, pretty much from 1920 through to 1930, is the foundation of our stability. It should be continued. What he didn't look at was that over that same time period, on average, Americans were borrowing 5% of GDP per year from private banks. So you had a housing bubble at the beginning of the 1920s, which Richard Day covered beautifully in the brief history of doom. And then you had a huge rise in margin debt as well, gigantic increase in margin debt. So all this borrowed money was being spent to the economy, where credit becomes part of aggregate demand, and it's both not just for goods and services, but also for shares, houses, and so on. So a huge valuation effect. But then when the margin debt turned around, people would not take up margin debt anymore. The demand for margin debt disappeared, and then it was what we call badly positive feedback, but it's actually an amplified feedback loop. And I call it the flat.
so what element of that today that we need to take that?
We have to regard the level of private debt as a target for economic policy just as much as the rate of inflation or the rate of unemployment.
What is the moderate amount of private debt that's good?
I would say something that's anywhere between 30 and 70% of GDP.
What is it currently?
In America, it's 170% of GDP. I've got after we talk, but I can show you the data in this. And it is just this huge increase in private debt that caused, first of all, but then financing the credit often causes this problem. And so if we remove the rate level which debt can reach, and we start speculative lending and base capital lending for both innovation, investment, and essential consumption items, we won't have a slump on the other side. We can get rid of financial financial instability. We can't stop financial cycles, but we can stop financial breakdown.
So we should really be hopefully getting that.
Yeah.
By the way, as you point to your laptop, my laptop, I have a lot of them done. You know, so I have quite a lot of them, but my little purpose, whatever the heck this thing is, the team is definitely assigned that. My laptop says 18.4 inches. You know, I don't think I've ever seen one that big. All right, that's for the graphics. For the game network laptop. It's a desktop laptop. It probably weighs like 40 pounds.
It was
I have to
you reckon 8 or you see the power supply source? Somewhere. The power supply goes about 5 times to fill that size.
yeah, it is as if powered on the train.
Pretty close.
So that's cool. Is it gas powered or is it coal? Or
I think it's a nuclear power station.
nuclear? Yeah.
Nuclear diamonds and that.
Okay, so let me before I forget, let me ask you about we covered earlier the nuanced disagreements we have with institutions, but there's also like you mentioned probably in Discord, a kind of distorted use of different terms. One of them is Rothschild
Yeah.
today. Is there anything you just speak to about increased use of that word and is it misused? Is it concerning? There's a lot of young people that say that probably Marxists
Yeah.
are they misusing the term?
They are definitely misusing the term if they don't understand the use value, exchange value, dialectic I went through earlier.
So they
don't.
Exactly because the idea of socialism and Marxism is used in popular lingo. Basically, a lot of people have a disproportionately hard life. Why can't we help them out? Why can't we be kind? That's a short embodiment of an idea. It's a complicated, elaborate model of economy and politics.
Yeah. I mean, we could do that by using the insights and that is modern money, which I confirm just using one simple insight. And that is that to use the term, you see the picture, not a dark. The government running a deficit is a feature of a well-functioning mixed fiat credit economy, not a bug. The government should normally run a deficit because that's how the government creates money. And because we've had this obsession through mainstream economists of running a surplus, which is what caused the Great Depression, government was during its great years. Because of that obsession, we've cut back on social services, we've cut back on health, we've cut back on education, we've cut back on infrastructure. Now all that stuff predominantly affects the poor, because the rich can afford to buy themselves. So if we have those things, I mean, we've realised the government should run a deficit. It's a feature, not a bug, of the money system. And that's where Elon's made one mistake recently. Okay, I'm not going back to common first principles. That deficit enables you to provide enough of a decent standard of living for those who don't come out on top in the capitalist game. And with that, you wouldn't have the angst of the young people. Now, we still have the climate parameters within which we have to survive. But a decent level of government funding would mean the angst we get is say I want to be a Marxist. And they've got what I call a cardboard cutout version of Marxism in mind. That wouldn't be happening. So it's potential to have a good society where the government runs a deficit that finances the needs of the poor, where the rich get enough to indulge and take care of themselves. And you don't get this breakdown. If you try to cause the government running a surplus, then the burden that is borne by the poor is middle class and poor, and that will lead to the angst we're now seeing.
Beautiful. That was high school. World for desperation. Let me ask you what you tweeted, I think.
Yeah.
We are the opposite of AMP. Individually intelligent, collectively sophisticated. We need to develop systems thinking fast on a conversation.
Now,
You don't think that you don't think that's a catalyst for intelligence?
yeah, it is a catalyst, but what it means is we can delude ourselves as much as we can inform ourselves. So, because we share beliefs, we can do things in a collective way. And if we believe that we can take the incantations of the good doctors, and we happen to have a couple of fears and things, we can go and attack the local private lions and drive them out. We become the dominant species. So it worked at the stage where we were in competition with other species. Now that we're the dominant species, then our beliefs get in the way.
Do you agree with Einstein that there are only two things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity? And you wasn't sure about these, right? That's right. You wasn't sure about these. Yeah, but you think that there's an infinity to the destructive and the stupid or inhumane that's possible. But it feels like there's more trajectory, there's more possibilities for creation.
There are. I think that's why we have to. If we were built around the idea that our role as a species is to maintain and extend life on the planet, and if not find it elsewhere, then seed it elsewhere, then that is the vision which makes us creative and finds the worst elements of our capacity to share beliefs. So that's what my hope is, that we'll reach that stage. But I think we've overshot it so badly that my real fear is we'll end up blaming technology for the type of world we find ourselves living in the next 20 to 50 years.
So you think technology is going to be one of the part of the solution?
Part of the solution. If we go through and blame it, which is quite possible, if we blame the technology rather than blaming too much of the technology and there's too much down what communists told us, that we can just continue consuming infinitely on a finite planet. And Kenneth Bolden said that beautifully. He said if somebody believes that you can have exponential growth on a finite planet, they're either mad or they're in a coma.
So you made a long journey to work on People Island from
Sydney,
the distant place.
the activities.
Like you missed.
You've got to go there one day. You didn't do it.
I will. I'm afraid that if I go there, I'll stay forever. So
No, it's mystery. There's more vitality back in the so you come back.
I'm not a fan of economy or money or any of that. Nature calls. Let me. I'm honored to make that trip. You've also said that you're here in Australia. Go to American factories that make cars more often, and also visit Saudi. Let me ask you about getting on it. Is that something that excites you?
Yeah,
What about the economics of it? Do you think, what do you think the Drew wants to think about it? Economically, what is this? Is it a good thing?
I think it's vital. If we can have capitalism in outer space far more successfully than we can have it on the planet, because we don't face when we dump the waste ends up in the sun. It's not a problem. So it means the potential. We don't undermine our own productive capacity if we're doing it in outer space.
But the constructive element of waste is
Yes, we throw a bit of our mind back into the sun. We take a fair bit of it and turn it into what we do the next stage of the red drive. And we have to get away, because if there's a red giant at some stage, the sun will head out past the orbit of Mars, I think, certainly past the orbit of Earth. So to have longevity of not just human life, the life that evolved on this planet, we have to be able to take it off. So if you think of the really long term, then it's our responsibility to kind of maintain life is to establish life off the planet.
what do you think about robots and AI? Part of it.
Oh yeah, we have to. I mean, that ends later. You can't go for your daily joint can't be from here to the asteroid belt and back again to dinner with your family. So the production would be entirely mechanized. That you have to be a handful of people to service the machines. But
That's about production and automation. What about element consciousness that makes it special? What about that persisting?
that, I mean, I'm still a skeptic about it. There rate of profit applies in socialism. It will apply the rate of accumulation in capital. It will apply the rate of socialism. That's why a guy called Philippe to make that argument. So his argument was just thumbs down. But yeah, intelligent machines would completely screw up. So,
Yeah.
but
Do you not like that world where machines have not only intelligence but
the
thought?
yeah. And I know that's one of your interests, one of your endeavors. And it's occurred to a lot of you that there's some singularity we're approaching as we just get increasing processing power. It's not processing power, it's imagination. And I think
Whatever the heck that means.
whatever the heck that means, yeah. I mean, you would have had imaginative insight for your papers on, like in automating motoring between the hyper intelligent machine or the machine human interface where the standards will be lower for the machine and higher for the human. Okay, that's an insight you would have had at some point, and then you've worked it further. So I've had insights like that as well, and I have no idea where they come from. Hit me in the head, and I write them down, and they solve the problem. So I didn't even know my mind was working. So how can we get a machine to do that? And I do not know the answer, but one thing I think is the potential. I think if you have to create AI that has feelings, AI that wants to survive, because if you think how our intelligence evolved, it's on this planet in a struggle between predator and prey, and intelligence became a survival technique.
I find the idea of the learning factors now definitely powerful. It's just that humans will not only have emotions and are trying to survive, they're able to ponder out in the distant future their mortality.
Yeah.
And that is a driving force for even greater creation than animals are able to do.
Yeah.
More primitive animals. So there is some element where I agree with you. I think for AI systems to have something like consciousness, they have to fear their mortality.
Exactly. And I think that if you do it, then you can't produce an AI whose behavior you can control.
I mean, when you have kids,
Yeah.
you can't control their behavior. That's the trade-off.
You give birth to an animal. Yeah. Like one of my favorite instances in my family life was one of my favorite, one of my, I like all my nieces and nephews, but one's got a real quirk to her. And I was standing over the clock when she was literally like about 6 months old, and she was gurgling away to herself. And the father waved his finger and said, "Stop making that noise." And this little 6 months old girl, and I said, "Boy, you're going to have issues with that one, mate."
Yeah.
And she had her kids was born. Yeah, and so you can't control the life you give birth to, and that's I think it's sort of terrifying. It is. And I think we should take that risk at some stage. But I think to do it, we would actually let artificial intelligence involved in an environment in which it is death.
I think there's a lot of beauty there, but there's also
A lot of fear.
a lot of destruction that's possible. So you have to be extremely careful about it. That's kind of the cutting edge at which we all often operate in today. Let me ask you for advice. Can you give advice to young people in high school, college? Maybe they're interested in economics. Maybe they have other career ideas. What advice would you give them about a career they can have that they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of?
Mainly in a career I say don't do an economics degree. I say you could
There's a little book,
econ comics.
Econ Comics, taking the con out of economics. They should start with that, and then say do it for an economics degree.
Yeah, because what you learn is an obsolete technology. Learning economics at the university is like learning to make astronomy. Okay, third century equilibrium, heavy cycles being added to making models with the data.
So it's not that economics is not a discipline for deeply study. It's that the university education around
It's
economics
so bad.
is bad.
Yeah. So I say learn system dynamics. Do a course in system dynamics which you can apply in any field, and then apply what you learn out of system dynamics to the issues of economics. That's what interests you.
To get a sort of base engineering
Yeah.
education.
The basic decade or so, I went to a restaurant one night and I found a bunch of guys, all guys, who'd done accounting at the university, but also been part of the student revolt. So they hadn't seen me for about a decade, and they said, "What have you been doing, Steve?" And I talked about what I'd done. So I've been a school teacher for a while. I've been working overseas aid. I was doing computer programming at the time, and I've forgotten what else I was doing at that point. So I explained it to all of them, and they were at a bucks night. One of them having a wedding coming up the next week, and one of them said, "I wish I'd done that." And there was silence around the table. It was obviously silent agreement. And I looked at them and said, "Hang on, guys. Look at the downside of my life. You're getting married. I don't have a girlfriend right now. You've all got secure jobs. I'm unemployed. You own a house. Haven't got a car. Look at the downside of my life." And the bloke who was the kingpin of that group, a very innovative bunch of guys in the student revolt, but he said, "Steve, we would still all rather have done what you have done." And they did accounting because it was safe. Always get a job, and they were poor shepherds.
Did you have a sense that the chaos you're always jumping into is dangerous, or was it just a full of his head?
I simply couldn't not do it. There was part of me that I couldn't follow this economics stuff. Once I was exposed to why I was so wrong, then I was on a crusade to make it right. And that's been part of my nature all through my life and in my life. So it wasn't that I made a choice to do it, it's that I couldn't be true to myself without doing it. And I find a lot of people get caught in life where they're doing it because it works for some financial or other reason, but they're not being true to themselves. And as messy as my life is, much shit I've got myself caught up in, and there's a lot of that in my personal and financial life right now, which is a pain in the ass. I would rather have had that nature than not.
You would rather take the pain in the ass.
Yep. Yep.
Let me ask the dark question. What's the darkest place you ever gone? So in all that roller coaster of life, have there ever been periods where
I've had to cope with depression in the last 5 years. Since I started reading, I was reading neoclassical economists on climate change. I'll come back to that one. So that's where my wife's going to come to this story. So I was reading Richard Toll on a paper from 2009 called The Economics of Climate Change, Journal of Economic Perspectives, I think. And I read this section where he says that one of the ways they try to calibrate what climate change will do is they assume that the relationship between GDP and temperature over space would apply to time as well. And I read that and thought that is so fucking stupid. Because all it's saying is that if there's a 10-degree temperature difference between New York and Florida and a 20% difference in income, then a 10-degree increase in temperature will cause GDP by fall by 20%. It is so insanely stupid. So when I read that line, I just did this. I was in shock at how stupid it was. My wife, who's Thai and brings in treats to me all day, walks into the room and says, and she speaks in staccato English. Why do you like this? And I said, I'm just doing this work on climate change. And she interrupted. She said, "Oh, why do you do that stuff? Nobody's interested in climate change. You can't do anything to change it. If we die, we die." And that's perfect Buddhist grounding, And I thought, well, I can't argue with her again. So that sort of stopped me on the depression. But that's the darkest point when I looked at it and I thought this arrogance, this stupidity, this humbug in the economists meant that we were potentially jeopardizing the lives of billions of people, and Christ knows how many other lives were. And having that knowledge is the most depressing experience of my life.
that idea, simple model that combined with arrogance can lead to the potential destruction of the civilization.
Yeah.
That was a very heavy. And then your wife came in with
It broke me out of it.
nature loses me.
Yeah, and that's
Sort of accept the flow of life.
You really enjoy that book, The Earth Survives, because it's got that same beautiful sense to it. Life will survive whatever we do. I mean, we talk about people. I was actually talking with a good mate of mine, an ex-geologist, and he's now a professor of economics. And he said, as a geologist, he really hated talking about the Anthropocene people. And I meteors wiping out the dinosaurs, but dinosaurs lasted for a long time after that event. So we're like we'd just be a layer in the surface of the planet with plastic, strange metals like that at some point. So we're just life will evolve, life will survive us. But there's so much life we're going to take down with us in this whole period, and there's so many of our own lives we're going to terminate for no good reason.
I'm looking at this Richard Call character. I'll definitely post this in the paper. It does look like, boy, is he oversimplifying it into a lot.
Oh my God! Particularly one on how good it'll be to lose Amon.
That said, I'm going to approach all of these topics with humility, and I would like to have some conversation that people can recommend. My default position is always with scientists, but even above that, my default position is with those who are humble versus those who are arrogant.
Yeah.
This idea that because you're quote unquote expert, you deserve to have arrogance is a silly idea to me. Again, going to the broader view of life on Earth.
Yep.
Nature's the only one that gets to be arrogant, and it chooses not to. So, let me ask you about love. What role does love play in this whole thing? Did Karl Marx have a model for that?
Oh, Marx was madly in love with Jenny von Rothschild, and wrote love poetry to her long before he wrote Doesn't Have a Tongue. And he was infatuated with her. He ended up also impregnating his housekeeper. So there's the son of Karl Marx, who was the son of the housekeeper, not Jenny. There are numerous daughters.
So he was he had a complicated view of love.
Oh yeah.
There's a dialectic of love there.
He had an idealistic view with Jenny, and like he was rejected because he wasn't not by Jenny. She was madly in love with him as well. So it was a real passionate love affair from the very outset. But then, of course, we have children. Lots of them die. There's a huge amount of tragedy in his life as well. He and Jenny were forced out of Chelsea by an epidemic. And my vision for London back in the 1850s and 60s was Calcutta. In the 1970s, that's really what life was like. So there's a lot of hardship in his life as well. And he was always poor. So, only Engels kept him alive financially. He applied for one job outside he never got an academic job. He was pushed out of Russia as a newspaper author. But he also, he applied for a job as a clerk in the British railway system. It turned out that he couldn't read his handwriting. So, I think I've got a bit similar there. So yeah, there's a lot of love and passion.
But in general, what do you think is the role of love in this condition?
It's vital. It's, that feeling of passionate desire and respect for somebody else. And there's perverted forms of love as well, so I'll leave that out. But somebody having a really deep bond which goes beyond just sexual attraction. I've had that 4 or 5 times in my life with different women at different times. And I stuffed up the most important one very early on. And that feeling is incredible. And you couldn't have life worth living without that. So it's an essential part of who we are. But what we have to do is transfer it not just to the rest of our species, but to all species. And that's, I think, what's vital. And how do we maintain that over generations? And I think that idea that we can actually hang on to that general sense of respect and not lose it again. Because the amount of life was terminated on this planet, the warlike side of humanity, that is too much of a defining feature of our species. It's the opposite of what is hate. But it's pleasure and inflicting pain on others when you see people killing others in a warlike environment. They're enjoying themselves. mean, I'm agnostic. I'm atheist when first agnostic. The one thing that I think I can understand why religion exists is that the whole thing that something exists is itself a dilemma. If you have to take on faith that reality exists, whether it's simulation or actual reality, it exists. And that itself can't be explained in any scientific manner. I mean, you can talk about antiprotons and protons and something, zero and so on. But why did it even happen in the first place? So there's parts you simply have to take on faith.
So there was darkness before.
We don't know.
And there's darkness after.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to be alive on the other side of that darkness. I think individually, no. But the way you can live on is by what you do in consciousness.
How do you hope people remember you?
As someone who managed to integrate economics with an appreciation for life.
Well, I have to say, it's a bit of a callback. You're one deadly bastard. It's a huge honor that you would come down and talk to me. You're a brilliant person. You're a hilarious person. The humility shines through, the brilliance shines through. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Lex. You do the same for humanity. I mean, when I saw that email from you, my eyes popped out of my head.
Well, you should hold your judgment. I gotta show you the sex dungeon I have.
I'm waiting for an invitation. I'll send my wife over.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Right. Okay.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with me. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx. Be radical to grasp things within reason. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Let me ask you this question: whether it's bell curve or any research on race differences, can that be used to increase the amount of racism in the world? Can that be used to increase the amount of hate in the world?
My sense is there is such enormous reservoirs of hate and racism that have nothing to do with scientific knowledge of the data that speak against that. That no, I don't want to give racist groups a veto power over what science is studying.
The following is a conversation with Richard Heyer on the science of human intelligence. This is a highly controversial topic, but a critically important one for understanding the human mind. I hope you will join me in not shying away from difficult topics like this, and instead, let us try to navigate it with empathy, rigor, and grace. If you're watching this on video now, I should mention that I'm recording this introduction in an undisclosed location somewhere in the world. I'm safe and happy, and life is beautiful. This is a Lux Freedom Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Richard Heyer. What are the measures of human intelligence? How do we measure it?
Everybody has an idea of what they mean by intelligence. In the vernacular, what I mean by intelligence is just being smart, how well you reason, how well you figure things out, what you do when you don't know what to do. Those are just kind of everyday common sense definitions of how people use the word intelligence. If you want to do research on intelligence, measuring something that you can study scientifically is a little trickier. And what almost all researchers who study intelligence use is the concept called the G factor, general intelligence. And that is what is common. That is a mental ability that is common to virtually all tests of mental abilities.
What's the origin of the term G-factor? It's such a funny word, such a fundamental human thing.
The general factor, I really started with Charles Spearman. And he noticed, this is like, more than 100 years ago, he noticed that when you tested people with different tests, all the tests when he used it to look at student performance on various topics, he found that all the scores were correlated with each other, and they were all positive correlations. So he inferred from this that there must be some common factor that was irrespective of the content of the test.
And positive correlation means if you do well on the first test, you're likely to do well on the second test, and presumably that holds for tests across even disciplines. So not within subjects, but across subjects. So that's where the general comes in. Something about general intelligence. So when you were talking about measuring intelligence and trying to figure out something difficult about this world and how to solve the puzzles of this world, that means generally, not some specific test, but across all tests.
Absolutely right. And people get hung up on this because they say, well, what about the ability to do X? Isn't that independent? And they said, I know somebody who's very good at this, but not so good at this. There's other things. Yeah. And so there are a lot of examples like that, but it's a general tendency. So exceptions really don't disprove. Your everyday experience is not the same as what the data actually show. And your everyday experience, when you say, oh, I know someone who's good at X, but not so good at Y, that doesn't contradict the statement about it. He's not so good, but he's not the opposite. It's not a negative correlation.
Okay, so we're not our anecdotal data. I know a guy who's really good at solving some kind of visual thing. That's not sufficient for us to understand actually the depth of that person's intelligence. So, how this idea of G factor, how much evidence is there? How strong, given across the decades that this idea has been around, how much has it been held up that there is a universal sort of horsepower of intelligence that's underneath all of it, all the different tests we do to try to get to this thing in the depths of the human mind that's the universal stable measure of the person's intelligence.
You used a couple of words,
Yeah.
stable.
Are you have to be precise with words?
Well,
I hope you can get away with being poetic.
we can't. And there's a lot about research in general, not just intelligence research, that is poetic. Science has a phonetic aspect to it. I mean, good scientists are very intuitive. They're not just, hey, these are the numbers. You have to kind of step back and see the big picture. When it comes to intelligence research, you ask, how well has this general concept held up? And I think I can say, without fear of being empirically contradicted, that it is the most replicated finding in all of psychology. Now, some cynics may say, well, big deal, psychology. We all know there's a replication crisis in psychology, and a lot of this stuff doesn't replicate. That's all true. There is no replication crisis when it comes to studying the existence of this general factor. Let me tell you some things about it. It looks like it's universal as you find it in all cultures. The way you find it, step back one step, the way you find it is to give a battery of mental tests. What battery you choose? Take a battery of any mental test you want, give it to a large number of diverse people, and you will be able to extract statistically the commonality of all those tests. Done by a technique called factor analysis. People think that this may be a statistical artifact of some kind. It's not a statistical artifact.
What is factor analysis?
Factor analysis is a way of looking at a big set of data that look at the correlation of the different test scores and then find empirically the clusters of scores that go together. And there are different factors. So if you have a bunch of mental tests, there may be a verbal factor, there may be a numerical factor, there may be a visual spatial factor, but those factors have variance in common with each other. And that is common, that's what's common among all the tests, and that's what's labeled the G factor. So if you give a diverse battery of mental tests, and you anything else. You don't know how to increase the G factor.
Okay, you said a lot of really interesting things there. So, first, just to get people used to it in case they're not familiar with this idea, G factor is what we mean. So often there's that this term used, IQ, which is the way IQ is used. They really mean G factor in regular conversation. The way, what we mean by IQ, we mean intelligence, and what we mean by intelligence is general intelligence. General intelligence in the human mind, from a psychology, from a serious, rigorous scientific perspective, actually means G factor. The G factor equals intelligence. Just in this conversation, defined term. Okay, so there's this stable thing called G factor. You said now factor. You said factor many times means a measure that's potentially could be reduced to a single number across the different factors you mentioned. And what you said it counts for half-ish. It counts for half-ish of what? Of variance across a different set of tests. So if you do for some reason well on some set of tests, what does that mean? So that means there's some unique capabilities outside of the G factor that might account for that. And what are those? What else is there besides the raw horsepower of the engine inside your mind that generates intelligence?
There are test-taking skills. There are specific abilities. Someone might be particularly good at mathematical things, mathematical concepts, even simple arithmetic. Some people are much better than others. You might know people who can memorize, and short-term memory is another component of this. Short-term memory is one of the cognitive processes that's most highly correlated with the G factor.
So all those things like memory, test-taking skills account for variability across the test performances. But you can run, but you can't hide from the thing that God gave you, the genetics. Uh, so that G factor, science says that G factor is there. Each one of us has.
Each one of us has a G factor.
Oh boy,
Some have more than others.
it's getting uncomfortable already.
Well, IQ is a score, and an IQ score is a very good estimate of the G factor. You can't measure G directly. There's no direct measure. You estimate it from these statistical techniques. But an IQ score is a good estimate. Why? Because a standard IQ test is a battery of different mental abilities. You combine it into one score, and that score is highly correlated with the G factor, even if you get better scores on some subtests than others. Because again, it's what's common to all these mental abilities.
So a good IQ test, I'll ask you about that. A good IQ test tries to compress down that battery of tests. Like tries to get a nice battery, a nice selection of variable tests into one test. And so in that way, it sneaks up to the G factor. And that's another interesting thing about G factor. Now first of all, you have a great book on the neuroscience of intelligence, a great course, when I first learned. You're a good teacher. Just so good. Your course, the teaching company, if I'm saying that correctly,
The intelligent brain.
the intelligent brain, is when I first heard about this G factor, this mysterious thing that lurks in the darkness that we cannot quite shine a light on. We're trying to sneak up on. So the fact that there's this stable measure of intelligence, you can't measure directly, but you can come up with a battery test or one test that includes a battery of variable type of questions that can reliably or attempt to estimate in a stable way that G factor. That's a fascinating, yeah. So for me as an AI person, it's fascinating. It's fascinating there's something stable like that about the human mind, especially if it's grounded in genetics It's both fascinating that as a researcher of the human mind and all the human psychological, sociological, ethical questions that are arising, it makes me uncomfortable. But truth can be uncomfortable.
You know, I get that a lot about being uncomfortable talking about this. Let me go back and just say one more empirical thing. Uh, it doesn't matter which battery of tests you use. So there are countless tests. You can take any 12 of them at random, extract the G factor, and another 12 at random and extract the G factor. And those G factors will be highly correlated, like over 0.9. That's very, so it is a ubiquitous. It doesn't depend on the content of the test. It is general among all those tests of mental ability. And tests of mental abilities include things like, geez, playing poker. Your skill at poker is not unrelated to G. Your skill at anything that requires reasoning and thinking, any spelling, arithmetic, more complex things, this concept is ubiquitous. And when you do batteries of tests in different cultures, you get the same thing.
So this says something interesting about the human mind, that is computer designed to be general. So that means you can, so it's not easily made to specialize. Meaning, if you're going to be good at one thing, Miyamoto Musashi has this quote. He's an ancient warrior, famous in the Book of Five Rings in the martial arts world. And the quote goes, "If you know the way broadly, you will see it in everything." Meaning, if you do one thing, it's going to generalize to everything. And that's an interesting thing about the human mind. So that's what the G factor reveals. Okay, so what's the difference, if you can elaborate a little bit further, between IQ and G factor, just because it's a source of confusion for people?
IQ is a score. People use the word IQ to mean intelligence, but IQ has a more technical meaning for people who work in the field. And it's an IQ score on a test that estimates the G factor. And the G factor is what's common among all these tests of mental ability. So if you think about, it's not a Venn diagram, but I guess you could make a Venn diagram out of it. But the G factor would be really at the core. What's common to everything. And what IQ scores do is they allow a rank order of people on the score. And this is what makes people uncomfortable. This is where there's a lot of controversy about whether IQ tests are biased toward any one group or another. And a lot of the answers to these questions are very clear, but they also have a technical aspect of it that's not so easy to explain.
Well, we'll talk about the fascinating and the difficult things about all of this. But so, by the way, when you say rank order, that means you get a number. That means one person you can now compare. Like you can say that this other person is more intelligent than me.
Well, what you can say is IQ scores are interpreted really as percentiles. So that if you have an IQ of 140, somebody else has 70, the metric is such that you cannot say the person with an IQ of 140 is twice as smart as a person with an IQ of 70. That would require a ratio scale with an absolute zero. I may think you know people with zero intelligence, but in fact, there is no absolute zero on an IQ scale. It's relative to other people. So relative to other people, somebody with an IQ score of 140 is in the upper less than 1%, whereas somebody with an IQ of 70 is two standard deviations below the mean. That's a different percentile.
It's similar to, like in chess, you have an ELO rating that's designed to rank order people. So you can't say it's twice. One person, if your ELO rating is say about the number itself?
Uh,
Is that stable across tests and so on, or no?
there are a number of statistical properties that we test. They're called psychometric properties. You have validity, you have reliability. There's many different kinds of reliability. They all essentially measure stability. And IQ tests are stable within an individual. There are some longitudinal studies where children were measured at age 11, and again when they were 70 years old, and the two IQ scores are highly correlated with each other. This comes from a fascinating study from Scotland. In the 1930s, some researchers decided to get an IQ test on every single child age 11 in the whole country, and they did. And those records were discovered in an old storeroom at the University of Edinburgh by a friend of mine in Missouri. Found the records, digitized them, and has done a lot of research on the people who are still alive today from that original study, including brain research. Really, it's a fascinating group of people who were studying. Not to get ahead of the story, but one of the most interesting things they found is a very strong relationship between IQ measured at age 11 and mortality. So that, in the 70 years later, they looked at the survival rate, and they could get death records from everybody. Scotland has universal health care for everybody. And it turned out if you divide people by their age 11 IQ score into quartiles, and then look at how many people are alive 70 years later, I know this is in the book, I have the graph in the book, but there are essentially twice as many people alive in the highest IQ quartile than the lowest IQ quartile. It's true in men and women. So it makes a big difference. Now, why this is the case is not so clear, since everyone had access to health care.
Well, there's a lot, and we'll talk about it. Just the sentences we use now could be explained by nature or nurture. We don't know. There's a lot of science and dig in and investigate that question. But let me linger on the IQ test. How are the tests designed? IQ tests designed? How do they work? Maybe some examples for people who are not aware. What makes a good IQ test question that sneaks up on this G factor?
Well, your question is interesting because you want me to give examples of items that make good items. And what makes a good item is not so much its content, but its empirical relationship to the total score that turns out to be valid by other means. So, for example, let me give you an odd example from personality testing. So there's a personality test called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI. Been around for decades.
I've heard about this test recently because of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. I don't know if you've been paying attention to that. But they
I have not been paying attention to it.
They had psychologists on the stand, and they were talking. Apparently, those psychologists did. Again, I'm learning so much from this trial. They did different a battery of tests to diagnose personality disorders. Apparently, there's that systematic way of doing so, and Minnesota one of the ones that there's the most science. There's a lot of great papers which were all continuously cited on the stand, which is fascinating to watch. Sorry, a little bit of a
That's okay. I mean, this is interesting because you're right. It's been around for decades. There's a lot of scientific research on the psychometric properties of the test, including what it predicts with respect to different categories of personality disorder. But what I want to mention is the content of the items on that test. All of the items are essentially true-false items. True or false, I prefer a shower to a bath. True or false, I think Lincoln was a better president than Washington. Well, what have all these? Well, what does that have to do? And the point is the content of these items. Nobody knows why these items in aggregate predict anything, but empirically they do. It's a technique of choosing items for a test that is called dust bowl empiricism. That the content doesn't matter, but there is, for some reason, when you get a criterion group of people with this disorder and you compare them to people without that disorder, these are the items that distinguish. Irrespective of content, it's a hard concept to grasp.
Well, first of all, it's fascinating, but because I consider myself part psychologist because I love human robot interaction. And that's a problem. Half of that problem is a psychology problem because there's a human. So designing these tests to get at the question is the fascinating part. Like, how do you get to like what does dust bowl empiricism refer to? Does it refer to the final result? Yeah. So it's the test of dust bowl empiricism. But how do you arrive at the battery of questions? I presume one of the things, now again, I'm going to the excellent testimony in that trial, they explain, because it also they explain that a bunch of the questions to kind of make you forget that you're taking a test, like it makes it very difficult for you to somehow figure out what you're supposed to answer.
Yeah, called social desirability. But we're getting a little far afield because I only wanted to give that example of dust bowl empiricism. When we talk about the items on an IQ test, many of those items in the dust bowl empiricism method have no face validity. In other words, they don't look like they measure anything. Yes. Whereas most intelligence tests, the items actually look like they're measuring some mental ability. So here's one of
So you were bringing that up as an example as what it is not.
yes.
Got it.
Okay. So I don't want to go too far afield on that.
Too far afield is actually one of the names of this podcast. So,
Oh.
so I should mention that.
Far afield.
Far afield. Yeah. So anyway, sorry. So they feel the questions look like they pass the face validity test.
And some more than others. So, for example, let me give you a couple of things here. One of the subtests on the standard IQ test is general information. Let me just think a little bit because I don't want to give you the actual item. But if I said, how far is it between Washington, D.C. and Miami, Florida? Within 500 miles, plus or minus. You know, it's not a fact most people memorize, but you know something about geography. You say, well, I flew there once, I know planes fly 500 miles. You know, you can kind of make an estimate. But it also seems like it would be very cultural, so there's that kind of general information. Then there's vocabulary test. What does Wagata mean? And I choose that word because that word was removed from the IQ test because people complained that disadvantaged people would not know that word just from their everyday life. Okay. Here's another example from a different kind of subtest.
What's regatta, by the way?
A regatta is
I think I'm
like
just
a sailing competition, a competition with boats. Not necessarily sailing, but competition.
Yep. Yeah, probably disadvantaged in that way. Okay, excellent. So that was removed. Okay, as you were saying.
Okay. So now here's another subtest. I'm going to repeat a string of numbers, and when I'm done, I want you to repeat them back to me. Ready? 7, 4, 2, 8, 1, 6.
That's 7, 4, 2, 8, 1, 6.
You get the idea. Now the actual test starts with a smaller number, like 2 numbers, and then if people get it right, just keep going, adding to the string of numbers until they can't do it anymore. Okay, but now try this. I'm going to say some numbers. And when I'm done, I want you to repeat them to me backwards. I quit. Okay. Now, so I gave you some examples of the kind of items on my toothbrush.
Yes.
General information. General information, vocabulary, digit span forward and digit span backward.
Well, you said I can't even remember that. That's a good question for me. What does memory have to do with
Okay,
it?
well, let's hold on. So
Okay, all right.
let's just talk about these examples. Now, some of those items seem very cultural, and others seem less cultural. Which ones do you think scores on which subtests are most highly correlated with the G factor?
Well, the intuitive answer is less cultural.
Well, it turns out vocabulary is highly correlated, and it turns out that digit span backwards is highly correlated.
How do you figure?
Now you have decades of research to answer the question, how do you think?
Right. So now there's like good research that gives you intuition about what kind of questions get at it. Just like there's something I've done, I've actually used for research just to make a common equal, like whether humans are paying attention. There's a body of literature that does like NBAC test, for example. We have to um, put workload on the brain to do recall, memory recall, and that helps you kind of put some work onto the brain while the person's doing some other tasks. There's some interesting research for that. But that's loading the memory. So there's like research around stately what that means about the human mind. And here you're saying recall backwards. This is a good predictor.
The transformation.
Yeah, so you have to do some like you have to load that into your brain and not just remember it, but do something with it.
Right. Here's another example of a different kind of test called the Hick paradigm, and it's not verbal at all. It's a little box, and there are a series of lights arranged in a semicircle at the top of the box. And then there's a home button that you press. And when one of the lights goes on, there's a button next to each of those lights. You take your finger off the home button and you just press the button next to the light that goes on. And so it's a very simple reaction time. The light goes on, as quick as you can, you press the button. And you get a reaction time. From the moment you lift your finger off the button to when you press the button where the light is. That reaction time doesn't really correlate with time. But if you change the instructions and you say, 3 lights are going to come on simultaneously, I want you to press the button next to the light that's furthest from the other 2. So maybe lights 1 and 2 go on and light 6 goes on simultaneously. If you take your finger off and you press the button by light 6. That reaction to a more complex task, not really hard. Almost everybody gets it all right. But your reaction times to that is highly correlated with the G factor.
This is fascinating. So reaction time, so the temporal aspect to this. So what role does
Speed of
time?
processing. The speed of processing.
Is this also true for ones that take longer than 5, 10, 30 seconds? Is time part of the measure?
Yes. And that is why some of the best IQ tests have a time limit. Because if you have no time limit, people can do better. But it doesn't distinguish among people that well. So that adding the time element is important. So speed of information processing. Reaction time is a measure of speed of information processing. Turns out to be related to the G factor.
But the G factor only accounts for maybe half or some amount of the test performance. For example, I get pretty bad test anxiety. Like I was never I just don't enjoy tests. I enjoy going back to my cave and working. Like I've always enjoyed homework way more than tests. No matter how hard the homework is, because I can go back to the cave, hide away, and think deeply. There's something about being watched and having a time limit that really makes me anxious, and I can just see the mind not operating optimally at all. But you're saying underneath it, there's still a little G factor. There's still,
No, no question.
boy,
And if you get anxious taking the test, many people say, "Well, I didn't do well because I'm anxious." You know, I hear that a lot. Well, fine. If you're really anxious during the test, the score will be a bad estimate of your G factor.
yeah,
Doesn't mean the G factor isn't there. And by the way, standardized tests like the SAT, they're essentially intelligence tests. They are highly G-weighted. Now, the people who make the SAT don't want to mention that for obvious. They have enough trouble justifying standardized testing, but the quality of the intelligence test is really beyond the pale. But in fact, it's so highly correlated because it's a reasoning test. The SAT is a reasoning test, verbal reasoning, mathematical reasoning.
yeah.
And if it's a reasoning test, it has to be related to G. But if people go in and take a standardized test, whether it's an IQ test or the SAT, and they happen to be sick that day with 102 fever, the score is not going to be a good estimate of their G. If they retake the test and they're not anxious, or less anxious, or don't have a fever, the score will go up, and that will be a better estimate. But you can't say their G factor increased between the two tests.
Well, it's interesting. So the question is, how wide of the battery of tests is required to estimate the G factor well? Because I'll give you my personal example. I took the SAT and I think we called it ACT when I was also. I took SAT many times. Every single time I got a perfect on math. And verbal, the time limit on the verbal made me very anxious. I did not, I mean, part of it was speaking English very well, but honestly, it was like you're supposed to remember stuff. And like, I was so anxious. And like, as I'm reading, I'm sweating. I can't, you know, that feeling you have when you're reading a book and you just read a page and you know nothing about what you've read because you zoned out. That's the same feeling of like, yeah, I have to. You're like, let's read and understand, and that anxiety is like, yeah, and you start seeing like the typography versus the content of the words. Like that was, I don't. It's interesting because uh, I know that what they're measuring, I can see it being correlated to something, but that anxiety or some aspect of the performance um, sure plays a factor, and I wonder how you sneak up in a stable way. I mean, this is a broader discussion about that's like standardized testing. How you sneak up, how you get. That's the fact that I'm super anxious and still nevertheless measure some aspect of my tongue. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if you can say into that. That time was sure the pain.
Well, let me say this. There are two ways to approach the very real problem, as you say, that some people just get anxious or not good test takers. By the way, part of testing is you know the answer, you figure out the answer, or you can't. If you don't know the answer, there are many reasons you don't know the answer at that particular moment. You may have learned it once and forgotten it. It may be on the tip of your tongue and you just can't get it because you're anxious about the time limit. You may never have learned it. You may have been exposed to it, but it was too complicated and you couldn't learn it. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons here. But for an individual to interpret your scores as an individual, whoever is interpreting the score has to take into account various things that would affect your individual score. And that's why decisions about college admission or anything else where tests are used are hardly ever the only criterion to make a decision.
And I think people are college admissions letting go of that very much. Is it possible to design standardized tests that are used for college admission?
So they already exist. The SAT is highly correlated with many aspects of success at college.
Here's the problem. So maybe you could speak to this. The correlation across the population versus individuals. So, uh, our criminal justice system is designed to make sure, uh, well, it's still, there's tragic cases where innocent people go to jail, but you try to avoid that. The same way with testing, it would suck for an SAT to miss genius.
Yes, and it's possible, but it's statistically unlikely. So it really comes down to which piece of information maximizes your decision-making ability. So if you just use high school grades, it's okay. But you will miss some people who just don't do well in high school, but who are actually pretty smart enough to be bored silly in high school, and they don't care, and their high school GPA isn't that good. So you will miss them. In the same sense that somebody who could be very able and ready for college just doesn't do well on their SAT. This is why you make decisions with taking in a variety of information. The other thing I wanted to say, I talked about when you make a decision for an individual. Statistically, for groups, there are many people who have a disparity between their math score and their verbal score. That disparity works the other way around. That disparity is called tilt, or is tilted one way or the other. And that tilt has been studied empirically to see what that predicts. And in fact, you can't make predictions about college success based on tilt. And mathematics is a good example. There are many people, especially non-native speakers of English, come to this country, take the SAT very well on the math and not so well on the verbal. Well, if they're applying to a math program, the professors there who are making the decision with the admissions officers don't wait so much to score on verbal, especially if it's a non-native speaker.
Well, so yeah, you have to try to, in the admission process, bring in the context. But non-native isn't really the problem. I mean, that was part of the problem for me. But it's the anxiety was. It's interesting. It's interesting. Um, oh boy, reducing yourself down to numbers, but it's still true. It's still the truth.
Well,
It's a painful truth. That same anxiety that led me to be um, to struggle with the SAT verbal test is still within me. It always was. So maybe that's not anxiety. Maybe that's something. Like personality is also pretty stable.
personality is stable. Personality does impact the way you navigate life. There's no question.
Yeah, and we should say that G factor and intelligence is not just about some kind of number on a paper. It also has to do with how you navigate life, how easy life is for you in this very complicated world. So personality is all tied into that in some deep fundamental way.
But now you've hit the key point about why we would want to study intelligence and personality. I think to the lesser extent, but that's my interest. It's more on intelligence. I went to graduate school to study personality, but that's kind of another story how I kind of shifted from personality research over to intelligence research. Because it's not just a number. Intelligence is not just an IQ score. It's not just an SAT score. It's what those numbers reflect about your ability to navigate everyday life. It has been said that life is one long intelligence test. And research intelligence testing tend to be academics who, by and large, are pretty smart people. And pretty smart people, by and large, have enormous difficulty understanding what the world is like for people with IQs of 80 or 75. It is a completely different everyday experience. Even if IQ scores of 85, 90, there's a popular television program, Judge Judy. Judge Judy deals with everyday people with everyday problems, and you can see the full range of problem-solving ability demonstrated there. And sometimes she does it for laughs, but it really isn't funny because people who there are people who are very limited in their life navigation, let alone success, by not having good reasoning skills, which cannot be taught. We know this, by the way, because there are many of them. The United States military, which excels at training people. I mean, I don't know if there's a better organization in the world for training diverse people. And they won't take people with IQs under, I think, 83 is the cutoff. Because they have found that they are unable to train people with lower IQs to do jobs that we do.
So one of the things that G Factor has to do is learning.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people learn faster than others. Some people learn more than others. Now, faster, by the way, is not necessarily better, as long as you get to the same place eventually. But, there are professional schools that want students who can learn the fastest because they can learn more, learn deeper, all kinds of ideas about why you select people with the highest scores. And there's nothing funnier, by the way, to listen to a bunch of academics complain about the concept of intelligence testing. And then you go to a faculty meeting where they're discussing who to hire among the applicants. And all they talk about is how smart the person is.
We'll get to that. We'll sneak up to that in different ways. But there's something about reducing the person to a number that in part is grounded to the person's genetics that makes people very uncomfortable.
But nobody does that. Nobody in the field actually does that. That is a worry that is a worry like, well, I don't want to call it conspiracy. I mean, it's a legitimate worry, but it just doesn't happen. Now, I had a professor in graduate school who was the only person I ever knew who considered students only by their test scores. Yeah. And later in his life, he kind of backed off that. But
let me ask you this. So we'll jump around. I'll come back to it. I tend to, I've had like political discussions with people, and actually, my friend Michael Malice, he's an anarchist. I disagree with him on basically everything except the fact that love is a beautiful thing in this world. And he says this test about left versus right, whatever, it doesn't matter what the test is, but do you believe, the question is, do you believe that some people are better than others? The question is ambiguous. Do you believe some people are better than others? And to me, the immediate answer is no. It's a poetic question, it's an ambiguous question, right? Like, so that, people want to, maybe the temptation to ask better what, better, like sports, so on. No. To me, I stand with the sort of the founding document of this country, which is all men are created equal. There's a basic humanity. And there's something about tests of intelligence. Just knowing that some people are different, like the science of intelligence that shows that some people are genetically in some stable way across a lifetime have a greater intelligence than others. Makes people feel like some people are better than others. education, through anything you do in life. What do we do with that?
Okay, there's a lot there. We haven't really talked about the genetics of it yet, but you are correct in that it is my interpretation of the data that genetics has a very important influence on the G factor. And this is controversial when we talk about it, but if you think that genetics, the genes are deterministic, are always deterministic, that leads to kind of the worry that you expressed. But we know now in the 21st century that many genes are not deterministic, they're probabilistic, meaning their gene expression can be influenced. Now, whether they're influenced only by other biological variables or other genetic variables or environmental or cultural variables, that's where the controversy comes in. And we can discuss that in more detail if you like. But to go to the question about better, people better, there's zero evidence that smart people are better with respect to important aspects of life, like honesty, even likability. I'm sure you know many very intelligent people who are not terribly likable, or terribly kind, or terribly honest.
Is there something if you said, so one of the things I've recently reread in the section time, I guess that's what the word reread means, the rise and fall of the Third Reich, which is, I think, the best telling of the rise and fall of Hitler. And one of the interesting things about the people that, how should I say it, uh, justified or maybe propped up the ideas that Hitler put forward is the fact that they were extremely intelligent. They were the intellectual class. They were, like, it was obvious that they thought very deeply and rationally about the world. But what I would like to say is one of the things that shows to me is some of the worst atrocities in the history of humanity have been committed by very intelligent people. So that means that intelligence doesn't make you a good person. I wonder, um, there's a G factor for intelligence. I wonder if there's a G factor for goodness. The Nietzschean good and evil. Of course, that's probably harder to measure because it's such a subjective thing where it needs to be good. And even the idea of evil is a deeply uncomfortable thing because how do we know?
But it's independent, whatever it is, it's independent of intelligence. So I agree with you about that. But let me say this. I have also asserted my belief that more intelligence is better than less. It doesn't mean more intelligent people are better people, but all things being equal, would you like to be smarter or less smart? So if I had a pill, I have two pills. If this one will make you smarter, this one will make you dumber. Which one would you like? Are there any circumstances under which you would choose to be dumber?
Well, let me ask you this. That's a very nuanced and interesting question. There's been books written about this, right? Now we'll return to the hard questions, the interesting questions, but let me ask about human happiness. Does intelligence lead to happiness?
Yeah.
So back to the pill then. So why, when would you take this pill? So you said IQ 80, 90, 100, 110, you start going to the quartiles. Is it obvious? Isn't there diminishing returns and then it starts becoming negative?
This is an empirical question. And so that I have advocated in many forums more research on enhancing the G factor. Right now, there have been many claims about enhancing intelligence, mentioned the NDAC training, a big deal a few years ago. It doesn't work. Data's very clear. It does not work. You know,
Or doing like memory tests, like training and so on.
yeah, it might give you a better memory in the short run, but it doesn't impact your G factor. It was very popular a couple of decades ago that the idea that listening to Mozart could make you more intelligent. There was a paper published on this with somebody who published this paper. Intelligence researchers never believed this for a second. There were hundreds of studies, all the meta-analyses, all the summaries, and so on. So there's nothing to it. Nothing to it at all. But wouldn't it be world shaking if you could take the normal distribution of intelligence, which we haven't really talked about yet, but IQ scores and G factors ought to be a normal distribution, and shift it to the right so that everybody is smarter. Even a half a standard deviation would be world shaking because there are many social problems that are exacerbated by people with lower ability to reason stuff out and navigate everyday life.
So what if there's a threshold? So maybe I would push back and say universal shifting of the normal distribution may not be the optimal way of shifting. Maybe it's better to whatever the asymmetric kind of distribution is, like really pushing the lower up versus trying to make the people at the average more intelligent.
So you're saying that if in fact there was some way to increase G, let's just call it metaphorically a pill, an IQ pill, we should only give it to people at the lower end.
No, it's just intuitively, I can see that life becomes easier at the lower end.
Yeah.
If it's increased, it becomes less and less. It is a very perceptive question, but it becomes less and less obvious to me that more intelligence is better.
At the high end, it's not because it would make life easier, but it would make whatever problems you're working on more solvable. And if you are working on artificial intelligence, there's a tremendous potential for that to improve society.
I understand. So, at the whatever problems you're working on, yes. But there's also the problem of the human condition. There's love, there's fear, and all of those beautiful things that sometimes, if you're good at solving problems, you're going to create more problems for yourself. It's, I'm not exactly sure. So ignorance is bliss is a thing. There might be a place, there might be a sweet spot of intelligence, given your environment, given your personality, all of those kinds of things. And that becomes less beautifully complicated the more and more intelligent you become. But that's a question for literature, not for science, perhaps.
Well, imagine this. Imagine there was an IQ pill, and it was developed by a private company, and they are willing to sell it to you. And whatever price they put on it, you are willing to pay it because you would like to be smarter. But just before they give you a pill, they give you a disclaimer form to sign. Don't hold us that you understand that this pill has no guarantee that your life is going to be better, and in fact, it could be worse.
Well, yes, that's how lawyers work, but I would love for science to answer the question to try to predict if your life is going to be better or worse when you become more or less intelligent. It's a fascinating question about what is the sweet spot of the human condition. Some of the things we see as bugs might be actually features, may be crucial to our overall happiness. As our limitations might lead to more happiness than less. But again, more intelligence is better at the low end. That's more. That's something that's less arguable and fascinating and possible to increase.
But you know, there's virtually no research that's based on neuroscience approach to solving that problem. environment, removing barriers, all good things, by the way. I'm not against any of those things. But there's no empirical evidence that they're going to improve the general reasoning ability or make people more employable.
Have you read Bound of Argonauts?
Yes.
That's to the question of intelligence and happiness.
There are many profound aspects of that story. It was a film that was very good. The film was called Charlie. For the younger people who are listening to this, you might be able to stream it on Netflix or something. But it was a story about a person with very low IQ who underwent a surgical procedure in the brain, and he slowly became a genius. And the tragedy of the story is the effect was temporary. It's a fascinating story.
It goes in contrast to the basic human experience that each of us individually have, but it raises the question of the full range of people you might be able to be, given different levels of intelligence. You mentioned the normal distribution. So let's talk about it. There's a book called The Bell Curve, written in 1994, written by psychologist Richard Bernstein and political scientist Charles Murray. Why was this book so controversial?
This is a fascinating book. I know Charles Murray. I've had many conversations with him.
Yeah, what is the book about?
The book is about the importance of intelligence in everyday life. That's what the book is about. It's an empirical book. It has statistical analyses of very large databases that show that essentially IQ scores or their equivalent are correlated to all kinds of social problems and social benefits. And that in itself is not where the controversy about that book came. The controversy was about one chapter in that book, and that is a chapter about the average difference in mean scores between Black Americans and white Americans. And these are the terms that were used in the book at the time and are still used to some extent. And historically, or really for decades, it has been observed that disadvantaged groups score, on average, lower than Caucasians on academic tests of mental ability, and especially on IQ tests. And the difference is about a standard deviation, about 15 points, which is a substantial difference. In the book, Bernstein and Murray, in this one chapter, assert clearly and unambiguously that whether this average difference is due to genetics or not, they are agnostic. They don't know. Moreover, they assert they don't care, because you wouldn't treat anybody differently knowing if there is a genetic component or not, because that's a group average finding. Every individual has to be treated as an individual. You can't make any assumptions about what that person's intellectual ability might be from the fact of an average group difference. They're very clear about this. Nonetheless, people took away, I'm going to choose my words carefully because I have a feeling that many critics didn't actually read the book. They took away that Bernstein and Murray were saying that blacks are genetically inferior. That was the take-home message. And if they weren't saying it, they were implying it because they had a chapter that discussed this empirical observation of a difference. And isn't this horrible? And so the reaction to that book was incendiary.
What do we know about, from that book and the research beyond, about race differences and intelligence?
it's still the most incendiary topic in psychology. Nothing has changed there. Anybody who even discusses it is easily called a racist just for discussing it. It's become fashionable to find racism in any discussion like this. It's unfortunate. Um, the short answer to your question is there's been very little actual research on this topic since 19, since the bell curve, since the bell curve, even before. This really became incendiary in 1969 with an article published by an educational psychologist named Arthur Jensen. Let's just take a minute and go back to that to see the bell curve in a little bit more historical perspective. Arthur Jensen was a educational psychologist at UC Berkeley. I knew him as well. And 1969 or 68, the Harvard Educational Review asked him to do a review article on the early childhood education programs that were designed to raise the IQs of minority students. This was before federally funded Head Start program. Head Start had not really gotten underway at the time Jensen undertook his review of what were a number of demonstration programs. And these demonstration programs were for young children around kindergarten age. And they were especially designed to be cognitively stimulating, to provide lunches, do all the things that people thought would minimize this average gap of intelligence test. There was a strong belief among virtually all psychologists that the cause of the gap was unequal opportunity due to racism, due to all negative things in the society, and if you could compensate for this, the gap would go away. So early childhood education back then was called literally compensatory education. Jensen looked at these programs. He was an empirical guy. He understood psychometrics. And he wrote over 100-page article detailing these programs and the flaws in their research design. Some of the programs reported IQ gains of, on average, 5 points, but a few reported 10, 20, and even 30-point gains. One was called the Miracle in Milwaukee. That investigator went to jail for fabricating data. But the point is that Jensen wrote an article that said, look, the opening sentence of this article is classic. The opening sentence is, I may not quote it exactly right, but we have tried compensatory education and it has failed. And he showed that these gains were essentially nothing. You couldn't really document empirically any gains at all. So these really earnest efforts to increase IQ. But he went a step further, a fateful step further. He said, not only have these efforts failed, but because they have had essentially no impact, we have to re-examine our assumption that these differences are caused by environmental things that we can address with education. We need to consider a genetic influence, whether there's a genetic influence on this group difference.
You said that this is one of the more controversial works.
I think it's the most infamous paper in all of psychology, I would go on to say. Because in 1969, the genetic data was very skimpy. Skimpy and controversial. It's always been controversial, but it was even skimpy and controversial. It's kind of a long story that I've gone into a little bit more detail in the book of Neuroscience of Intelligence. But to say he was vilified is an understatement. I mean, he couldn't talk at the American Psychological Association without bomb threats during the lecture hall. Campus security watched him all the time. They opened his mail. He had to retreat to a different address. This was one of the earliest times. This is before then the bell curve came along, and the Johnson controversy was dying down. I have stories that Johnson told me about his interaction with the Nixon White House conversation. I mean, this was like a really big deal. It was an unbelievable story, but he told me this, so I kind of believe his story. Nonetheless,
25 years later,
25 years later,
all this silence, basically, saying, this, nobody wants to do this kind of research. There's so much pressure, so much attack against this kind of research. And here's sort of a bold, stupid, crazy people that decide to dive right back in. I wonder how much discussion there was to include this chapter or not.
Murray has said they discussed it, and they felt they should include it, and they were very careful in the way they wrote it, which did them no good. As a matter of fact, when the bell curve came out, it was so controversial. I got a call from a television show called Nightline. It was a broadcaster called Ted Koppel. He had this evening show. It was on late at night, talking about news, a straight up news thing. And the producer called and asked if I would be on it to talk about the bell curve. And I said, she asked me what I thought about the bell curve. There's a book. It's a very good book. It talks about the role of intelligence in society. And she said, no, what do you think about chapter on race? That's what we wanted you to talk about. I remember this conversation. I said, well, she said, what would you say if you were on TV? And I said, well, what I would say is that it's not at all clear if there's any genetic component to intelligence, any differences, but if there were a strong genetic component, that would be a good thing. And, a complete silence on the other end of the phone. And she said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, if it's the more genetic any difference is, the more it's biological. And if it's biological, you can figure out how to fix it.
I see. That's interesting.
He said, would you say that on television?
Yes.
I said, no. So that was the end of that.
So that's from more of like biology is within the reach of science, and the environment is a public policy, social, and all this kind of thing. From your perspective, whichever one you think is more amenable to solutions in the short term is the one that excites you. But you saying that it's good. The truth of genetic differences, no matter what, between groups, is a painful, harmful, potentially dangerous thing. So let me ask you this question: whether it's bell curve or any research on race differences, can that be used to increase the amount of racism in the world? Can that be used to increase the amount of hate in the world? Do you think about this kind of stuff?
I've thought about this a lot, not as a scientist, but as a person. And my sense is there is such enormous reservoirs of hate and racism that have nothing to do with scientific knowledge of the data that speak against that. That no, I don't want to give racist groups a veto power over what scientists study. If you think that the differences, and by the way, virtually no one disagrees that there are differences in scores. It's all about what causes them and how to fix them. So if you think this is a cultural problem, then you must ask the problem, what do you want to change anything about the culture? Or are you okay with the culture because you don't feel it's appropriate to change a person's culture? So are you okay with that and the fact that that may lead to
insights and conclusion. This is a very difficult topic. Is there been research on environment versus genetics, nature versus nurture, on this question of these differences?
There is not, no one wants to do this research. First of all, it's hard research to do. Second of all, it's a minefield. No one wants to spend their career on it. Hundreds of people don't want to do it, let alone students. The way I talk about it, well, before I tell you the way I talk about it, I want to say one more thing about Jensen. He was once asked by a journalist straight out, "Are you a racist?" His answer was very interesting. His answer was, "I thought about that a lot, and I concluded it doesn't matter." Now, I know what he meant by that.
The guts to say that, wow.
He was a very unusual person. I think he had a touch of Asperger's syndrome, to tell you the truth, because I saw him in many circumstances.
He would be canceled on Twitter immediately with that sentence.
Yeah, but what he meant was he had a hypothesis. And with respect to group differences, he called it the default hypothesis. He said whatever factors affect individual intelligence are likely the same factors that affect group differences. It was the default. But it was a hypothesis. It should be tested. And if it turned out empirical tests didn't support the hypothesis, he was happy to move on to something else. He was absolutely committed to that scientific ideal. That it's an empirical question. We should look at it and let's see what happens.
The scientific method cannot be racist from this perspective. It doesn't matter what the scientists, if they follow the scientific method, it doesn't matter what they believe.
And if they are biased and they consciously or unconsciously bias the data, other people will come along to replicate it, they will fail, and the process over time will work.
So let me push back on this idea. Because psychology to me is full of gray areas. And what I've observed about psychology, even replication crisis aside, is that something about the media, something about journalism, something about the virality of ideas in the public sphere, they misinterpret. They take up things from studies, willfully or from ignorance, misinterpret findings and tell narratives around them. I personally believe, for me, I'm not saying that for all the other times, but for me, it's my responsibility to anticipate the ways in which findings will be misinterpreted. So I've thought about this a lot. I've published papers on semi-autonomous vehicles and those, cars, people die in cars. There's people that have written me letters saying, emails, as letters, I wish they did, that have blood in my hands. Because things that I would say, positive or negative, is possible. In the same way, when you're a researcher of intelligence, I'm sure you might get emails, or at least people might believe that a finding in your study is going to be used by a large number of people to increase the amount of hate in the world. I think there's some responsibility on scientists, but for me, I think there's a great responsibility to anticipate the ways things would be misinterpreted. And there, you have to, first of all, decide whether you're going to say a thing at all, do the study at all, publish the study at all. And two, the words with which you explain it. I find this on Twitter a lot, actually, which is when I write a tweet, I'm usually just doing this innocently. I'll write it. It takes me like 5 seconds to write it, or whatever, 30 seconds to write it, and then I'll think, all right, I close my eyes and open, and try to see how will the world interpret this. Like, what are the ways in which this will be misinterpreted? And I'll sometimes adjust that tweet to see, like, yeah. So in my mind, it's clear. It doesn't, because it's my mind when this tweet came. You have to think in a fresh mind that sees this, and it's spread across I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Because maybe possessing, the data is there. What do you want me to do? This is a scientific process that's been carried out. If you think the data was polluted by bias, do other studies that reveal the bias. But the data is there. And like, I have, I'm not a poet. I'm not a literary writer. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm just presenting you the data. What do you think on that spectrum? What's the role of the scientist?
The reason I do podcasts, the reason I write books for the public is to explain what I think the data mean and what I think the data don't mean. I don't do very much on Twitter other than to retweet references to papers. I don't think it's my role to explain these because they're complicated, they're nuanced. But when you decide not to do a scientific study because or not to publish a result because you're afraid the result could be harmful or insensitive, it's not an unreasonable thought. And people will make different conclusions and decisions about that. I wrote about this. I'm the editor of a journal called Intelligence, which publishes scientific papers. Sometimes we publish papers on group differences. Those papers sometimes are controversial. These papers are written for a scientific audience. They're not written for the Twitter audience. I won't promote them very much on Twitter. But in a scientific paper, you have to now choose your words carefully also because those papers are picked up by non-scientists, by writers of various kinds. And you have to be available to discuss what you're saying, what you're not saying. Sometimes you are successful at having a good conversation, like we are today, that doesn't start out pejorative. Other times I've been asked to participate in debates where my role would be to justify race science. So you can see this start out, and that was a BBC request that I had, that I received.
I had so much. It's a love-hate relationship, mostly hate, with the reset and the shallow journalism organization. They want to use you as a kind of in a debate setting to communicate as to like there is race differences between groups and make that into debate.
Yes.
And put you in a role of
Justifying racism.
to justify
That's what they're
racism
asking you to do.
versus like educating about this field of science.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing before we get off the global distribution. You also asked me, what is the science after the death person? And the short answer is there's not much new work, but whatever work there is supports the idea that there still are group differences. It's arguable whether those differences have diminished at all or not. And there is still a major problem in underperforming students for school achievement. For many disadvantaged and minority students, and there is so far no way to fix it.
What do we do? What is this? Is this now a task? Now we'll talk about the future on the neuroscience and the biology side, but in terms of this information as a society, in the public policy, in the political space, in the social space, what do we do with this information?
I thought a lot about this. The first step is to have people interested in policy understand what the data actually show, to pay attention to intelligence data. You can read policy papers about education, and using the word processor, you can search for the word intelligence. You can search a 20,000 word document in a second and find out the word intelligence does not appear anywhere. In most discussions about what to do about achievement gaps, I'm talking about test gaps, I'm talking about actual achievement gaps in schools, which everyone agrees is a problem. The word intelligence doesn't appear among educators. As a matter of fact, in California, there has been tremendous controversy about recent attempts to revise the curriculum for math in high schools. And we had a Stanford professor of education who is running this review assert there's no such thing as talent, mathematical talent. And she wanted to get rid of the advanced classes in math because not everyone could do that. Now, of course, this has been very controversial. They've retreated somewhat. But the idea that a university professor was in charge of this is believes nothing that there's no talent that doesn't exist. This is rather shocking, let alone the complete absence of intelligence data. By the way, let me tell you something about what the intelligence data show. Let's take race out of it. Even though the origins of these studies were a long time ago, blocking on the name of the report, the Coleman report, famous report about education. And they measured all kinds of variables about schools, about teachers, and they looked at academic achievement as an outcome. And they found the most predictive variables of education outcome were the variables the student brought with him or her into school, essentially their ability. And that when you combine the school and the teacher variables together, the quality of the school, the funding of the school, the quality of the teachers, their education, you put all the teacher and school variables together, it barely accounted for 10% of the grades. And this has been replicated now. So the best research we have shows that school variables and teacher variables together account for about 10% of student academic achievement. Now, you want to have some policy on improving academic achievement. How much money do you want to put into teacher education? How much money do you want to put into the quality of school administration? You know who you can ask? You can ask the Gates Foundation because they've spent a tremendous amount of money doing that. And they, at the end of it, because they're measurement people, they want to know the data, they found it had no impact at all. And they kind of pulled out of that kind of program.
So, boy. But let me ask you, this is me talking, but there's
Just the two of them.
just the two of us, but I'm going to say some funny and ridiculous things, so you're sure you're not including it, right? But there's a movie called Clerk.
I've seen it. Yeah.
There's a funny scene in there where a lovely couple are talking about the number of previous sexual partners they have. And the woman says that I believe she just has a handful, like 2 or 3 or something like that, sexual partners. But then she also mentioned that she what's that called? Fellatio. What's the scientific? But she went, gave a blowjob to 37 guys, I believe it is. And so that has to do with the truth. So sometimes knowing the truth can get in the way of a successful relationship with love or some of the human flourishing. And that seems to me that's at the core here, that facing some kind of truth that's not able to be changed, it makes it difficult to sort of, it's limiting as opposed to empowering. That's the concern. If you sort of test for intelligence and lay the data out, it feels like you will give up on certain things. You'll sort of start bidding people as like, well, this person is like, let's focus on the average people, or let's focus on the very intelligent people. That's the concern. And there's a kind of intuition that if we just don't measure it and we don't use that data, then we would treat everybody equal and give everybody equal opportunity. If we have the data in front of us, we're likely to distribute the amount of attention we allocate, resources we allocate That's probably the concern.
It's a realistic concern, but I think it's a misplaced concern. If you want to fix the problem, if you want to fix the problem, you have to know what the problem is. Now, let me tell you this. Let's go back to the bell curve. Not the bell curve, but the normal distribution. 16% of the population, on average, has an IQ under 85, which means it's very hard. If you have an IQ under 85, it's very hard to find gainful employment at a salary that sustains you at least minimally in modern life. Okay? Not impossible, but it's very difficult. 16% of the population of the United States is about 51 or 52 million people with IQs under 85. This is not a small issue. 14 million children have IQs under 85. Is this something you want to ignore? Does this have any, what is the Venn diagram between, when you have people with IQs under 85 and you have achievement in school or achievement in life? There's a lot of overlap there. This is why, to go back to the IQ bill, if there were a way to shift that curve towards the higher end, that would have a big impact.
If I could maybe, before we talk about the impact on life and so on, some of the criticisms of the bell curve. So Stephen Jay Gould wrote that the bell curve rests on four incorrect assumptions. It'd be just interesting to get your thoughts on the four assumptions, which are: intelligence must be reducible to a single number, intelligence must be capable of rank ordering people in the linear order, intelligence must be primarily genetically based, and intelligence must be essentially immutable. Maybe not as criticisms, but as thoughts about intelligence.
Oh, yeah, we could spend a lot of time on him.
The Stephen Gould,
Yeah.
yeah.
He wrote that in what, 1985, 1984. His views were overtly political, not scientific. He was a scientist, but his views on this were overtly political. And I would encourage people listening to this, if they really want to understand his criticisms, they should just Google what he had to say and Google the scientific reviews of his book, The Mismeasured Opinion. And they will take these statements apart. They were wrong, not only were they wrong, but when he asserted in his first book that, that there was no biological basis essentially to IQ, by the time the second edition came around, there were studies of MRIs that showing that brain size, brain volume was correlated to IQ scores, which he declined to put in his book.
So I'm learning a lot today. I didn't know the actually extent of his work. I was just using a few little snippets of criticism. That's interesting. So there's a battle here. He wrote a book, This Measure of Man, that's missing a lot of these scientific
This book is highly popular in colleges today. You can find it in any college bookstore under assigned reading. Highly
The
popular.
Mismeasure of Man.
Yes, highly influential.
Can you speak to the Mismeasure of Man? I'm undereducated about this. So what is this the book basically criticizing
Yeah.
the ideas in the author?
Yeah, where those four things came. And it is really a book that was really taken apart point by a number of people who actually understood the data. And he didn't care. He didn't care. He didn't want to follow it.
It's a political, listen, because this is such a sensitive topic, like I said, I believe uh, the impact of the work as it is misinterpreted has to be considered, because it's not just going to be scientific discourse, it's going to be political discourse, there's going to be debates, there's going to be politically motivated people that will use messages in each direction. Make something like the bell curve the enemy or the support for your for one's is really interesting. I didn't know. Is there any criticism of the book you find compelling or interesting or challenging to you from a scientific perspective?
There were factual criticisms about the nature of the statistics that were used, the statistical analyses. These are more technical criticisms. And they were addressed by Murray in a couple of articles where he took all the criticisms and spoke to them. And people listening to this podcast can certainly find all those online. And it's very interesting. But Murray went on to write some additional books, two in the last couple of years. One about human diversity, where he goes through the data refuting the idea that race is only a social construct with no biological meaning. He discusses the data. It's a very good discussion. You don't have to agree with it. But he presents data in a cogent way, and he talks about the critics of that, and he talks about their data in a cogent, not personal way. It's a very informative discussion. The book is called Human Diversity. He talks about race and he talks about gender. Same thing. Sex differences. And more recently, he's written what might be his final say on this, a book called Facing Reality, where he talks about this again. He can certainly defend himself. He doesn't need me to do that. But I would urge people who have heard about him and the bell curve and who think they know what's in it, you are likely incorrect, and you need to read it for yourself.
But it is scientifically, it's a serious subject. It's a difficult subject. Ethically, it's a difficult subject. Everything you said here calmly and thoughtfully is difficult. It's difficult for me to even consider that G factor exists. I don't mean from like that somehow G factor is inherently racist or sexist or whatever. It's just it's difficult in the way that considering the fact that we die one day, it's difficult. That we are limited by our biology. It's difficult, and um, it's at least from an American perspective, you like to believe that everything is possible in this world.
Well, that leads us to what I think we should do with this information. And what I think we should do with this information is unusual. Because I think what we need to do is fund more neuroscience research on the molecular biology of learning and memory. Because one definition of intelligence is based on how much you can learn and how much you can remember. And if you accept that definition of intelligence, then there are molecular studies going on now, and Nobel Prizes being won on molecular biology or molecular neurobiology of learning and memory. Now, the step those researchers, those scientists need to take when it comes to intelligence is to focus on the concept of individual differences. Intelligence research has individual differences as its heart because it assumes that people differ on this variable, and those differences are meaningful and need understanding. Cognitive psychologists who have morphed into molecular biologists studying learning and memory hate the concept of individual differences historically. Some now are coming around to it. I once sat next to a Nobel Prize winner for his work on memory, and I asked him about individual differences, and he said, "Don't go there; it'll set us back 50 years." And I said, "Don't you think there's a key there? Why can some people remember more than others?" He said, "You don't want to."
I think the 21st century will be remembered by the technology and the science that goes to individual differences. Because we have now data, we have now the tools that are much better to start to measure stuff as me. Not just on the sort of food test. I keep test different things sort of has any data on what intelligent means for success in life?
Success in life, there is a tremendous amount of validity data that look at intelligence test scores and various measures of life success. Now, of course, life success is a pretty broad topic, and not everybody agrees on, what success means. But there's general agreement on certain aspects of success that can be measured. Those
Including life expectancy, like you said.
life expectancy, now there's life success, life expectancy, that is such an interesting finding, but IQ scores are also correlated to things like income. Now, okay, so who thinks income means you're successful? That's not the point. The point is that income is one empirical measure in this culture that says something about your level of success. You can define success in ways that have nothing to do with it. You can define success based on your evolutionary natural selection success. But for variables, and even that, by the way, is correlated to IQ in some studies. So, however you want to define success, IQ is important. It's not the only determinant. People get hung up on, well, what about personality? What about so-called emotional intelligence? Yes, all those things matter. The thing that matters empirically, the single thing that matters the most is your general ability, general mental, intellectual ability, your reasoning ability. And the more complex your vocation, the more complex your job, the more G matters. G doesn't matter in a lot of occupations that don't require complex thinking. Occupations like that, G doesn't matter. Within an occupation, G might not matter so much. So that if you look at all the professors at MIT and you had a way to rank order them, there's a ceiling effect is what I'm saying. That,
Also, when you get past a certain threshold, then there's impact on wealth, for example, or career success. However, that's defined in each individual discipline, but after a certain point, it doesn't matter.
actually, it does matter in certain things. So, for example, there is a very classic study that was started at Johns Hopkins when I was a graduate student there. I actually worked on this study at the very beginning, the study of mathematically and scientifically precocious youth. And they gave junior high school students, age 11 and 12, the standard SAT math exam. And they found a very large number of students scored very high on this exam. Not a large number. They found many students when they casted that the ball report. They found a number of students who scored as high on the SAT math when they were 12 years old as incoming Hopkins freshmen. And they said, gee, now this is interesting. What shall we do now? And on a case-by-case basis, they got some of those kids into their local community college math programs. Many of those kids went on to be very successful. And now there's a 50-year follow-up of those kids. And it turns out, these kids were in the top 1%. Okay, so everybody in this study is in the top 1%. If you take that group, that rarefied group, and divide them into quartiles, so if you have the top 25% of the top 1%, and the bottom 25% of the top 1%, you can find measurable variables of the top quartile does better than the bottom quartile. In the top 1%, they have more patents, they have more publications, they have more tenure at universities. And this is based on you're dividing them based on your score at each question.
I wonder how much interesting data is in the variability and the differences. But that's really good. Oh boy, that's very interesting, but it's also, I don't know, somehow painful. I don't know why it's so painful. That G factor is so determinative of even in the nuance.
It's interesting that you find that painful. Do you find it painful that people with charisma are very successful, can be very successful in life, even though having no other attributes other than they're famous and people like them?
Well,
Is that painful?
yes, if that charisma is untrainable. So one of the things, again, it's like I learned psychology from the Johnny Depp trial. But one of the things, psychology and personality psychology, you can speak to this because you have interest in this for time, is she was saying that personality, technically speaking, is the thing that doesn't change over a lifetime. It's the thing I don't know if she was actually implying that you're born with it.
Well, it's a trait.
It's a trait that's
That's relatively stable over time. I think that's generally correct.
So to the degree your personality is stable over time, yes, that too is painful. Because what's not painful is the thing, if I'm fat and out of shape, I can exercise and, become healthier in that way. If my diet is a giant mess and that's resulting in some kind of conditions that my body is experiencing, I can fix that by having a better diet. So my actions, my willed actions can make a change. If charisma is part of the personality, that's the part of the charisma that is part of the personality that is stable. Yeah, that's painful too. Because it's like, oh shit, I'm stuck with this.
Well, I mean, and this pretty much generalizes to every aspect of your being. This is who you are. You got to deal with it. And what it undermines is a realistic appreciation for this. Undermines the fairly recent idea prevalent in this country that if you work hard, you can be anything you want to be, which has morphed from the original idea that if you work hard, you can be successful. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
And now we have, if you work hard, you can be anything you want to be. This is completely unrealistic. I'm sorry, you just is. So you can work hard and be successful, no question. But you know what? I can work very hard and I am not going to be a successful theoretical physicist. I'm just not.
That said, I mean, we should definitely, because we had this conversation already, but it's good to repeat. The fact that you're not going to be a theoretical physicist is not judgment on your basic humanity. Returning again to the all men, which means men and women are created equal. So again, some of the differences we're talking about, quote unquote, success, wealth, number of whether you win a Nobel Prize or not, that doesn't put a measure on your basic humanity and basic value and even goodness of you as a human being. Because your basic role and value in society is largely within your control. It's some of these measures that we're talking about. It's good to remember this. One question about the Flynn effect. What is it? Are humans getting smarter over the years, the decades, over the centuries?
The Flynn effect is James Flynn passed away about a year ago. Published a set of analyses going back a couple of decades renorm the test periodically, and they have to renorm the test periodically because what 10 items correct meant relative to other people 50 years ago is not the same as what 10 items mean relative today. People are getting more things correct. Now, the scores have been drifting up about 3 points. IQ scores have been drifting up about 3 points per decade. This is not a personal effect. This is a cohort effect. So it's not for an individual. But
The world. So what's that?
and this has presented intelligence researchers with a great mystery. 2 questions. First, is it effect on the 50% of the variance that's the G factor or on the other 50%? And there's evidence that it is a G factor effect. And second, what on earth causes this? And doesn't this mean intelligence and G factor cannot be genetic because the scale of natural selection is much, much longer than a couple of decades ago? And so it's been used to try to undermine the idea that there can be a genetic influence on intelligence. But certainly it can be, the Flynn effect can affect the non-genetic aspects of intelligence because genes account for maybe 50% of the variance. Maybe higher, could be as high as 80% for adults, but let's just say 50% for discussion. So the Flynn effect it's still a mystery.
It's still a mystery.
It's still a mystery, although the evidence is coming out. I told you before I edited a journal on intelligence, and we're doing a special issue in honor of James Flynn. So I'm starting to see papers now on really the latest research on this. I think most people who specialize in this area, trying to understand the Flynn effect, are coming to the view based on data that it has to do with advances in nutrition and healthcare. And there's also evidence that the effect is slowing down and possibly reversing.
Okay. So how would nutrition help? So that nutrition would still be connected to the G factor. So nutrition as it relates to the G factor. So the biology that leads to the intelligence.
Yes.
That would be the claim. No, like the hypothesis is being tested by these.
Yes, and there's some evidence from infants that nutrition has made a difference. And so it's not an unreasonable connection. But does it negate the idea that there's a genetic influence? Not logically at all. So, but it is very interesting. So that if you take an IQ test today, but you take the score and use the tables that were available in 1940, you're going to wind up with a much higher IQ number. So are we really smarter than a couple of generations ago? No, but we might be able to solve problems a little better and make use of our G because of things like Sesame Street and other curricula in school. More people are going to school. So there are a lot of factors here that disentangle.
It's fascinating though. It's fascinating that there's not clear answers yet. That as a population we're getting smarter. When you just zoom out, that's what it looks like. As a population getting smarter, it's interesting to see what the effects of that are. I mean, this raises the question, we mentioned it many times, but haven't clearly addressed it, which is nature versus nurture question. So how much of intelligence is nature? How much of it is nurture? How much of it is determined by genetics versus environment?
All of it.
All of it is genetics.
No, all of it is the nature and nurture.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. That's
But how much of a variance can you apportion to either?
Yeah.
Most of the people who work in this field say that what is the framing of that. If the question is framed that way, it can't be answered because nature and nurture are not two independent influences. Okay, so complex that many behavioral geneticists say it is today impossible and always will be impossible to disentangle that, no matter what kind of advances there are in DNA technology, genomic, informatics.
But there's still to push back on that. That same intuition from behavioral geneticists would lead me to believe that there cannot possibly be a stable G factor because it's super complex.
Many of them would assert that as a logical outcome. But because I believe there is a stable G factor from lots of sources of data, not just one study, but lots of sources of data over decades, I am more amenable to the idea that whatever interactions between genes and environment exist, they can be explicated, they can be studied, and that information can be used as a basis for molecular biology of intelligence.
Yeah, so and we'll include this exact question because doesn't the stability of the G factor give you at least a hint that there is a biological basis for intelligence?
Yes, I think it's clear that the fact that an IQ score is correlated to things like thickness of your cortex, that it's correlated to glucose metabolic rate in your brain, that identical twins years apart are highly similar in their IQ scores. These are all important observations that certainly more that indicate, not just suggest, but indicate that there's a biological basis. And does anyone believe intelligence has nothing to do with the brain? I mean, it's so obvious.
Well, indirectly definitely has to do with it, but the question is the environment interacting with the brain, or is it the actual raw hardware of the brain?
Well, some would say that the raw hardware of the brain, as it develops from conception through adulthood, or at least through the childhood, that so-called hardware that you are assuming is mostly genetic, in fact, is not as deterministic as you might think. That it is probabilistic, and what affects the probabilities are things like in utero environment and other factors like that, including chance. That chance affects the way the neurons are connecting during gestation. It's not, hey, it's pre-programmed. So there is pushback on the concept that genes provide a blueprint that is a lot more fluid.
Well, but also, yeah, so there's a lot happens in the first few months of development. So in 9 months, inside the mother's body, and the few months afterwards, there's a lot of fascinating stuff, like including chance and luck, like you said, how things connect up. That the question is afterwards, the neuroplasticity is a brain, how much adjustment there is relative to the environment, how much that affects the G factor. But that's where the whole conclusions in the studies that we've been talking about is that seems to have less and less effects pretty quickly.
Yes, and I do think there is more of a genetic, like view, and I'm not an expert on this. I mean, genetics is a highly technical, complex subject. I am not a geneticist, not a behavioral geneticist, but my reading of this, my interpretation of this, is that there is a genetic blueprint, more or less, and that has a profound influence on your subsequent intellectual development, including the G factor. And that's not to say things can't happen to, I mean, if you think of the genes provide a potential implicitly or explicitly, wants to maximize that potential. This is why you buy educational toys. This is why you pay attention to organic baby food. This is why you do all these things because you want your baby to be as healthy and as smart as possible. And every parent will say that.
Is there a case to be made? Can you steel man the case that genetics has is a very tiny component of all this, and the environment is essential?
I don't think that they would support that genetics is a tiny component. I think that they would support the idea that genetics is a very important, and I don't say component, I say influence, a very important influence, and the environment is a lot less than people believe. More people believe environment plays a big role. I'm not so sure.
I guess what I'm asking you is, can you see where what you just said it might be wrong? Can you imagine a world, and what kind of evidence would you need to see to say, you know what, the intuition, the study so far, like the reverse things and reference. So one of the cool things we have now more and more, you're getting more and more data, and the rate of the data is escalating because of the digital world. So when you start to look at the very large scale of data, both from the biology side and the social side, we might be discovering some very counterintuitive things in society. We might see edge cases that reveal that if we actually scale those edge cases and they become like the norm, then we'll have a complete shift in our, like you'll see G factor be able to be modified throughout life in the teens and in later life. So, in any case you can make for your current intuitions are wrong.
Yes, well, it's a good question because I think everyone should always be asked what evidence will change you. It's certainly not only a fair question, but it's really the key question for anybody working in any aspect of science. I think that if environment was very important, we would have seen it clearly by now. It would have been obvious that school interventions, compensatory education, early childhood education, all of these things that have been earnestly tried, well-funded, well-designed studies would show some effect. And they don't.
They don't. What if school, the way we've tried to compensatory school sucks? And
That's
we need
what
to do better.
everybody said. That's what everybody said to Jim. He said, well, maybe we need to start over again. Maybe we need not to pre-kindergarten, but pre-kindergarten. It's always an infinite, well, maybe we didn't get it right. But after decades of trying, 50 years, 50 or 60 years of trying, surely something would have worked to the point where you could actually see a result and not need a probability level of 0.05 on fatigue. So that's why that's the kind of evidence that would change my mind.
Population level interventions like schooling that you would see like this actually has an effect.
Yeah. And when you take adopted kids and they grow up in another family, and you find out when those adopted kids are adults, their IQ scores don't correlate with the IQ scores of their adoptive parents, but they do correlate with their IQ scores of their biological parents, who they've never met. I mean, these are important, these are powerful observations.
And it would be convincing to you if the reverse is true.
Yeah, that would be your, now, and there is some data on adoption that indicates the adopted children are moving a little bit more toward their adoptive parents. But, it's to me the overwhelming. The weight, I have this concept called the weight of evidence, where I don't interpret any one study too much. The weight of evidence tells me genes are important. But what does that mean? What does it mean that genes are important? Knowing that genes don't express themselves in a vacuum. They express themselves in the environment. So the environment has to have something to do with it, especially if the best genetic estimates of the amount of variance around 50 or even 8, even if it's as high as 80%, it still leaves 20% of non-genetic. Now maybe that is all luck. Maybe that's all chance. I could believe that. I could easily believe that. So, but I do think after 50 years of trying various interventions and nothing works, including memory training, including listening to Mozart, including playing computer games, none of that has shown any impact on intelligence testing.
Is there data on the intelligence, the IQ of parents as it relates to the children?
Yes, and there is some evidence, genetic evidence, that kind of of an interaction between the parent's IQ and the environment. That high IQ parents provide an enriched environment, which then can impact the child in addition to the genes that the environment. So there are all these interactions that, but it's not, think about the number of books in a household. This was a variable that's correlated with IQ.
It is.
Yeah. Well, why? Especially if the kid never reads any of the books. It's because more intelligent people have more books in their house. And if you're more intelligent, and there's a genetic component to that, the child will get those genes, or some of those genes, as well as the environment. But it's not the number of books in the house that actually directly impacts the child. So the two scenarios on this are, you find that, and this was used to get rid of the SAT test. Well, the SAT score is highly correlated with the social economic status of the parents. So all you're really measuring is how rich the parents are. Okay, now why are the parents rich?
Yes.
Okay. And so you could, the opposite kind of syllogism is that people who are very bright make more money. They can afford homes in better neighborhoods so their kids get better schools. Now, the kids grow up bright. Where in that chain of events does that come from? Well, unless you have a genetically informative research design, where you look at siblings that have the same biological parents and so on, you can't really disentangle all that. Most studies of social economic status and intelligence do not have a genetically informed design. So any conclusion they make about the causality of the social economic status being the cause of the IQ is a stretch. And where you do find genetically informative designs, you find that most of the variance in your outcome measures are due to the genetic component, and sometimes the SES adds a little, but the weight of evidence is it doesn't add very much variance to predict what's going on beyond the genetic variance. So when you actually look at it, in some, and there aren't that many studies that have genetically informed design, but when you do see those, the genes seem to have the same.
Sorry for the strange question, but is there a connection between fertility or the number of kids that you have and G factor? The kind of conventional wisdom is people of maybe is it higher economic status or something like that are having fewer children. I just loosely hear these kinds of things. Is there data that you're aware of one direction or another?
Well, strange questions always get strange answers.
Yeah. There are strange answers to that.
Well, the answer there were some studies that indicated that more children in a family, the firstborn children would be more intelligent than the fourth or fifth or sixth. It's not clear that those studies hold up over time. And of course, what you see also is that families where there are multiple children economic status of those families, usually the moderate age is not that high. Maybe used to be the aristocracy used to have a lot of kids. I'm not sure exactly, but there have been reports of correlations between IQ and fertility, um, but I'm not sure that the data are very strong that the firstborn child is always the smartest. It seems like there is some data for that, but I'm not current on that.
How would that be explained? That would be a nurture.
Well, it could be nurture, it could be in uterine environment. I mean,
Boy, we
try
how
this
this
is kind of
complicated.
and this is why this, like many areas of science, you said earlier that there are a lot of gray areas, and you don't definitive answers. Um, this is not uncommon in science that the closer you look at a problem, the more questions you get, not the fewer questions, because the universe is complicated. And the idea that we have people on this planet who can study the first nanoseconds of the Big Bang, that's pretty amazing. And I've always said that if they can study the first nanoseconds of the Big Bang, we can certainly figure out something about intelligence. So that allows that.
I'm not sure what's more complicated, the human mind or the physics of the universe. It's unclear to me. I think we've
That's a very homely statement.
maybe it's very human-centric, egotistical statement that our mind is somehow super complicated. But biology is a tricky one to unravel. Consciousness. What is that?
Well, I've always believed that consciousness and intelligence are two real fundamental problems with the human being. And therefore I think they must be related.
Yeah, hard problems like walk together, holding hands, kind of idea.
You may not know this, but I did some of the early research on anesthetic drugs with brain imaging, trying to answer the question, what part of the brain is the last to turn off when someone loses consciousness? And is that the first part of the brain turn on when consciousness is regained? And I was working with an anesthesiologist on a Belfast, really brilliant at this. These were really the first studies of brain imaging using positron emission tomography long before fMRI. And we would inject a radioactive sugar that labeled the brain. And the harder the brain was working, the more sugar it would take up. And then you could make a picture of glucose using the brain. And he was amazing. He began to do this, and normal volunteers were brought in and anesthetized as if they were going into surgery. So he managed all the human subjects requirements on this research, and he was brilliant at this. And what we did was we had these normal volunteers come in on 3 occasions. On one occasion, we gave them enough anesthetic drug so they were a little drowsy. And on another occasion, they came in and he fully anesthetized them. And, he would say, Mike, can you hear me? And the person would say, yeah. That's it. And then we would scan people and under no anesthetic condition. So, same person. And we were looking to see if we could see the part of the brain turn off. We subsequently tried to do this with fMRI, which has a faster time record. And you could do it in real time as the person went under. And then you gain consciousness. But you couldn't do that with PET imaging. And the results were absolutely fascinating. We did this with different anesthetic drugs. And different drugs impacted different parts of the brain. So we were naturally looking for the common one. And it seemed to have something to do with the thalamus and consciousness. This was actual data unconsciousness. The actual consciousness.
What part of the brain turns on? What part of the brain turns off?
It's not so clear.
But maybe has something to do with the thalamus.
The sequence of events seems to have the thalamus in.
Boy.
Now, here's the question. Are some people more conscious than others? Are there individual differences in consciousness? And I don't mean it in the psychedelic sense. I don't mean it in the political consciousness sense. I just mean it in everyday life. Some people go through everyday life more conscious than others. And are those people who might actually label more intelligent? So now, the other thing I was looking for is whether the parts of the brain we were seeing in the anesthesia studies were the same parts of the brain we were seeing in the intelligence studies. Now, this was very complicated, expensive research. We didn't really have funding to do this. We were going to do it on the fly. I'm not sure anybody has pursued this. I'm retired now. He's gone on to other things. But I think it's an area of research that would be fascinating to see. There are a lot more imaging studies now of consciousness. I'm just not up on that.
So, but basically the question is, which neuroimaging studies to see in a high resolution spatial and temporal way which part of the brain lights up when you're doing intelligence tests, and which parts of the brain lights up when you're doing consciousness tests, and see the interplay between them, and try to infer. And that's the challenge of neuroscience. Without understanding deeply, looking from the outside, try to infer something about how the whole thing works.
Well, imagine this. Here's a simple question. Does it take more anesthetic drug to have a person lose consciousness if their IQ is 140 than a person with an IQ of 70?
That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah.
Now,
I mean, if the answer to that is a simple yes, that's very true.
so I tried to find out, and I went to some anesthesiology textbooks about how you dose, and they dose by weight. And what I also learned is a little bit off subject. Anesthesiologists are never sure how deep you are,
Yeah.
and they usually tell by poking you with a needle if you don't jump and tell the surgeon to go ahead. I'm not sure that it's literally true, but
it might be very difficult to know precisely how deep you are. It has to do with the same kind of measurements that you're doing with the consciousness. It's difficult. It's difficult to know.
so I don't lose my train of thought. I couldn't find in the textbooks anything about dosing by intelligence. I asked my friend, the anesthesiologist, who said, no, he doesn't know. I said, can we do a chart review and look at people using their years of education as a proxy for IQ? Because if someone's going to graduate school, that tells us something. We can make some reference as opposed to someone who didn't graduate high school. Can we do a chart review? He says, no, they never really put down the exact dose. No, he said, no. So to this day, that's the simple question: does it take more anesthetic drug to put someone under if they have a high IQ, or less? Or less? It could go either way. Because, by the way, our early PET scan studies of intelligence found the unexpected result of an inverse correlation between glucose metabolic rate and intelligence. It wasn't how much a brain area lit up. How much it lit up was negatively correlated to how well they did on the test, which led to the brain efficiency hypothesis, which is still being studied today. And there's more and more evidence that the efficiency of brain information processing is more related to intelligence than just more activity.
Yeah, and it would be interesting again with the total hypothesis of how much in the relationship between intelligence and consciousness. It's not obvious that those two, if there's correlation, there would be they could be inversely correlated. Wouldn't that be fun if you the consciousness factor, the C factor plus the G factor equals one. It's a nice trade-off. You get a trade-off. How deeply you experience the world versus how deeply you're able to reason through the world.
What a great hypothesis. But certainly somebody listening to this could do this study.
Even if it's the aliens analyzing humans a few centuries from now. Let me ask you from an AI perspective. Um, I don't know how much you've thought about machines, but there's the famous Turing test of intelligence for machines, which is a beautiful, almost like huge formulation of intelligence uh, that Alan Turing proposed. Basically, conversation. You can fool a human to think that a machine is a human that passes the test. It's supposed to give you a similar thing. So humans, if I can fool you that I'm intelligent, then that's a good test of intelligence, right? Like you're talking to two people, and my your the test is saying who has a higher IQ. And it's an interesting test. Yeah, maybe charisma could be very useful there. And you're only allowed to use conversations to formulation or this like that. Anyway, all that to say is, what are good tests of intelligence in machines? What do you think it takes to achieve human level intelligence in machines?
Well, I have thought a little bit about this, but every time I think about these things, I rapidly reach the limits of my knowledge and imagination. So when Alexa first came out, and I think there was a competing one. Well, there was Siri with Apple, and Google had Alexa.
No. Amazon had Alexa.
Amazon had Alexa.
Google
Something. So I proposed to one of my colleagues that he buy one of these, one of each, and then ask it questions from the IQ test.
Okay.
But it became apparent that they all search the internet. So they all can find answers to questions like how far is it between Washington and Miami. They repeat after me. Now, I don't know if you said to Alexa, I'm going to repeat these numbers backwards to me. I don't know what would happen. Never done it. But so one answer to your question is, we're going to try it right now. Let's try it. That's right.
No.
Yes, sir.
So it would actually probably go to Google search, and it would be all confusing kind of stuff. It would fail.
And then I guess there's a test that it would fail.
Well, but that's not. That has to do more with the language of communication versus the content. So if you did an IQ test to a person who doesn't speak English, and the test was administered in English, that's not really the test.
Well, let's think about the computers that beat these Jeopardy champions.
Yeah, so that because I happen to know, although the programs are very hard coded, and there's definitely a lack of intelligence there. There's something like IQ tests. There's a guy, artificial intelligence researcher, Francois Cholet. He's at Google. He's one of the seminal people in machine learning. He also, as a fun aside thing, developed an IQ testing machine.
I'd still like to know about that.
I'll actually email you this because you'd be very interested. It doesn't get much attention because people get nothing to do with it, but it deserves a lot of attention. Which is, it basically does a pattern type of test where you have to do one standard one. You're given three things and you have to do a fourth one, that kind of thing. So you have to understand the pattern here. And for that, it really simplifies to So interesting thing is he's trying not to achieve high IQ. He's trying to achieve like pretty low bar for IQ. Things that are kind of trivial for humans, uh, and they're actually really tough for machines. Which is seeing playing with these concepts of symmetry, of counting. Like if I give you one object, two objects, three objects, you'll know that the last one is four objects. You can like count them. You can cluster objects together. It's both visually and conceptually. We do all these things with our mind that we take for granted. The objectness of things. We can like figure out what uh, spatially is an object and isn't, and we can play with those ideas. Um, and machines really struggle with that. So he really cleanly formulated these IQ tests. I wonder what like that would equate to for humans with IQ, but it'd be very low IQ. But that's exactly the kind of formulation like, okay, we want to be able to solve this. How do we solve this? And he does it as a challenge, and nobody's been able to. It's similar to the Alexa Prize, which is Amazon is hosting a conversational challenge. Nobody's been able to do well on his. That's an interesting. Those kinds of tests are interesting because we take for granted also the ability of the human mind to play with concepts and to formulate concepts out of novel things. So like things we've never seen before. We were able to use that. I mean that's I've talked to a few people that design IQ tests, sort of online. They write IQ tests, and I was trying to get questions from them, and they spoke to the fact that you can't really share questions with you because part of the uh, like first of all, it's really hard work to come up with questions. Like it's really hard work. It takes a lot of research, but it also takes a lot of novelty generating. You're constantly coming up with really new things, and part of the point is that they're not supposed to be public. They're supposed to be new to you when you look at them. It's interesting that the novelty is fundamental to the hardness of the problem. That, at least in part of what makes the problem hard is you've never seen it before.
That's called fluid intelligence, as opposed to what's called crystallized intelligence, which is your knowledge of facts. You know things, but can you use those things to solve a problem? Those are two different things.
Do you think we'll be able to? Spoke. I don't want to miss opportunity to talk about. Spoke about the neurobiology, about the molecular biology and intelligence. Do you think one day we'll be able to modify the biology of or the genetics of a person to modify their intelligence, to increase their intelligence? We started this conversation by talking about a pill you could take. Do you think that such a pill would exist?
Metaphorically, I do, and I am supremely confident that it's possible because I am supremely ignorant of the complexities of neurobiology. And so I have written,
Ignorance is bliss.
well, I have written that the nightmares of neurobiologists, understanding the complexities, this cascade of events that happens at the synaptic level, that these nightmares are what fuel some people to solve. So some people, you have to be undaunted. I mean, yeah, this is not easy. Look, we're still trying to figure out cancer. It was only recently that they figured out why aspirin works. You know, these are not easy problems, but I also have the perspective of the history of science. It is the history of solving problems that are extraordinarily complex
And seem impossible.
and seem impossible at the time.
And so one of the things you look at the company like Neuralink, creating computer interfaces, you start to delve into the human mind, you start to talk about machines measuring but also sending signals to the human mind. You start to wonder what that has, what impact that has on the G factor. Modifying in small ways mechanical, electrical, chemical functioning of the brain.
I look at everything about the brain. There are different levels of explanation. On one hand, you have a behavioral level, but then you have brain circuitry, and then you have neurons, and then you have dendrites, and then you have synapses, and then you have the neurotransmitters, and the presynaptic and the postsynaptic terminals. And then you have all the things that influence neurotransmitters. And then you have the individual differences of those people. Yeah, it's complicated. But 51 million people in the United States have IQs under 85 and struggle with everyday life. Shouldn't that motivate people to take a look at this?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. But I just want to linger one more time that we have to remember that the science of intelligence, the measure of intelligence, is only a part of the human condition. The thing that makes life beautiful, and the creation of beautiful things in this world, is perhaps loosely correlated, but is not dependent entirely on intelligence.
absolutely. I certainly agree with that.
That's so for anyone sort of listening, I'm still not convinced that sort of more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty in this world. I don't know.
Well, I didn't say more intelligence is always better if you want to create beauty. I just said all things being equal, more is better than less. That's all I mean.
Yeah, but that's sort of that. I just want to sort of say, to me, one of the things that makes life great is the opportunity to create beautiful things. And so I just want to sort of empower people to do that no matter what some IQ test says. At the population level, we do need to look at IQ tests to help people. And to also inspire us, to take on some of these extremely difficult scientific questions. Do you have advice for young people in high school and college, whether they're thinking about career or they're thinking about a life they can be proud of? Is there advice you could give? Whether they want to pursue psychology or biology or engineering, or they want to be artists, musicians, poets.
I can't advise anybody on that level of what their passion is. But I can say if you're interested in psychology, if you're interested in science, and the science around the big questions of consciousness and intelligence and psychiatric illness, we haven't really talked about brain illnesses and what we might learn from, if you are trying to develop a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease, you are trying to develop a drug that impacts learning and memory, which are core to intelligence. So it could well be that the so-called IQ pill will come from a pharmaceutical company trying to develop a drug for Alzheimer's disease.
Because that's exactly what you're trying to do, right? Yeah.
Well, what will that drug do in a college student that doesn't have Alzheimer's? So I would encourage people who are interested in psychology, who are interested in science, to pursue a scientific career and address the big questions. And the most important thing I can tell you, if you're going to be in kind of a research environment, you got to follow the data where the data takes you. You can't decide in advance where you want the data to go. And if the data takes you to places that you don't have the technical expertise to follow, like I would like to understand more about molecular biology, but I'm not going to become a molecular biologist now. But I know people who are. And my job is to get them interested, take their expertise into this direction. And that it's not so easy, but
And if the data takes you to a place that's controversial, that's counterintuitive in this world, um, no, I would say probably a good idea to still push forward boldly, but to communicate the interpretation of the results with skill, with compassion, with a greater breadth of understanding of humanity, not just the science, of the impact of the results.
one thing that psychologists wrote about this issue, that somehow a balance has to be found between pursuing the science and communicating it with respect to people's sensitivities, so legitimate sensitivity. Somehow. He didn't say how.
Somehow,
Somehow. And this is
every part of that said somehow balance is left up to the interpretation of the reader. Let me ask you, you said big questions. The biggest, or one of the biggest, we already talked about consciousness and intelligence, one of the most fascinating and the biggest questions. But let's talk about the why. Why are we here? What's the meaning of life?
no, I'm not going to tell you.
You know, I think you're not going to tell me. Very. I'm going to have to wait for your next book.
The meaning of life. You know, we do the best we can to get through the day.
And then there's just a finite number of the days. Are you afraid of the finiteness of it? Do you think
I think about it more and more as I get older. Yeah, I do. And it's one of these human things. It is finite. We all know it. Most of us deny it and don't want to think about it. Sometimes you think about it in terms of estate planning. You try to do the rational thing. Sometimes it makes you work harder because you know your time is getting more limited. You want to get things done. I don't know where I am. It is just one of those things that's always in the back of my mind. And I don't think that's uncommon.
Well, it's just like G factor and intelligence, the hard truth that's there. And sometimes you kind of walk past it and you don't want to look at it, but it's still there.
Yeah. Yes, you can't escape it. And think about the G factor of intelligence. Everybody knows this is true on a personal, daily basis. Even if you think back to when you were in school, you know who the smart kids are. You know, when you are on the phone talking to a customer service representative that in response to your detailed question is reading a script back to you, and you get furious at this. And have you ever called this person a moron or wanted to call this person a moron? You're not listening to this. Everybody has had the experience of dealing with people who they think are not at their level. It's just common because that's the way human beings are. That's the way life is.
But we also have a poor estimation of our own intelligence. We're not always the great. Our judgment of human character of other people is not as good as a battery of tests. There's that's where bias comes in. That's where our history, our emotions, all of that comes in. So, people on the internet, there's such a thing as the internet, and people on the internet will call each other dumb all the time. Um, that's the worry here, is that we give up on people. We put them in a bin just because of one interaction or some small number of interactions, as if that's it, they're hopeless. That's just in their genetics. But I think no matter what the science here says, once again, that does not mean we should not have compassion for our fellow man.
That's exactly what the science does say. It's not opposite of what the science says. Everything I know about psychology, everything I've learned about intelligence inexorable conclusion that you have to treat people as individuals respectfully and with compassion. Because through no fault of their own, some people are not as capable as others. And you want to turn a blind eye to it, you want to come up with theories about why that might be true, fine. I would like to fix something as best I can.
And everybody is deserving of love. Richard, this is a good way to end it, I think.
I'm just getting warmed up here.
I know. I know you could go for another many hours, but to respect your extremely valuable time, this is an amazing conversation. Thank you for the teaching company, the lectures you've given with neuroscience and intelligence, just the work you're doing. It's a difficult topic. It's a topic that's controversial and sensitive to people, and to push forward boldly and in that nuanced way. Just thank you very much, Egypt. And thank you for asking the big questions of intelligence, of consciousness.
Well, thank you for asking. There's nothing like good conversation on these topics.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Richard Heyer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Albert Einstein. It is not that I'm so smart, but I stay with the questions much longer. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Something happened where they forced my hand. And the only time that the Soviet agent was anywhere near me on the territory of the United States. So I'm waiting for the A train on a dark morning still in Queens, and there's this man in a black trench coat comes up to me from my right, and he whispers into my ears, "You gotta come back, or else you're dead."
The following is a conversation with Jack Larson, former KGB spy, author of Deep Undercover, and the subject of an excellent podcast series called The Agent. There are very few people who have defected from the KGB and lived. It is one of the most powerful intelligence organizations in history. And this conversation gives a window into its operations, soul, an ideological and psychological perspective. But also tells the story of a man who was one heck of an incredible life. This is the Let's Speak podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, your Jack Varsky. Let's start with a big basic question. What is the KGB? And it's yet to conduct the Varsky.
Right. So that's Committee of State Security. Yeah, there's an apartment. This is a apartment is a threat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and yes means
Without.
right.
I guess that directly translates security without threat.
So and don't exist anymore. It was disbanded when the Soviet Union fell apart. And the successor agencies are now the SVR and the FSB. FSB supposedly the equivalent to the FBI, and SVR the CIA, but the SVR is relatively weak, and the FSB has taken on a lot of espionage and active measures, and they're much bigger and stronger. But the most capable intelligence agency in Russia is the DRU, military intelligence.
That nobody knows very much.
That's right. When I was in the KGB, I had no idea that there was military intelligence. Nobody ever mentioned anything like that. And by the way, I recently had the pleasure to give a talk at the DIA. When they reached out to me, I didn't know they existed either.
Interesting. Yeah, that's always the question. If you want to be an intelligence agency, should the world know anything about you? Because in some sense, you want to create the legend, you want to attract.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on the piece of 8, which represented the pillars of Hercules, being the 2 dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe, represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by many historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of Punkmon pointed out that this isn't necessarily the general consensus among scholars on the subject. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it was a simple symbol 8 with a line drawn through it to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the single slash dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was a much more simple and less symbolic answer than that. There was a shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small s, which eventually was merged into just a P and S, and then eventually just an S with a line drawn through it. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I'd just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything that I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at thepiratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues any of you might have. And once again, let me thank Punkmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, in Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, and even in England. And we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of the people living in these countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not polite to talk about around the dinner table. So why are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of essentially every person and every society that's ever existed on Earth. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of what would become Germany, you could be safe. But if you were to just move over into parts of France, you could be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe were you a Protestant, but you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted your head because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars during this time that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholic and Protestant sailors and soldiers had a deep-seated hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like Sir Francis Drake and Captain Henry Morgan, and even onto people like Benjamin Renegade. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict started. I'd like to introduce that conflict with a quote from Winston Churchill. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from volume 2 of that work, subtitled The New World. Quote, "We have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years in the 100 years that begins with 15. The name is inevitable in English, but confusing. It covers a period in time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 200 years or more, the Renaissance had been stirring the thought and spirit of Italy, and now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of the Christian faith. The popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rulers, with the lusts and pomps of other potentates, yet they claimed to carry with them the spiritual power as well. The revenues of the church were swelled by the sale of indulgences, to remit purgatory both for the living and the dead. The offices of bishop and cardinal were bought and sold, and the common people taxed to the limit of their credulity. These and other abuses in the organization of the church were widely recognized and much resented, but as yet they went uncorrected. End quote. What an excellent quote. It really gives just a perfect introduction to everything that we're going to be talking about today, and sums up almost every point that I'm going to be trying to touch on. However, there is one key thing that I think it lacks. It doesn't go into any detail about the key role that the church played in Europe during the Middle Ages, which I think is kind of important to understand today's story to its fullest. The Catholic Church was, during the time of the Roman Empire, part of a tripod that held the empire. There was, of course, the Roman Church. There was the Roman imperial bureaucracy, and then there were the legions. But when the fall of Rome came, really, those other two pillars, besides the church, fell away. The church was left all throughout Europe, trying to tend to the spiritual needs of its flock, without any support at all. So it had to work from scratch to build that support. It did so by allying itself with various tribes who were vying for control of the European continent. There were some very big alliances, such as the one between France and the Catholic Church, that wound up creating what we know of today as the Holy Roman Empire. It even managed to hold on, and quite strongly in some places, but in Gaul and the former province of Hispania, which would have been the Iberian Peninsula, even in Britannia, which was the farthest flung part of the empire to the north, and that was subsequently invaded by pagan barbarians, the Anglo-Saxon invasions, which threatened to wipe out the Catholic Church there entirely, but they managed to hold on and ally themselves with people who were likely to come out on top, and somehow all of these people did. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer. They had really the only schools that were left in Europe. If you were going to get any sort of formal health care anywhere in Europe, it was going to be a church facility. They also had a massive communications network between dioceses that if any of these strongmen who intended to be king were to actually rule, they were going to need to make use of that communications network. Perhaps even the most important point was the Roman Church had on their side the Roman God. Many of these barbarians were, before this, pagans, following on perhaps the Norse religion. They would have made sacrifices to Odin and Thor. But their enemies, the people they were fighting, were frequently people making sacrifices to the same two gods. So if they could ingratiate themselves with the church, then they would have the ear of the god of Rome, a god who had helped build the most powerful empire in the world that these Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer. And it seemed to work out, because people who had allied themselves with the church usually wound up on top, and in many cases, these kingdoms that they began are the foundations for many of Europe's modern countries even today. The church was central in their birth. However, the church had to ingrain itself into the civilization of Europe. They had to make themselves indispensable to the European way of life. And they did so fantastically. The church was there at every major life event you had. When you were born, the church was there to baptize you. When you were married, the church was there to marry you. When your children were born, they were there to baptize your children. And when you died, the church was there to bury you. Not only was the church central to the lives of the people in Europe, they were central to the aristocracy as well. See, people in Spain and the Holy Roman Empire didn't speak the same language. However, they were able to communicate by using Latin. They used Latin, the language of Rome, because that was what was taught in the church schools. So really, they had recreated those three pillars of the Roman Empire. The church still existed, but they had recreated government, and through the armies of these different nations, they had recreated the legions, which they could call upon at any time if they needed to defend themselves or go fight the Muslims in a crusade. That's not to say that there wasn't conflict, though. There definitely was. Even at the outset of the Holy Roman Empire, their first major alliance, the The leader of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, was in constant conflict with Rome, vying for control. The Holy Roman Empire has had a great tradition of conflict with Rome. One of their later Holy Roman emperors, Frederick Barbarossa, he even went so far as to elevate a personally chosen pope of his own in defiance of the one in Rome. He didn't like the way that the Roman pope was doing business, which was exactly what the Roman Church had become, a business. He could go so far as to consider all the nations of Europe subsidiary companies to their parent company, the Catholic Church, and the Pope was its CEO. And the Church had thusly become extremely wealthy. They owned massive tracts of land from which they collected rent. They collected forced tithes from every citizen in Europe. Now, you might picture them passing the hat and giving whatever they could. However, a tithe was a forced tax. You had to give a certain amount of money. And if you weren't able to give a certain amount of money, it wasn't just your soul that was in peril. The secular authorities would get involved. Your life could very well be in peril. Due to how well the church was doing, the church and its popes had developed really expensive tastes. Throughout the Middle Ages, popes were growing wealthier and wealthier, and they even started fighting to keep the papacy a familial dynastic tradition. They had palaces that these families owned. They had extraordinarily large quantities of gold. Popes had mistresses, and they even threw parties that would make even the most decadent Roman emperor blush. Despite the fact that they were making huge amounts of money, they needed to raise revenues somehow. And they decided to do that through the sale of indulgences. I imagine most of you know all about this stuff. However, for the uninitiated, an indulgence was a papal decree that allowed your soul to move past purgatory and on to heaven. Purgatory was a place where, well, when you died, according to the church, your soul was bound either for hell or heaven, either to burn or live in paradise forever. However, to get to hell, you had to commit a pretty grievous sin, what was known as a mortal sin, something defiantly against God. For the rest of us who hadn't committed a mortal sin, we were going to go to heaven. But first, we had to have our earthly sins purged. And that was done in that place called purgatory. My favorite description of purgatory, I think, is probably the one in the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. He envisions purgatory as a mountain spiraling up towards heaven. After death, your soul went to that mountain of purgatory, and while it ascended that mountain to get to heaven, it underwent several trials, 7 of them in fact, that were intended to purge away the 7 deadly sins, so that when you got to the top and were able to enter heaven, your soul would be clean enough to bask in the glory of God. So purgatory wasn't a particularly nice place. It wasn't as bad as hell, but it wasn't a place that you necessarily wanted to be. So the church had these indulgences that the Pope could grant to you that would allow your soul to skip over that unpleasant step known as purgatory. At certain times, the church was known to sell these indulgences for money. This was the Rome, a Rome of lavish luxury and extreme decadence, a Rome that was seen by many to be swindling its parishioners by lying to them about being able to get them into heaven for money. This was the Rome that at the end of a very long journey was first encountered by Martin Luther. Martin Luther was one of tens of thousands of people that would make a pilgrimage to Rome every year, many of them members of the clergy, in an effort to find themselves closer to God. Martin Luther was taking this journey on the advice of a higher up of his order who had suggested he do so because Martin Luther was a very troubled young monk. He always found himself somewhat distant from the presence of God that he hoped to feel. In fact, Martin Luther had had a very troubled youth in general. His father was a member of a growing middle class in Germany who, by all accounts, was not a very kind man. However, he did send his son Martin off to the university, a fairly respected university, where he was supposed to train to become a lawyer. And for a while he did so, and a lot of those skills that he learned there would wind up serving him well later on in life. But after a run-in with the plague, in which many of his friends died, and then a near-death experience on a lonesome road during a very violent thunderstorm, Martin Luther decided to dedicate himself to God. However, after becoming a monk and going through all of those ordeals, he never felt himself truly in the presence of God. He never felt God's love fill him. The church taught him that feel God's love, there were two ways about it. One was doing good works, which were good works according to the church, things that the church decreed you should do. The other was through suffering and penance. And Martin Luther did plenty of good works, but also undertook suffering and penance on a level that was dangerous. He would wear those horsehair shirts with the hair on the inside that would become extremely uncomfortable all the time. He would flagellate himself until he had nearly bled to death. More than once, his brothers had to pull him in from the cold where he was outside, nearly nude, freezing to death, trying with all of his might to feel the presence of God through suffering. And yet, Martin Luther never did feel the presence of God, not in his heart. So it was suggested that he take this pilgrimage to Rome. And he did. It took about 2 months to get from his monastery to Rome. But upon arriving in Rome, well, this was the height of the Italian Renaissance. When he arrived in Rome, literally, Michelangelo was painting the roof of the Sistine Chapel. Raphael was painting the Pope's apartments and decorating them in lavish ways. There were some of the greatest artists and thinkers and architects of all time living and working in Italy, especially in Rome, at this time when Martin Luther got there. Not only was Rome culturally significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the center of church power. This was the center of God's house. This was where God was closest to earth and spoke directly to the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, to which Martin Luther had dedicated himself. At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty and grandeur around him, as I imagine anybody would be arriving in Italy at about the time of the height of the Italian Renaissance. But soon, that veneer and that awe began to fade. One of Martin Luther's first destinations, as a man who saw suffering as the best way to get closer to God, was a crypt in which the remains of thousands of martyrs were kept. However, when he arrived at this crypt, he learned that he would have to pay a fee to enter and see the remains of these martyrs, which he did, and that earned him an indulgence, a token that would let him lessen his time in purgatory. And that was just the beginning. At a sermon that an understandably timid Martin Luther was giving in Rome in front of many very august members of the clergy, he overheard one of them say, "Just get on with it." This was Martin Luther's experience time after time at nearly every site he visited on his pilgrimage to Rome. And so he returned to Germany, even more disillusioned than he had gone to Rome. He began to feel that there was something wrong with him. In his writings, he would frequently ask, "What's wrong with me? Why can't I feel God's love?" And so in 1511, not having shown any improvement after Rome, he was sent to Wittenberg, a town in Germany that had just built a new university and had a couple of small churches attached to the castle. There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who knew how to handle Martin Luther. After getting to know him a bit, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university there. At first, Martin Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons why he couldn't do it. One of them being that the amount of work added to his schedule would kill him, to which this leader replied, "That's okay. God has much use for clever men in heaven." He always knew just what to say to Martin Luther. And so Martin Luther became a teacher, forced to leave his world of meditation and suffering and penance and interact with the world. He had to look these students in the eye and tell them with authority what the Word of God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he went back further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was while studying these texts that he began to see discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught and what the church was preaching in the year 1511. He realized, digging through these ancient texts, that to him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love to him. But in the years that passed, between the time that he went to Rome and the time that he started teaching, the old pope had died, and they had chosen a new pope, a man named Leo X. If I were to picture a movie about Martin Luther, I would picture someone who was young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever-curious. And if I were to picture Leo X, I would picture a man who was cold-eyed and stern beyond belief, and at the same time enjoyed his earthly delights to a sumptuous extent. I would also imagine that every time he were on screen, there would be dark, ominous music accompanying his arrival, something that lets you know that an evil presence had arrived. Now, I'm not saying that that's how the relationship between Martin Luther and Leo X actually was, but that's definitely how it's been recorded and seen throughout the ages ever since this time. You see, as Pope, Leo was not exactly careful with money. He went on these extravagant boar hunts. He threw these huge dinner parties at which it was reported at the time by people who, it should be said, were not pro the papacy, but they reported that there would be young naked boys jumping out of pies to entertain all of the guests at the Pope's dinner parties. It is said even, and this is not necessarily proven to be true, but that he vetoed a decree that a bishop had made that said that there should be a limit on the number of young boys that the clergy can keep for their comfort. Now, this all may be propaganda against him. There's no definitive proof of it, but this was something that was believed at the time. More to the point, something that can be proven is that within 2 years of having been raised to the papacy, the coffers of the church were empty. And this was due not just to his lavish parties and boar hunts, but to the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica. You see, all of the great architects and painters and sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1517, in order to raise some more money to complete the work on St. Peter's Basilica, Leo X began a campaign for new indulgences. These indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had been before. They were also made much more available than any other indulgences. Before, you would have to prove that you had done good works to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was pay a little money and you could get these indulgences. And they covered all sorts of sins that even people who believed in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these indulgences, it should be noted, that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for raping the Virgin Mary. However, these indulgences of the 1517 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions of dollars. There was a man, a bishop known as Johann Tetzel, that was put in charge of the campaign of these indulgences. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, "When the coin in his coffer rings, then the soul heavenward flings." And that was all it took. Just a little bit of coin, and your soul, which would be going to purgatory after death, would be able to skip over that nasty little step and go right into heaven, no matter what you had done, according to these indulgences. Beyond that, one of the big problems that many people had with this 1517 indulgence campaign was that before, you had to earn an indulgence during your life. But now, if you wanted to buy an indulgence for somebody who had died, say your mother had passed away, and you didn't want her to suffer in purgatory, you could just give the church just a little bit of money, and all of a sudden she would go straight to heaven. These indulgences were widely hated all throughout Europe, no more so than in Germany, which had become the prime market to sell these indulgences. Martin Luther himself had noted that many in his congregation, including his students, had stopped coming to his services and stopped coming to class because they had been told that all they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the church a little bit of coin. This, understandably, enraged Martin Luther. The story of what's to come is really a turning point in the history of Western civilization. Because of the importance of it, the crux of that story, the thing that really set this fire off, is usually told in very melodramatic ways. It's told as if it's an epic tale, almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, this scene would have to begin with very dark, brutal, and epic music. October 31st, 1517, All Hallows Eve. In the small town of Wittenberg, a young monk by the name of Martin Luther has learned that the church is interfering with his flock. They are being lied to, told that for a small amount of coin they can earn an indulgence, which is putting their immortal souls in danger of eternal damnation. In a rage, Martin Luther flies to his study, where he grabs ink, pen, and paper, and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime of the Catholic Church and their vile Pope, Leo X. Late into the night he works. By candlelight, he finishes his 95 theses, detailing everything that the church has done to its people. He grabs his hammer and nail, and he rushes to the church in Wittenberg. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 Theses upon it, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down. Those inside the church can hear it as the thunder of God. Again he raises his hammer and brings it down, and again. And like Jesus being nailed to the cross, Martin Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever. But, of course, that's not exactly how it happened. If you like that story, and that's how you'd like to continue to think of it, and I wouldn't blame you if you did, it's pretty awesome, I'd go ahead and just skip forward a couple of minutes because I'm about to burst your bubble. Martin Luther was an academic, an educated man. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer, and even more so, he was a monk, so not exactly a rash person. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had a chance to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of the 95 Theses and put them on the church door where the very first priest who saw it in the morning could walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and take it to the requisite authorities? Well, that's not what Martin Luther would do either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate to discuss the 95 Theses, which he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, his parishioners, and especially his students. He had too many copies printed up to be just gotten rid of that easily, so that people had to pay attention and had to discuss them. Now, that doesn't make quite as good a story, but it makes a lot more sense when you're actually trying to get your message out there, which Martin Luther did, in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. You see, when Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses, he was still a Catholic priest. His intention wasn't to start a revolution or start a new religion. He even defended the office of the papacy and the power of the church in his theses. Several of the first arguments he makes are actually about how the Pope is in fact the conduit of God on earth. But his writings caught on in a way that I don't think he or any of the clergy saw coming. Originally, he just wanted to have a discussion about things that the Catholic Church was doing, problems that they had that he thought needed to be addressed. But I think that the people who read the 95 Theses saw them and it spoke to a part of them that was tired of the control of the Catholic Church over their lives. So they took what Luther had said and really kind of ran with it. At first it was the students. Young people and students are frequently the people in history and our modern world that will take a new idea that speaks to them and run with it. They would pass around copies of the 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther and read them and discuss them in ways that people who were parts of the aristocracy and the respectable members of society probably weren't yet. And this spread throughout all of his region of Saxony and then further out into Germany and then into what would be called the Netherlands and all throughout that northern central region of Europe very quickly. It didn't take long before a copy of the 95 Theses appeared on the desk of Leo X. As you can imagine, the Pope was not too happy. His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther heresies. And they sent a bishop to interrogate Martin Luther about what he was doing up there. During the interrogation, Martin Luther was uncooperative. In his writings later, he was outright dismissive of the bishop who was sent to interrogate him. These actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also his supporters, the young people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Catholic Church had no right to undertake. With Martin Luther being so unresponsive to the bishop that they sent to interrogate him, the next action they took was to label Martin Luther himself a heretic, which is a pretty big deal. When you're labeled a heretic, you're told to come back to Rome so that they can discuss your crimes, which, for somebody who was a heretic on the level of Martin Luther, well, that wouldn't have ended well for him. There was another priest about 100 years before named Jan Hus, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems within the Catholic Church, and when labeled a heretic and told to come to Rome to discuss his crimes, he did so. He was subsequently burned at the stake. Martin Luther knew that it was a bad idea for him to go there. However, in most places, that wouldn't have been up to him. If the church and the Pope requested your presence, then you'd better go, and if you didn't of your own volition, then the local authorities would collect you, arrest you, and send you down to Rome. However, in the time of Wittenberg, things were a little bit different. There was a noble who's known today as Friedrich the Wise. He enjoyed the publicity that Martin Luther's writings were bringing to his small town, as well as the university. Friedrich was the one who founded that university, and he saw this as not only good advertisement and good press, but also something that would make the town of Wittenberg remembered forever, which, frankly, it kind of has been. He decided to protect Martin Luther and not order his men to collect and arrest him. This was, of course, very good news for Martin Luther, who was able to print up more and more copies of his 95 Theses, as well as new pamphlets that were becoming less and less the writings of a good Catholic priest, and more the writings of someone who was in open protest against the church. Some of these writings would get subsequently dirtier and dirtier, painting the Pope in a light that was almost evil. There are woodcuts from some of Martin Luther's publications painting the Pope as a pig. There is a woodcut, which I'm very fond of, that has on the left side a picture of Christ washing a beggar's feet, above it labeled Christus, and next to it the Pope, Leo X, having his feet kissed, above it labeled Antichristus. This had gone beyond simply some complaints about the church to really open rebellion. If this was a rebellion, Martin Luther had a lot on his side. Aside from just the people that supported him, as well as the local nobility, he had things that many people that had come before him didn't have. Most notably, the printing press. He was able to publish not just copies of his 95 Theses, but pamphlets that amounted to just propaganda against the church frequently and distribute them all over Europe. This made it impossible for the church to quash any of his writings, no matter how many of them they collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in European society that was new to the European experience. They were really, for the first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had plenty of money and a fair amount of power without being connected to either the nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had really had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something inside him, an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds that faced him. Despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in the Western world. Luther knew just how unstable his footing was, so he took steps, necessary steps, to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the power of the Catholic Church. He wrote a pamphlet to the Christian nobility of the German people. This pamphlet argued, quote, German money, in defiance of nature, flies over the Alps. This argument held a lot of weight to the German nobility. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic empire, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic man. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, there had been a tension between the Romans and the German people. Even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy, long before the heresy of Martin Luther, known as the Arian heresy, in which German Christians disagreed with the way that the Roman Church believed in God. And this cultural schism had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, when the German peoples were allied strongly with the Roman Church, there was tension between them. So it made sense to the German nobility in the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people and not the Pope in Rome. Now, it seems to me that a friend in a high place like Frederick the Wise, he may have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what arguments would work best to motivate the German nobility to protect this burgeoning Lutheran movement. And it seemed to work. Many other nobles took heart from this and really joined arms with Frederick the Wise and the Lutheran cause. However, the man that they really had to convince was Charles V, a young 19-year-old, newly raised Holy Roman Empire who was staunchly Catholic. But in 1520, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise, who convinced him to hear Luther's case, which was just in time because in Rome, the Pope had issued an order of excommunication for Martin Luther. Excommunication was the most powerful weapon the Pope had in his arsenal to fight a heretic like Martin Luther. And he sent a bishop north with the bull of excommunication, stopping at every town he passed to read the excommunication of Martin Luther, to let anybody who might have any sympathy for the Lutheran cause know that this was going to be nipped in the bud shortly. However, the further north he got, across the Alps, and into the Holy Roman Empire, and into the region known as Germany, the less and less sympathy the bishop found. He would find that every time he would pass around copies of the Bull of Excommunication, they would be torn or burned or even thrown into the river. Martin Luther's movement was growing, and it was growing even beyond Lutheranism. This had turned from a religious argument into a social argument, and had gone beyond whether or not the Romans just had religious control over the people of Germany, to whether or not the Romans had any right to the political control over the people of Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the peasantry, began to revolt. Some of these revolts were more peaceful, some of them were more violent, some of them were outright rebellion against their overlords. However, Martin Luther fanned the flames of rebellion. You see, after his many other publications, he published perhaps his best-selling work of all time, which makes him possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published a Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. You see, Bibles had always been published in Latin. And Martin Luther, who had read the texts of the Greek and the Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible from a language that the Bible was actually written in. So these people were able to read a Bible in their own language without the filter of the Catholic Church. And what they found out, finally able to read the Bible for themselves, was that what the Catholic Church was teaching them was not exactly the teachings of the Holy Bible. This enraged the people, along with the many other cultural forces pushing them to overthrow the old order. Germany was in chaos. Germany was in chaos. The Netherlands were in chaos. The Low Countries were in chaos. Switzerland was in chaos. Essentially, the way that Europe had worked for the past 1,000 years was turned on its head, all due to the publication of a Bible that the people could actually read. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first one to publish a Bible in the language that the common people could read. There were a couple of other people before him that had done this. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German. They published the Bible in English. In the 14th century, there was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities to Luther. First of all, he was a monk. He was also a philosopher, much like Luther, and he also taught at a seminary academy. This was something that brought Luther to his realization, and I think also had a large influence on Luther. He had other similarities to Luther, philosophical similarities. He believed, much like Luther, that the focus of religious teaching should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God, and that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that has been filtered through a Catholic medium. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the very Catholic Church the Catholic Church. Things like the sacrament, or the existence of sainthood, or the very existence of the papacy at all. He was, in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out. And in 1380, he started perhaps the most radical thing that he had done yet, a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly from the Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek and Hebrew texts. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word, from the Latin, which created a lot of strange translations that I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, "I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous," end quote. Or perhaps, quote, "Lord, go from me, for I am a man sinner," end quote. Now, these are, of course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar with, but not all familiar with Latin, largely because they weren't written in a way that people were necessarily able to read, at least not easily. Luther had built a movement around his beliefs that actually gained a lot of strength in Europe. However, the Pope quashed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Wycliffe's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned, and his followers all arrested. However, even today, 170 copies of this Bible still exist, and this was in a time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of this manuscript. For so many to still exist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing them and passing them around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. It was a clandestine activity. The people who believed the power of the Catholic Church was too strong and too influential in the nation of England, well, they were trying to undermine it quietly, but as powerfully as possible. and this continued even up until the time of Henry VIII. Henry VIII collected every copy of the Wycliffe Bible he could get his hands on, as well as any subsequent translation, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted for 2 days solid. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another monk, a man named William Tyndale. There's a quote from William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of, and I'd like to share with you now. Quote, "Ere many years I will cause a boy that driveth plow to know more of the scriptures than thou dost." End of quote. This was saying that he wanted the people in his country to know the actual scriptures and the word of God and not have it fed to them by a third party. And unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it very nearly is. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly from the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that the kingdom didn't really think needed to be in there for the common people to see, but it's very, very close to what's in the King James Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially sedition in England, because the king in England at the time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the Catholic faith. That wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after Tyndale's death, unfortunately. But Henry VIII, of course, eventually recanted his Catholic faith. You see, his first wife had not given him a son. This was something that any monarch, especially a king, found vitally important, to have a strong heir that he knew could succeed him on the throne. There were, of course, many other factors and many other tensions building between Henry VIII and the Catholic Church, but this one really set it off, because Henry VIII, as we all probably know, believed that it was his wife's fault that he couldn't have a son. He had, of course, a daughter. However, when unable to divorce her, he cut ties with the Catholic Church and married another woman. This woman was not a Catholic, because neither was Henry VIII. Neither was Henry's second daughter that that marriage produced. But of course, Henry eventually married another woman, with whom he had a son. Finally, Henry VIII had a son, an heir, that he knew would succeed him. However, Henry VIII was a pragmatic man, so he set rules of succession that were anything untoward to happen to his son, his daughter would take the throne. His eldest daughter, as it happens, who was the product of a Catholic marriage and herself a Catholic woman. For a newly Anglican country, this potentially spelled disaster. But Henry had another daughter, the product of an Anglican marriage, who was, by all accounts, bright, even brilliant, who was ambitious, who was extremely resilient, and who would make a great focus and figurehead for the growing Protestant movement in England. We'll talk about her next week, about her turbulent ascension to power, about the internal struggles that she overcame to become one of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, and her daring campaign to defy both the Pope and the Spanish Empire to rival their claim in the monopoly of the New World Empire, a feat for which she employs gentlemen adventurers with names like Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Francis Drake. But that'll do it for this week, everybody. Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode, and I hope that I didn't offend anybody's religious sensibilities by talking about what is still, for a lot of people, a very controversial and emotional topic. It was my intent that, even while discussing a lot of negative things, to try and be as balanced and honest as possible. So hopefully you'll tune in next week. Our theme music this week was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Rabbi. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy them, so why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to HorrorHistoryPodcast.com to leave a comment or a question if you have any. And then you can go on over to Twitter, follow us at Black Flagcast, or like us on Facebook. Thank you so much for listening.
We were all the times by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles I see from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Join us home now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. And then he asked this question. He said, "Can you
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in England. Some of these events will occur in Europe, in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to get to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west, in North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies in what would one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing Good Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a Tudor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of a Yorkish rebellion, another civil war, another War of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII, King of England. Not too bad for your first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her worth as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against their common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on the continent fighting wars that were gaining him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry was a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. While once he had been a European superstar, handsome, young, adventurous in his wars on the continent, those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time, hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, Henry had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was something of a mystery to Henry. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he had desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancée of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started courting her. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time, On the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him a male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. The divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city. At the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to Henry. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did, in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announce to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was, in England at the time, only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare before this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried again. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest onto the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a work from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old woman. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her face to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven. And her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful near the end. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, It's said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable with grief. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly, and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old. Her brother, the King of England, her father, passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation in his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again, in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account of it. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her head for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance, essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly, Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. And this resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. A resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story, because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy crimp in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip, to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary, Queen of Scots, to take the throne. So he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering what Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, the Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit. The state that England was in was somewhat dire. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentlemen adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brillig, and the song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. It helps us with the cost of research materials, as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, the Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and why not give us a like over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us at White Flag. Every little bit really helps the podcast noise.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of the tales from the old country told for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake of the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
Photography, making microdot.
and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we discussed the early days of Queen Elizabeth's rule. We talked about the challenges she faced as well as the tactics that she used to overcome them, including a new class of mariners in England. Men who were young, ambitious, eager to make their fortunes and their name, known as the gentlemen adventurers. And we talked about some of England's earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Lovell. And at least one, maybe two of these voyages had on board a young, highly talented mariner named Francis Drake. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous had been, that also had on board Francis Drake. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain forever, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7. I will drop in. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country Englishmen born in or around the town of Plymouth, who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the Queen, and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of both trade and piracy. But I didn't give much background about any of these men, and I'd like to about Francis Drake. Though we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born a nobleman, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and a few arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1540. We know that his father, Edmund, was a farmer, a shepherd, and a cloth manufacturer. Now, this was pretty typical of any farmers in England, especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them raised sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was England's prime export. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in an English church. However, that doesn't exactly make him a pacifist. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was something of a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are several arrest records about him. We do know that he was arrested for assaulting and robbing a man with another accomplice, and then, after being released just a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After these two incidents, his father was forced to leave home. The shame was just too great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home to get his education. When he was still very young, Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other boys from the community, went to study at the home of William Hawkins. That was the father of John Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis, and it's reported that they became pretty quick friends. It's also acknowledged that they were, quote, close kinsmen, end quote. In those days, it was pretty typical for boys who were what you might call middle class to receive an education at the household of a relative or close family friend. And many of this clan and people in that West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned to do things like read and write. That's where they learned basic arithmetic and a fair amount of what you'd consider gentlemanly manners. That included how to behave at a dinner table, how to talk to one's elders, and how to talk to one's betters. Everybody from higher up merchants to nobility to even royalty. And at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the English Church. They read the Bible, which was something that hadn't really been done by most young men before, and they were taught about the reported excesses of the Catholic Church. In exchange for their education, boys all across Europe would work for the families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, copper smelters, they would learn the craft of copper smelting. In the case of the Hawkins family, they were merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt for their education on board a ship. They traveled all around Europe, from France to Spain to the Low Countries, even occasionally into the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders bought and sold goods, when they negotiated terms, and sometimes when the ship would come upon a small, unsuspecting ship, they would watch as their elders overtook that ship and would negotiate a transfer of goods at the point of the sword. Now, we don't have any proof that Francis Drake was on board any of these trading voyages, but he probably was. We do know that John Hawkins was on board many of these trading voyages, and so it can be assumed that Francis was alongside him. Our first records of Francis Drake on board a ship don't happen until he is about 17 or 18 years old, but then we do know that he was sailing on ships owned by the Hawkins family. Now, these voyages were voyages that went primarily into French waters that had a single goal: the sacking, plunder, and sometimes outright theft of these French ships. Now, this wasn't exactly a respectable vocation at the time, even in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of life and something that the government, all the way from the local officials all the way up to the Queen, would turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of probably 20, maybe 21, he was actively investing in other more legitimate voyages of the Hawkins family. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in nautical voyages. I've made mention of it, but I haven't really gone into much depth about it. Any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be something that's very expensive. You needed, of course, a seaworthy ship. You needed a captain and other officers. You needed a crew, as well as provisions to keep that crew alive. You would need to take care of the maintenance of the ship while it was in port. You would need things like hemp rope, tar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship held together. Sails. You would also need on board many armaments to defend the ship in case anything happened. Now, this included not only things like powder and shot for the cannons, but also some of those early rifles that existed, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and cold steel. Now, this was a large investment for any single person to make. There were, of course, people in England that were rich enough to finance their own expeditions. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, that would be a huge loss to whoever was the single person that invested in it. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses began. That, of course, meant that there was a smaller return for a single investor. However, when one person invested in a number of voyages, then they could make the same amount of money, while the possibility of losing one voyage, either through piracy or inclement weather, they would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies, kind of like the Muscovy Company, who we talked about last week, that's why they were cracking up all over Europe, and investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage they could find. It wasn't just the merchants, though. Nobility, all the way up to royalty, were investing in these voyages. If you remember, Columbus was unable to get his voyage paid for until he had the backing of the King and Queen of Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to get the voyage paid for. This was typical in England as well. Whenever Elizabeth would back a voyage, then many other investors in her court would decide that this was probably a safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be investing in something that she cared about. You could usually expect some members of the Navy in Elizabeth's court to be investing in many voyages, but if they managed to convince Elizabeth herself, then other members of her Privy Council were likely to invest as well, even for voyages that weren't publicly known to have the backing of the crown, such as John Hawkins' voyages were. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying that these voyages meant to undermine Spanish trade in the Caribbean were backed by the crown. However, they were backed financially by the Queen and many of her highest counselors. This was deeply inflammatory to both the Portuguese and Spanish, and it was something of a gamble on Elizabeth's part, but she was betting on Philip of Spain's need to keep himself out of yet another war. He was still engaged in the Low Countries. He was still at heightened tensions with France, and most importantly, probably, he was still in North Africa, in open war against the Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had essentially come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary, Queen of Scots, in her custody, which had somewhat helped tensions between France and England subside, at least anything coming close to active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port at Antwerp. This was essentially a game of diplomatic chess, and right now, Elizabeth was counting. Her adversary wasn't really Philip, though. It was probably Guzman de Silva, the Spanish ambassador in England. He was the man that really contested every move that the Queen made. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role in it. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a prosperous merchant who had her blessing, but not her backing. However, all that De Silva really had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was outfitting the Queen's own ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly being truthful with him. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted De Silva, as well as King Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's moves against England. She would tell De Silva that the seas were free, and that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean could only help the Spanish citizens. Guzman de Silva wrote again and again to King Philip, and King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really give De Silva any ammunition that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more dismissive treatment. When he came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first voyage, the Queen told him that his protests were essentially pointless because he had already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he attacked fishing villages and trading outposts and made a small fortune in gold and wax and ivory and pearls. These attacks at his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, hopes were high. He was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Lovell was. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, and probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became somewhat devoted to each other and probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London for the plot, that rebellion to undermine Queen Mary and put Elizabeth on the throne. He was, from the time of Elizabeth's accession, really her most trusted advisor, and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to come into his bedchamber sometimes, very late at night. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court, and some of the most responsibility of any man in Elizabeth's court. She even named him regent if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell ill. The next man that you would see on the list of investors for this voyage was really Dudley's main competition for influence at court and the Queen's favor. He was the highest advisor that was on her privy council. His name was William Cecil. He was the guy that really saw the day-to-day bureaucratic running of England. He was a notoriously honest man, the man that Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truths that nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley and Cecil were bitter enemies. They couldn't be more different. Really, their personalities were somewhat symbolic of Elizabeth's England. Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young and handsome, and he dressed extravagantly. If you were to picture William Shakespeare, or at least how he dressed, you'd have a picture of Dudley. He would wear very fancy shoes and brightly colored stockings and those strange puffy shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and a big flamboyant hat, probably with a feather sticking out of it and a sword at his hip. Cecil, on the other hand, was a Puritan. He would have worn almost all black. A very plain black coat, plain pants, plain boots, probably a hat, and instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a folio under his oak. And these were the 2 most powerful men in Elizabeth's court, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she saw as a positive. These men started to gather supporters who would travel around the capital, armed, and they would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Dudley. And sometimes, whenever these armed bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would even be spilled. Cecil said that he didn't approve of these violent interactions. He was a man who thought that that was inappropriate. However, he probably backed it from behind the scenes. That's similar to how he said he didn't approve of these maritime adventures all over the world or those who invested in them. However, in John Hawkins' third voyage, he invested some of his own money after seeing some of the returns that his friends and colleagues had. And then came essentially everybody else in the London elite. Other lords, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of the Navy, William Winter, who we spoke about last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another major naval figure, John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families in London, any major guilds or leaders in the commercial sector, not just from London, but from all over England, especially from Plymouth, John Hawkins' hometown. Everyone who was anyone wanted to share in this voyage, and they all bought in. John Hawkins was extremely well funded. He had all the money and provisions and armaments he could need, but a crew was somewhat harder to come by. Voyages to the African coast had a bad reputation, and men who sailed on those voyages frequently didn't come back. And even those who did hardly made any money. They didn't get equal shares by any means. They got paid a stipend, and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it to any mariners in England, so they had to resort to press gangs. They would get men drunk if they were lucky, but sometimes just attack them in an alleyway, knock them over the head, and then these poor men would wake up on board a ship on their way to the Americas. But press gangs were efficient, and after only a few days, they had the men they needed to flush out their ships, and they were ready to set sail. And on October 2nd, 1567, they did so. There were 6 ships total in the fleet. The 2 that belonged to the Queen were the 700-ton Jesus of Lubbock, which was the flagship captained by John Hawkins himself, and the 300-ton Minion. The other 4 ships belonged to the Hawkins brothers, William and John. First of all, the aptly named William and John. Then there was the Swallow, the Angel, and the Judith. Now we know Francis Drake was aboard the Judith. However, reports are conflicting as to what his rank on the Judith was. Later in life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain from the moment they set sail. There were also testimonies from some of his men that said he was the captain from the very beginning. These testimonies, however, were taken by the Spanish Inquisition, and they were looking at the time for as much evidence to implicate Francis Drake in as many crimes as possible as they could find. So these testimonies aren't exactly trustworthy. But he was, at the time, at least on board the Judith. It's also important to mention that this was more than just a merchant voyage. This was a national undertaking, and these ships were heavily armed. The Jesus of Lubbock had the Queen's own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying atop her mainmast. They were bristling with cannon, and the men aboard them were, in many cases, highly trained soldiers of the Queen's own army. And John Hawkins had in his possession a commission from Queen Elizabeth herself that ordered him not to offend England's allies, namely Portugal and Spain. However, John Hawkins had no intention of following these orders, and Ambassador de Silva knew this. Just a few days after setting sail, the fleet was scattered by a terrible storm. Nearly all the ships lost sight of each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took severe damage. It was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back and going back to London. But almost as soon as the storm ended, the Angel managed to find the Jesus of Lubbock. They decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their voyage, to go to the Canaries, which every ship in the fleet knew was their first destination. The Minion, the William and John, and the Swallow had found each other as well, and they were heading to the Canaries. However, Drake's ship, the Judith, was nowhere to be found, and it was presumed sunk. It took a few days, but when John Hawkins had nearly made it to port in the Canaries, he caught up with the Judith. Francis Drake, who was almost certainly its captain by now, had sailed straight through the storm, with no loss of life and almost no damage to the ship. This had to be kind of impressive for John Hawkins, who was an old friend but a highly accomplished ship's captain, and he was limping into port. Drake fired off a salute to his admiral, and they discussed what to do. Drake had been to this same port on the voyage of John Lubbock just a few years before, and they had been very badly received. He didn't want to sail into port on his own, and that was probably a smart move, because when these three ships made landfall, a militia was marched out to the docks and put in place to guard these English ships. The harbor master came out to inspect the ships and saw that all three of them were bristling with firepower and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the Jesus of Lubbock was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair her, as long as they agreed to stay on board, not come ashore, and not cause any trouble. But if you're a sailor who has just escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home, and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to set foot on land, where you can see taverns serving ale and fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't take to those orders too well, and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dudley. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all of the soldiers. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first in his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed Dudley. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged, things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the hilt, drawing blood. Now that's mutiny. It's mutiny to strike any senior officer. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to forgive, except that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen, and he said that this was as bad as striking the Queen herself. Hawkins ordered Dudley put in chains. He drew his harquebus, he pointed it directly at Dudley, and told him to say his prayers and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his life. He begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged in his favor. Even a foreign priest came down to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally he did. He helped Dudley to his feet and removed the irons himself. There were no more incidents while in port. Hawkins had received word that the rest of his fleet was waiting not too far away, and as soon as the Jesus was repaired, they set sail to meet them. When Hawkins and Drake arrived in port where the other three ships were waiting, a celebration ensued. The governor was kind enough to bring them food, wine, and even a large number of fresh oranges. However, in their revelry and in their drink, many of the Englishmen began to disrespect this warm welcome that the Spanish had given. They went ashore and they burned effigies of the saints. They shot their cannon at the local church. They overturned a cross, and they even set fire to the door of a local hermitage. Now, these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same sect of society that William Cecil did. They were Puritans, and they were highly religious. They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet had a priest on board. They saw their actions in the Spanish port as defensible and justified in the eyes of God. They saw the Catholic veneration of the Pope and the saints and the Virgin Mary as ungodly and sinful, and the worship of false idols. And they weren't alone in Europe. They were members of what was really a growing and divisive movement. There were other groups of Puritans doing similar things, such as the Anabaptists, or you even see similar stuff today when, say, Muslim extremists in the Middle East will destroy what they consider false idols. Groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a long history of defacing some of the world's most treasured historical landmarks because they consider them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were extremists and zealots, the kind of men who would disrespect a warm welcome by setting fire to and shooting your church with cannons. The question is, though, is that what Queen Elizabeth would have wanted? Now, we know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade, and we know that she wanted to send a message of defiance to Philip. And she wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to be feared. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really project her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation of brigands and pirates? You know, she may have personally enjoyed hearing the exploits of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder when dealing with Spain and Portugal. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, Hawkins' fleet was chased from port. They decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing villages, similar to John Hawkins' second voyage. They started capturing slaves on the coast. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. It's around this time that the histories start to get a little bit muddy. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or maybe two of the French ships were added to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but two of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves deciding to turn pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it all on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time a French ship called the Don de Dieu, or the Gift of God, joined the fleet, commanded by a French captain named Paul Blondel. However, it's also said that a few days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese ships and took them by force. Now, a ship in that fleet called the Rothschild, the Grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis Drake as his first captaincy. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Drake was already a captain, according to some records, and the name of that Portuguese ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the Gift of God. So, was Drake's first captaincy on that Portuguese ship that they took by force, or was he already a captain and the French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? And then it gets worse. Later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture African slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with certain African kings and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had struck a deal in which they would split any captives taken between them. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that set up in England. So I tried to synthesize these differing accounts from all of the testimonies at the time, as well as other court documents and primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Drake himself, and the differing accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories, but it all seems to point to something. It sounds like when Hawkins was making alliances with the different kings, he sent Drake along with some other ships on ahead to pursue his own mission. From Drake's own men and his own accounts, it sounds like he actually befriended some of the French pirates on the coast of Africa. Now, this is not out of the question, because if you recall, on his voyage with John Lovell, they allied themselves with several French pirates. It's even possible, although there's no proof, that Drake had planned ahead to meet these French pirates on the African coast. You see, most of the French pirates of the time were rebels against the crown and Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen would have had something of a kindred spirit with. So it makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with some French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese Catholic ships, and then later say that they weren't the pirates, it was the fault of either those dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical Englishmen. You see, the reason this becomes very confusing is because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Portuguese Gracia de Dios, the Grace of God. They're going on a revised account that came later, many years later, from some of Drake's men, that said, quote, Francis Drake was made master and captain of the caravel, after they took that supposedly Portuguese ship. However, these historians are dismissing earlier accounts from some of the same sailors who said that Drake was captain before this. However, a prominent biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Harry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact on the Judith at the outset of the voyage. So it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of, maybe you call him a vice admiral of the fleet, using his own talents of piracy, which we know he has had a long career of already, to join up with some notorious French pirates and add their ships to the fleet, which they would use to harass any Catholics on the African coast, as well as add to the total number of African slaves that they had taken, while both being able to have a certain amount of plausible deniability to the authorities at large. There's no account of Drake being given a solo command this early. However, later in the voyage, there will be official records that he has been given his own solo commands. So, while this all seems very plausible to me, don't quote me on your history exams. However, after the exploits of Drake and the exploits of Hawkins, the fleet met back up a little bit larger than it was when they left England. They had about 500 or 600 slaves, and at this point, Francis Drake is undisputably Captain Francis Drake. The fleet crossed the Atlantic and made it to the Caribbean. Their first landfall was at Dominica. However, there was no European settlement at Dominica, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on. To once again quote Susan Ronald from her book The Pirate Queen, quote, "At his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and sacked, quote, in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with the phrase in the French language, 'Vengeance for la Florida,'" end quote. Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts in Florida by early 1568. Ever the crowd pleaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so grateful that 9 days of friendly trading, linen for gold, and feasting followed. End quote. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination. That was a place called Borborata, and they found Borborata as well abandoned and sacked by the French. Once again, Hawkins sent men out to entice the colonists back to town, and they set up what could be described as a training emporium on the beach. He learned from the colonists that the French had also attacked Ponce de Leon and the Spanish capital in the region, and he began to trade with them, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore and under guard. Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If we assume that what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic with them. Hawkins, and especially Drake, knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods, but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had had a huge problem getting rid of any slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely out of the question. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell the slaves, to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really supervillain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates, who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack the Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter. And then John Hawkins would sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then once they felt safe and happy and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help in that rebuilding. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his orders from the Queen, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who make this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes it, and this could prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt this Catholic trade, which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves, while he sold a few, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he would like. So he ordered his ships to be careened on the beach, that is, cleaned of all the barnacles and other nastiness that ships collect while they're at sea, and wrote a letter to Ponce de Leon. He also wrote a letter to the local bishop offering to bribe him if he would convince the people to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time and no answer was forthcoming, but eventually Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter in return that said, quote, "Before my eyes I saw the governor, my predecessor, carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last being here. An example for me that I fall not into the like or worse." End quote. So the Spanish colonists, who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while, decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo command. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination at Rio de la Hacha while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Francis Drake was now in charge of, quote, "The Spaniards shot 3 pieces at us from the shoulder. We requited with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days, in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravel of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the Angel and the Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in spite of 200 Spanish harquebuses shot, and anchored again before the town, till our general's coming, who anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon." John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Hacha, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive, at which point Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore, and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders that decided not to surrender to them. They raided the Spanish treasury there. They, quite literally, raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Hacha was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish side. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use in the previous voyages, but it was really, at that point, more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Hacha and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they found it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He fired off his cannons several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves in the town of Cartagena. And it was getting close to time to leave. The weather was going to grow dangerous very shortly. Hurricane season was on the way, and they realized that they could not wait any longer in the Caribbean. So they decided to cut their losses and head for home, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made a tidy profit on this voyage. Nobody was going home poor. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell the hurricane coming. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus of Lubbock, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to bear the sea longer, for in her stern, on either side of the stern post, her planks did open and shut with every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm, the living fish did swim upon her ballast as in the sea. End quote. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water plants constantly, and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order to abandon ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of their voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it out alive. But the winds did, finally, die down. However, their fortunes did not improve. The William and John was lost, nowhere to be seen, and presumed sunk. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on this voyage. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm had blown them. None of their sailors, or their pilots, or their captains knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly on light breezes for days. But then, on the horizon appeared two Spanish ships. Francis Drake was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured them with ease. He found food and water and wine, things that the men on board his fleet needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and a pilot who knew where they were and where they were going. They had drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico near the Yucatan Peninsula. The Spanish ships were headed to the port at Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return home to England. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail to the port of Veracruz. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors upon his fleet struck down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing to the Spanish main, terra firma. This was a very important city, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive one. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins and the English soldiers, it appears that they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength in which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off coast, however. It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of a position that controlled the harbor, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this flota had on board the newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worsening, hurricane season was well and truly upon them, and the flota had to make it back to Europe before the Atlantic Ocean became impassable, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and the repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor as every day passed. Both men needed to reach an agreement as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English given to the Spanish, and 10 men from the Spanish given to the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated men, and the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their betters. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make repairs necessary for both fleets to return back to Europe. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the island where our men warded, passing to and fro of companies of more men than required for their necessary business, and many other ill likelihood which caused us to have a vehement suspicion." End quote. The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired, and on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice-admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploding. The Jesus and the Minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon her. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to aid the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake is nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery." End quote. Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left to the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the hands of the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict between Spain and England. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down. But that will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking them. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ship that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage for him. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured, and before long, all of them were going hungry. Some of them even starving. The winds weren't in their favor, and the voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of the men ate so much that they became ill, even a few of them dying. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in a Spanish port. This must have stunk after having been attacked by the Spanish in what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to England. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and an English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins, named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and give a report of what had happened in the Caribbean. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayal. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with the fleet later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go on the offensive against. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to be dragged into. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in Elizabeth's reign. However, we're going to wait on this story. For now, we're going to stay with Captain Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, in an event that has been called by historians Drake's War. This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the World. After his meeting with the Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history for a little while. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for having abandoned the voyage. If he was not imprisoned, then it still might have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until the heat died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake went on a couple of legitimate and pretty small trading voyages either to Africa or back to the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions, because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen to be and recorded as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and potentially a family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest egg, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean. 3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by the elder Hawkins brother, William, and one of them was actually captained by William Hawkins. The 3 ships sailed through Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slaving on this voyage, just some English goods for African goods. Then, the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west, across the Atlantic, back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep any official record of it, and the Spanish records of the time record no English abuses in the Caribbean. At least, None that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Luteranos Corsarios, but it's thought that these were probably French Huguenot pirates. The Spanish would have made mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another simple trading voyage, or it may have been, for Francis Drake, a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could for his coming plans. He harbored a lot of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage or hatred for what they had done to him in the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid for it. If this wasn't intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap nonetheless. The Spanish had organized a defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval convoys that would accompany any Spanish merchant ships traveling around the Caribbean. These were heavily gunned ships that would deter any pirates in the region hoping to take these Spanish merchant vessels. If Francis Drake had intended a little piracy against some Spanish ships while on this voyage, he would quickly have realized that he had no hope of success against this convoy system. At first, the French pirates in the region had the same problem, but quickly they learned to adapt and evolve to the situation. While even the best of these French pilot ships couldn't hope to go toe-to-toe with these Spanish warships, they were just hopelessly outgunned, they decided to use a different tactic. They just attacked using rowboats. They had what was called the mothership, the primary pirate vessel, but they usually towed or sometimes manned 2 or 3 smaller vessels. Vessels that weren't suited for long-range sea travel, but in the Caribbean Sea, they were small, they were fast, and they had a shallow draft, so along the coast they could get into certain inlets and rivers that the larger vessels would be unable to. Most of these ships had a single sail, but they also came equipped with oars so that they could move very quickly despite the wind. They usually had a single cannon of 4. Now, of course, a small vessel with a single cannon couldn't hope to stand up against a Spanish warship, but this wasn't intended for long, drawn-out sea battle. It took time for a ship at sea to move into position to fire on another ship, and these small rowboats could move in quickly, get alongside a ship, and board her. They were bristling with men armed with muskets, swords, pikes, and axes. They could sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was happening. If they did so at night, when most of the crew was sleeping, they could subdue the ship within minutes. At that point, they could loot the ship of any valuables they thought worth taking, get back on their smaller vessel, and sail away before any of the Spanish ships could respond. Even if these Spanish warships gave chase, they were nowhere near as fast as these smaller craft. They had the element of surprise and stealth. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they were able to loot the ship and be away before any of the other ships in the convoy knew that anything was happening. This was proving extremely successful for the French pirates. And once Francis Drake saw just how successful they were, he wanted in. It's even possible that on this reconnaissance voyage, Francis Drake took part in some of this French piracy. There's no record of it, but we do know that he did know quite a few of the French pirates operating in the region, so he might have seen firsthand just how successful these smaller craft were at taking larger prizes. But we do know that after this voyage, he rushed back to Plymouth in England, and he commissioned 2 of these smaller ships to be constructed. They were disassembled and put aboard his ship the Swan. Then he sailed back to the New World in the year 1571. It was around this time that the Spanish published a list of the most notorious English pirates. Most of these pirates are the people that we've talked about so far. The Winter brothers, top guys, George and William Winter, were, while naval officials in England, seen as notorious pirates to the Spanish. The Hawkins brothers, of course, were on there as well. William and John Hawkins came next. Francis Drake and his brothers filled out the rest of the list, along with a few other pirates. However, this 1571 voyage began a plan that would see Francis Drake's name begin to rise. He would move past his brothers, past William and John Hawkins, even past the Winter brothers, to become the most notorious pirate in the Caribbean and Spain's most wanted criminal. One of Drake's first actions upon returning to the Caribbean was to join a group of French pirates who were operating on the Caribbean coast of modern-day Panama. It was called then Terra Firma. This kind of lends credence to the theory that Drake was operating with the pirates on his previous voyage, but now we have confirmation. The French were not alone. They were in contact with a large group of escaped slaves, known collectively as the Cimarrones. Today, they're called the Cimarrones, but the original English documents refer to them as Cimarrones, and I'm going to use that terminology. If that's somehow a slur or derogatory, I'm unaware of it, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm just going off the pronunciation and the original historical English documents. So my apologies ahead of time if my ignorance is offending. The Cimarrones were a thorn in the side of the Spanish. They were building communities all throughout the Spanish New World that launched attacks on the Spanish, raiding and harassing them, and also offering safe haven to any escaped slaves. They were in contact with many of the natives of the area who also didn't like the Spanish in their land, so they were able to work together. The Bishop of Panama around this time complained of the Cimarrones. Quote, "The human tongue cannot relate the ignominies which both the French and the Cimarrones of this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons. And of 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the waters." End quote. These were men and women who had been brought forcefully into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam, well, not freely, obviously, they were property, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies, learning the day-to-day activities of the Spanish, both their merchant activities and their military activities. They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved a powerful ally to the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce Francis Drake to Cameroon. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels, such as the Jesus of Lubbock, Francis Drake didn't look down on his escaped slaves. In fact, in many ways, he really respected them. They had escaped the clutches of the Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strained meeting. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting to ally together for a common cause. They had two basic things in common, though. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no monarch, they were African slaves. They had previously belonged to Spanish overlords, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish law in the New World. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the French crown. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal vendetta that he was seeing followed through. And secondly, most importantly to this meeting, all three of these groups desperately hated the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his Englishmen and several French pirates. The Cameroons sent the help of a man who was their guide, a man who knew the area extremely well, named Pedro Mandela. He was going to lead them secretly and quietly up the rivers of Panama to reach the Spanish settlements there. Their plan was to row a small galley up the Rio Cargace. The Rio Cargace was an extremely important river. It still is today. It's the basis for the modern Panama Canal. It translates into English as the Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama in the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire, that is modern-day Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, they were all shipped to Panama. These were goods such as furs and spices and pearls and dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs and spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train over land to Nombre de Dios. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their voyage, was not that time of year. This was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels in the Rio Cargates were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. Now, these were all larger river vessels, larger vessels than Francis Drake's small galley, which could move freely along the river at this time of year. While these ships waited haplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ship, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods by a large quantity. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, Drake and the other pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around it. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother's ship. It was anchored at the Cabo Cativo, near that northern town of Nombre de Dios. Now, of course, the treasure fleet wasn't there, but Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre de Dios, learn the ins and outs of the village and her defenses. After dropping off his share of goods back at his mother's ship, Drake was out just a couple of days later on his galley, looking for new Spanish prizes. It was in late February that he attacked a Spanish trading frigate. The Spanish account records a group of men armed to the teeth, led by two men wearing war paint, one black and one red, and they were said to be highly menacing. While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and women, and were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only name we have was a nobleman named Diego Azevedo, who was said to have taken, quote, an arrow through the brows. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, they almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned ship and waded to shore, where they ran away into the wilderness. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then, when another ship happened along this scene, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish a message. This message was translated into Spanish and handed down to posterity. It really shows the audacity of Francis Drake, better than anything up to this point. It reads, quote, Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion, and later refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us, and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without evil or damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag, and whoever does not come will bear the blame. I do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. By the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate you had not the value of 4 silver reals, done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to the contrary. If there be cause, we will be devils rather than men. End quote. Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that they had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargates, where they headed back upriver and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was at a small town called the Venta de Cruces, which literally translates to the Crossroads Warehouse, and they stole there goods worth an estimated 100,000 pesos. On their voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Cargates, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along Terra Firma. They were uncatchable. They would attack these Spanish ships, run away, and then hide, anchoring in any of the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargates and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these Lucaranos, but they weren't having any of that. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French made a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen and the farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to Spanish overlords and merchant seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and French. However, the English realized that they needed a base of operation. Their fleet was growing. The English had taken a number of ships, mostly because they had to have more space to hold all of the goods that they were taking from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's mothership. And they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor. They decided upon a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, the Rio de Pinos, which was about 15 leagues west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place of the English and the French, but they decided to make it an official base of operations. The bay's natural properties made it defensible, and then the English even built some defenses on top of that. They built a small wall around the area, and that wall even opened up into the sea with a large log across the opening to keep any unwanted ships from entering. It was well fortified with all of the guns and many of the arms that the English and French had taken from Spanish ships. They also had their contact with the local Cameroons and some of the local natives who they could trade with for any of the goods they might need to supply this base. But even if they lost contact with the Cameroons and the natives and the trade dried up, the English could last in their new base of operation almost indefinitely. The bay was filled with fish, and the area around the bay notably populated by many, many birds, for which this new English settlement took its name. It was called Fort Pheasant, and it was from his new base that Drake began an unrelenting month-long campaign against the Spanish. He launched raid after raid, taking Spanish ships, looting them, destroying their goods, and burning the vessels. At one point, they even took a Spanish correspondence ship. That was a ship filled with letters from the Spanish New World bound for Spain. They searched it for any intelligence they might be able to find on Spanish movements in the area. They did find some, but then the rest of the letters on board, mostly just letters from people to their family back home, they dumped those into the sea. Then they stole the correspondence ship. This is kind of indicative of Drake's goals on this particular voyage. He was spending most of his time raiding, but during all of this raiding, he was mapping out the rivers of the Spanish Main, he was mapping out the coastline of the Spanish Main, he was gathering intelligence on all of the villages in the region, as well as, most importantly, Panama City and Nombre de Dios. He was learning Spanish military and naval secrets and testing their defenses. He had built a base, not just for himself, but for any of the English pirates that would come after him, or any of their French allies. This base was to serve as the jumping-off point for any operations against the Spanish in the New World, and news of his base was spreading, and they were even building a small fleet to defend his base. This voyage was a voyage of preparation and reconnaissance. Francis Drake was almost ready. However, in June, it was time for Francis Drake to return to England. Before he was allowed to dock at Plymouth, Francis Drake was forced to wait. This voyage had not been authorized by the Queen, and Francis Drake needed assurance from the Crown that the Crown could not be held accountable for his actions. He also needed to deliver the news of his targets. Drake had stolen an estimated 250,000 pesos worth of goods. In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds. Converted into modern American dollars, that would be about $23.2 million. And he was just getting started. But the situation in England was getting worse. Francis Drake learned that, in part due to his actions, although there were many other factors, war with Spain was upon him. It was undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war against the Spanish, and he had acted unofficially as an English general in the Anglo-Spanish War. Drake almost immediately sent 2 ships back to Fort Pheasant to continue his campaign. The 2 captains aboard these ships were named James Rounce and John Garrett, and he intended to meet them after a short break back in England. While he was in England, Drake acquired a new ship, the Pasco of 40 tons from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had somewhat buried the hatchet. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command his ship, the Pasco, while his brother John was going to command the Swan. They built 3 new pinnaces. Those are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Port Pheasant and carried aboard the Swan. These were going to be 3 better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these 2 vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young voyage. And then, after his small break and a bit of preparation, Francis Drake set sail again on May 25th, 1572, from Plymouth back to the Spanish Main. It was a quick voyage. They arrived on July 12th, and after a short stop in the Antilles and Dominica, they returned to Port Pheasant. However, they found it abandoned. All they saw was a wisp of smoke coming from the fort. Going ashore to investigate, they found a smoldering campfire, no people to be seen, and an iron plaque affixed to a tree. It read, quote, "Captain Drake, if you fortune to come to this port, make haste away, for the Spaniards which you had with you here the last year have betrayed this place and taken away all that you left here. I departed from hence this present 7th of July, 1572. Your very loving friend, John Garrett." End quote. That was a mere 5 days before Drake landed. Drake decided to ignore the warning penalty. He was going to wait, and he needed a place to construct the 3 ships that he had brought with him. It was only 3 days later when sails appeared on the horizon. Drake ordered his men to their ships and to their battle stations to defend Fort Pheasant. But they were able to relax. They saw that these ships flew the flag of St. George. They were friendly English vessels who knew about Fort Pheasant. When they landed, it turned out to be Captain James Rounds. He was one of the men that Drake had sent ahead of him to Fort Pheasant. Captain Rounds had been around for much of this story. When the hurricane had hit the voyage of John Hawkins, he was the captain of the William and John. He had been the man who took the correspondence ship on Drake's last voyage, and it appeared that things were not as dire for the English as they thought. His friends, Captain Rounds and Captain Garrett, were both alive. Captain Rounds had just recently taken a Spanish vessel. On board were a number of slaves that Captain Rounds had taken with him. These slaves had a lot of information about current Spanish movements back on terra firma, as well as the Spanish treasure fleet and the gold. It seems that Drake had changed his views on slavery since his voyages with John Hawkins. He may never have approved, but we don't really know about his feelings back in those days. However, now he ordered these slaves freed and cared for. It could have been an emotional change for Drake. Perhaps he identified more with these slaves who were poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords and the English overlords over him. That doesn't seem too likely, though. It could have been a religious change of heart for Drake. After all, the voyages that he had gone on that were slaving voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins had each ended in a disaster. It's possible that this may have displeased the Lord, since after he had stopped slaving and begun his personal war with the Spanish Catholics, well, God very much appeared Protestant. Or maybe it was just practical and political. He was, after all, allied with the Cameroons, and holding escaped slaves or keeping them in bondage is not likely something that the Cameroons would appreciate. Regardless, Drake is quoting that he did intend to, quote, use these Negroes well. Now, in Elizabethan English, this might mean that he meant to treat them well, or it might mean that he means to make use of their knowledge. Either way, they were freed, cared for, and questioned about their knowledge of Spanish activities. The captains, Captain Drake and Captain Rounds, began planning their next move. First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had with them, and it was actually a pretty impressive array. They had, quote, 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and calaveers, 16 bows, and 6 partisans, 2 drums, and 2 trumpets. End quote. For a relatively small expedition, that's an impressive blend of both infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are really shields, that's what they were called at the time, and fire pipes, while they sound super cool, are really just pipes that can double as torches at night. But the drums and trumpets, those are telling. This wasn't just any normal raid. Francis Drake was marching to war. Drake and Rounce, with their 3 ships and their 4 pinnaces, sailed to Nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was a small town. It had virtually no defenses. For most of the year, it had no military presence at all, and no fort overlooking the bay. There were only 100 or so homes and a warehouse. Drake, however, called this place Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world. The plan was to row across the bay at night and wait until dawn. The men in their small boats stayed close to the shore and in the shadows. Francis Drake knew that the plan was somewhat flawed, however. He knew that if he forced the men to wait to do battle all the way until dawn, they might lose their nerve. Luckily for him, at about 3 in the morning, the clouds parted, and a bright, full moon filled the night with light. Drake saw this as a sign from God that the time had come. When the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, Drake realized that there was a small wine ship in the harbor, and the wine ship had actually seen Drake and his men. The wine ship was sending a boat ashore to warn the people that there were pirates in the air. However, Drake was able to intercept them and send their boat off to an island offshore, where they were no longer going to be trouble. So Drake and his men debarked and advanced into town. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery that defended the town without incident. There was only 1 guard manning the guns, and when he saw the English approaching, he ran away to sound the alarm. So Drake split his men into 3 teams. His brother took one group, and another man named John Oxenham took the other. They were to circle both left and right, while Francis Drake was to take the largest group directly through the center of town. The man who had been manning the guns had run through town, screaming. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the city square. His trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children of Nombre de Dios fled before them. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the local treasure house, holding the square against Drake and his men. The church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to blare. Drake's men held their fire pipes alight, lighting their way, and then the Spanish militia fired. 1 round hit a trumpeter and killed him instantly. Another hit Francis Drake in the leg. The rest hit the ground in front of him harmlessly. Francis Drake smiled and ordered his men forward. The English fired their muskets and their bows. Then, simultaneously, John Drake, Francis's brother, and John Oxenham arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square. The few Spaniards who were left alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios with the loss of 1 trumpeter. Now that they had the town, things become a little bit more. There are 2 different fashions in which the looting of Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard they had captured to find the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle, and at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair genet ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot of breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the waterside, more gold and jewels than all of our 4 pinnaces could carry, which we would presently set some in hand to break open. End quote. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news and the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from the loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house, but they decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to his ship. The Spanish gold could wait. Now, there are a couple of problems with this account of the story. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a governor. Secondly, to imagine any pirate, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in favor of one captain, well, that kind of stretches the imagination for me. And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse at the treasure house of the world was empty. Either the African slaves that they had questioned back at Fort Pheasant had been incorrect, or they had lied to the Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they had found the treasure house empty. Later, they concocted this story to make it a much more heroic tale, but the reality is that they were forced to leave empty-handed in the rain. They did, of course, take the wine ship in the harbor. The fleet sailed to Bastimentos Island. It was called the Island of Victories because it had large fields of pineapple and bananas and guanabana. And the soldiers needed to regroup. Captain Rounce decided to leave the fleet. He saw in Drake an indecisive and ineffective leader. He also may have feared the Spanish reprisals for Drake's actions, which was probably a smart thing to fear. The Spanish were, understandably, outraged and terrified. They realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't housed there at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold and silver. So the Spanish governor in the region sent orders to every town and every harbor to double defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new plan, so he sent for his allies in the Cameroons. One of the escaped slaves that he had befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounce had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of their group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all the Spanish gold and silver crossed their home on the backs of a train of mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his Plymouth lads, and a company of escaped and 20 slaves, were going to steal it. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, that was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Fort Pheasant. A few other men he set to watch the town of Nombre de Dios from a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous voyage, taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his men to take. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship ran aground. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers waiting for him, and they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important that it had that many well-armed Spanish troops aboard. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months. Raiding around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Cartagena, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home at his base at Fort Pheasant, things weren't going so well. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 28 men. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's other brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered the surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was then, what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was infected as well and died shortly thereafter. So the only man that had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was a tremendous blow to the English. But Drake rallied his men. His true strongest trait was that he was able to inspire those around him, even when times were at their darkest. It was around this time that the name Francis Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in the Spanish records. Before that, he had always been a footnote in the voyages of John Hawkins. But now, it was his name that the Spanish were recording as the most notorious pirate in the New World. He was an evil Lutheran, a danger to their empire, and they called him El Drake, the dragon. And then, with his forces depleted but their spirits high, a group of Cameroon messengers arrived at Fort Pheasant. The Spanish treasure fleet had arrived at Canada. A group of about 17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles of Canada. The English were heavily burdened. They all carried weapons and were wearing armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the yeoman's work of this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths. They scouted the way ahead, and they helped carry the English when things became too hard on them. The jungle was not a place that the English were very comfortable. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, and heat. They did, at one point, have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived like. But then, one day as they neared the city of Panama, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons, gestured toward a tree for Drake to climb. In the tree, he found a small stand, a place where he could rest, and he looked north, where he could see the Caribbean Sea. Turning his head, looking south, he could see the Pacific Ocean. Drake later said that he, quote, besought Almighty God of his goodness to give him life and leave to sail once again on an English ship in that sea, end quote. But then the night of the ambush arrived. They waited in a copse of mangrove along the road. Late into the night, they waited in silence. Then they heard footsteps on the road. One English soldier stood, ready to attack, but he saw only a lone horseman. The Spanish scout rode back, alerting the Spanish. The English ambush was foiled. They had to think on their feet, so they took a small Spanish village. They attacked, but they killed as few people as possible. The only people killed were very few who, in the defense of their homes, admittedly, attacked the English first. And Drake issued a message that everyone in town was to remain inviolate. He actually went from door to door, assuring every woman in every home that they were not going to be raped while the English were there. And while these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come from the Spanish themselves. They said that Drake and his men were respectful and courteous, at least as far as invaders go. But this was just a ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in the hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had looted the town, taken what they could, and left the area. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again, and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less pleasant for them. They were hot and awful, and they hated the jungle. However, they met a very well-connected and a very respected Huguenot pirate. He was a French corsair who was greatly feared, named Guillaume de Testu. They decided to join forces with this French pirate. The two captains, Drake and Testu, knew of each other. They had heard of each other's exploits, but they had never met before. However, in the time that they were together, apparently they grew really close. They already respected each other, but really they began to admire each other as men of honor and conviction. Once again, it was a combined force of English, French, and Cameroon men who were going to march into the jungle and steal Spanish goods. This time, they waited closer to Nombre de Dios, where, when the train arrived, it wouldn't be as fresh as it was close to Panama City. The men would be weary from their trek through the jungle, and their guard would be lowered because they were reaching their destination. It took a full 2 months of waiting, but finally, the Spanish sent their mule team across the Isthmus of Panama, and then the pirates attacked. The assault was not one to be remembered. It was quick. The Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, hungry, tired, and weary. They were ready to be done. The first casualty of the battle was the French pirate himself, Letestu. He was shot in the belly from the very first volley of Spanish rifle fire. But the Spanish quickly broke ranks and ran. Once again, we see in Francis Drake a man who is determined and yet thinks primarily of himself. Much in the same way that he had left John Hawkins behind, he left his companion, Testu, behind, bleeding to death. And again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that Letestu had told him to take the gold and silver and leave him there so that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish in their tracks, which is likely a bunch of propaganda and nonsense. However, the English, the French, and the Spanish had made away with all of the gold and the silver on the backs of the mule train bound for the Spanish treasure camp. The total taken equaled somewhere in the realm of 200,000 pesos. This was about 23.25 million today. This, in addition to any other prizes taken in the past few months on the Spanish New World, was one of the greatest prizes ever won by any pirate in the Caribbean. They split what they had taken on this one day between the English, the Cameroon, and the French people. It was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail back to England. There was a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as Drake was waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out, the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few fairly rickety rafts where he could get his gold and his men out to his ships, which were invaded. Now, Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he had won. He was only able to carry so much of it, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold, and then the silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and claim it. However, it was well known and passed down from man to man that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of this silver. And this, passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both for the pirates in the golden age of piracy, and in any stories told today of buried treasure. And it was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure, and X always marked the spot. Drake's voyage back to England was relatively painless. It was a very quick voyage. It only took him about 23 days. And on August 9th, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread of his arrival. Most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church filling the pews, but they began to whisper. And the whisper turned into a murmur. And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church, until finally they had left their pastor all alone preaching to an empty room. All of the people in town had left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new national hero. Things in England were getting worse. The war with Spain was taking its toll. However, England had several victories to hang its hat on. Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to stay with Francis Drake. After returning to England as a national hero, he spends a little time basking in the glory. But then, he is called by Queen Elizabeth into a private meeting. This is something that's relatively unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake were to hear what she had to say to him. Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know. Francis Drake was sworn to secrecy. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail on the voyage of his life, a voyage that would make him a household name in England to this very day, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason that school children all across the world, even today, know the name of Sir Francis Drake. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the aidbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more. If you do use that service, AidBooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an AidBooks search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AidBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AidBooks or Amazon.com, you can do so through the website or kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the backs of the mule train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back several of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board a ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem of Devereux. A few days later, Devereux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley that did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and, well, Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all three of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. Now, this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now, this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now, this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you now. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, and then there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of the Prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, cochineal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping a work greatly. And gotten up as aforesaid into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in tarriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do, but we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say to her. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said to him, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after this secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because, as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crewmen, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships that they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slaver. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of the ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swirl. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake. and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn to his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment, but Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain there. Now, this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend that they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted this trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, "God wounds, Dowdy, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend," end quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Dowdy come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Dowdy went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, "Stay there, Thomas Dowdy, for I must send you to another place," end quote. Dowdy was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pilots. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Dowdy and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Dowdy complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, "something to eat that falls from my tail," end quote. This, obviously, enraged the nobleman Dowdy, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Dowdy had stopped plotting. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continued sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Dowdy was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Dowdy's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Dowdy was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Dowdy had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship, but Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge him. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat and their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage, 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book, Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The captain general then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses, who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck, with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial for that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for him. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and, although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done. God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, "And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17th, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with a ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the aidbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Aid Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an Aid Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Aid Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either Aid Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period of the voyage. However, due to some of the egos on board and the clashing ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet at what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also, reportedly, held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. They were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue with the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period in history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything that he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members in England, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Doughty was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man that disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with it. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Doughty. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with 2 possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But More likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not, at least, in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592, and the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again, and this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as, and really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, while we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of myth. So beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived, and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island, end quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks, end quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the island aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later, when it became a matter of politics, for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest, and that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain and a fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The three ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships lay stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. But Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, well, they turned up in England, claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if they were, some questions arise. It's possible that these sailors were on the Marigold, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and the reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that if it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind, he would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north, after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on it. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island that they found themselves on. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was, and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, and it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Felipe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Felipe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Felipe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Felipe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso, and there was a single ship in the harbor there. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten and covered in barnacles and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber. He struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, who laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest, gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the Queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Griego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship could finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move, and quickly, to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shot. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves on it. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannons. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Griego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate it, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering, with a man sleeping next to it, and 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, and he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Arica. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than the Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Arica that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at them, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave to head to Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to debark. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board of note. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ships tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after them. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had 2 priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to be tailing them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known to them. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shitfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake her, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on board. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all of the cargo on board the Golden Hind. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to manage. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which, doing so, would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then thrown astern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anthem, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name and the name of the vessel, and a man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. So the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his, and he replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos. End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with two members of his crew, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south, so the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the two members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization, into the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver in Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and he held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Hyo, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God was now become their God, their king and patron." End quote. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be a king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost the religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was to ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could, to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Rabbi, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else of note. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman records that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen, Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first few voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning the burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Abe Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an Abe Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AbeBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AbeBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When Francis Drake returned from his circumnavigation of the globe to England, he found that the situation in Europe was dire. Both the voyages of John Hawkins and Drake's War were really English campaigns in the American theater of war, of what was really an international European war. The war was largely undeclared. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright warfare, but in 2 fronts, it was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king, and they had been really in a decades-long civil war. But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch armies, they were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were 2 of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces of the Huguenots and the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, where they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and a massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possessed a will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Beggars. To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look at them. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively newcomer on the block. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that was a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but they had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, what were called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain, what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries were always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading club in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine and riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the time of the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes in the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control of it. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in that family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury he was born into. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read, and what they read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught him the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. one of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France but not under the control of the French crown. And he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be sister to Charles V, the current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was an antithesis to everything he had known so far. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. While his home had been an austere place, the court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he had learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and in politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young woman. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, have long talks with William of Orange, alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss for himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hardworking mother, who he loved for the rest of his life. And he always remembered the populist leanings of his upbringing. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and when Charles V climbed down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty. As a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility around. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen, nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain, well, they had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the Huguenot rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all of his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that Henry had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the peace accords and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Country soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either duke or prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day, the situation in his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was tenuous. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to work. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William the Silent. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, really, Bishop Antoine de Granvelle. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granvelle was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication between them, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Margarita de Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years, until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call in an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even an execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Margarita de Parma that if Granvelle were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granvelle stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granvelle were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granvelle from office. And finally they did. Granvelle was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita de Parma, to her court, who would be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margarita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the area, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these areas. This was a big promotion for William and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granvelle, the man who had called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there, doing their jobs. Austin Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Hermine de Jong. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, "Everywhere there was unrest. For some years the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the inns talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair." End quote. The attitude in their country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called their request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to her. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars." End quote. The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bredero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating, after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. They called out, in unison, "Long live the beggars." And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol for them. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord, and beyond that, most of these men were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true word of God, while the Catholics didn't. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple when he drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco, of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the Netherlands. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant ministers. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William and Silent. Even so did Margarita. So did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of the saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Münster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, when that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Beeldensturm, or the Iconoclastic Fury, and it began in a town called Stenbourg. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was then the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere in Europe. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If we're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, the they are but beggars being similar to let them eat cake, well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, would inspire them. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, well, they were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Beeldenstroom moved finally to Amsterdam, then further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland, almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic that was in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted images, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, brake the altars, spoilt the clothes and copperesses, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the Holy Scriptures and the ancient fathers." End quote. As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the Beeldenstroom, this was almost a fun affair. It had an element of carnival to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Parma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic hero. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Troubles, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Blood. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic fury. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called the Count of Egmont, to accompany him. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He'd had nothing to do with this iconoclastic fury. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be enough to protect his friend. According to legend, when William left on his journey, Egmont's last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince without a land," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a head." End quote. And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct. Now, William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also 2 of his brothers left, along with many, many others. And it wasn't just nobility. The common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away or their families destroyed left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only 2 that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire would officially not take Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers there that would sneak in. William and his brothers fled back to their familial lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication open. Between the Huguenot lands in France, the many, many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany. They began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack from the southwest from France itself. William's brother, Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast into Holland, and William Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for Antwerp. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of their French king before they were able to make it and turned back. Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alba was engaged elsewhere, but Louis was defeated quickly. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alba. However, the Duke of Alba decided not to fight William the Silent. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle to the Duke of Alba, Alba would not take. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Any time that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path, but he would never enter battle with him. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops of William the Silent, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany. And eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated and fled. Soon, William the Silent was forced to flee as well. The planned, glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer be of any help. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all his money on what essentially was an entirely useless army. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch-American historian Dingman Versteeg, quote, "All were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make his royal will law in a country of constitutional liberty. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events." End quote. Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism rising. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, well, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to congregate, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, A pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his men. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggar's Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well, to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this is just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military import. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had powers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadholder, the military leader in that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of Emden, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port of call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alba. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and Vice Admiral has written of this effort to Plymouth. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." End quote. Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given a naval escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and, as many in her court suggested, taking the gold from him. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man that had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return to England. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. And currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the town. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to King Philip. Quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alba has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are 4, with a Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end." End quote. The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. As it turned out, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean against the Turks. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tenuous his situation there really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, "Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause. End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break their treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars, and the sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William de la Motte. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together now. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story to come, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenot pirates and some of their earlier days. And then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes have. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information into one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff, because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for... Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mel. Thank you for listening. In March 1569, at the French port of La Rochelle, a group of 18 sea captains met and conferred. Some of these men had spent their entire lives as outlaws, raiding shipping in the North Sea and the English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of marque. They had just received it from Louis of Nassau, the brother of William II. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run, on the high seas from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do with it. To many in Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly to them, be they the port they were currently in at Rothschild in France, a Huguenot port, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland in the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves a proper navy in the service of their country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license, plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12, The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Beggars, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of Low Country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, well, they took that ship. Any worthy ship that they took, they sailed into a friendly port and had it outfitted for war. There was no shortage of young men eager to serve on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting plenty of, but also for the chance to serve their newly founded country. 3 of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Beggars. There was Lord Dalheim, the man who was giving most of the orders in the group. There was another named Jan Abels, and another named Jan van Twan. These 3 men, more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also the chance for increased deployment. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate captains, Queen Elizabeth of England was issuing a decree against them. Any Englishman, any English port, or any English merchant that either gave harbor to or assisted these sea beggars would face severe consequences. At least that's what her decree said on paper. In reality, things were somewhat different. When one of those sea captains, Jan Abels, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture him. Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships in his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was a pirate, a man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in an English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't worried in the least, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter of marque from Louis de Nassau and presented it to the inspector, and he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbormaster inspected the letter of marque and the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Jan Abels asked the harbormaster where might be the best place to sell his entirely legally obtained cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, well, he would have been outraged at any other point in his life had this happened. However, he had other things occupying his mind at the time. Only recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the gold intended to pay the Spanish troops in the Netherlands. She had locked it away in the Tower of London, never to see the light of day. His king, King Philip II, was understandably outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication going between these two men, and it was very clear that the Spanish ambassador was in deep trouble. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were Protestant vessels not adhering to Catholic law, the Spanish ambassador had been placed under house arrest in England, only ever allowed to leave his home to visit court and see the Queen, and even then, only under heavy guard. It was on one of these occasions, while visiting the English court, that he saw the Queen meeting an emissary from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William the Silent, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic. That emissary was Lord Dalheim, that man who was essentially the admiral of all the sea beggars. He was the admiral even of that Jan Abels, who was busy in that English port, selling his ill-gotten goods, buying rounds of drink for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English women's company. Lord Dalheim was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the sea beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle, meeting with Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these papal forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alba and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a wine fleet that was stuck in London. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor, and more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that this really threatened English livelihood. It was even feared at court that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that troublesome voyage. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade there. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs, these Huguenot forces, were tied down in the Caribbean that really they'd been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval arm. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had been building to use. And the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the group of ragtag pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Beggars' Inn. They decided to elect, officially, Lord Dalheim as their admiral. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote, "Whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alva and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly. End quote. They were still not quite a navy. There were still pirates and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds to William of Orange in the cause of Netherlands independence. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholic navies. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to Pope Pius V. He published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnans in Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare the said Elizabeth heretic, and patroness of heretics, and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm, and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be for ever absolved from such oath, and all duty of liege, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve them, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm, and of all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this papal bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as Drake's Bull. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8, at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the New World. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates and really opened up an American front in what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a fleet of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new homeland. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions around. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the Spanish. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter to prove this point. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, "out of heartfelt pity, have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dierik Alertzoon, alias Black Dierik, who, having arrived here at Indian from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship has there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said Derrick from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case." End quote. This man, Black Dierik, he was just a poor merchantman from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see him in the same light. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dalpine, to find a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like the port at La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coast were. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zeeland harbor. The harbor was called Weil. Now, while they waited for the storm to die down, another fleet sought shelter there. A total of 60 ships sailed into their harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were from the Baltic and bound for Spain. These ships were fair game for the pirates. The Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were even more richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must have looked. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Back out into the ocean, into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken a fancy to, the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly of the depredations of these pirates, and spread inland to the Spanish officials in the region, who marched a column of soldiers directly to the shoreline, who halted there and made a base camp, letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking parties ashore, and raiding some of the smaller villages in the area. This was something that the Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to keep it from happening. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed to England or to La Rochelle to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called Ameland, because they had long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Keminga, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been pressured into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come near. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have that, so they gave a man named Rothschild the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Dingman Versteeg. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language, that Victorian-era history, is just fantastic. Quote, Rothschild's first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Ameland. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars, under their impetuous commander, the famous Grongaer nobleman, Barthold Anton van Menteda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Keminga's stronghold and the island of Ameland, whence they continued plundering the Grongaer and Frisian coasts whenever the opportunity was favorable. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on Ameland. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. End quote. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new that they could take. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to send a battalion to oust them, though. The Spanish, well, they had garrisoned troops and many cannon in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they called. Still, they were becoming a real threat to the Spanish rule in the Netherlands. So, the Duke of Alba established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a fleet, the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for some time. The beggars, well, they fled as fast as possible. They were tracked by the fleet, however, and while running from this overwhelming firepower, they decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of a local inlet, a local river. They didn't expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them, however, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them upriver, and finally, they soundly defeated the sea beggars. They took 2 of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking 2 others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars had in their armada. There were many remaining vessels in and around England at the port of La Rochelle and sailing elsewhere in the North Sea. A call went out to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found to rendezvous on the shores of England. They were received there by the Countess de Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with really a splendid ship, something that could be a flagship for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They named this in her honor the Countess. Despite this warm welcome by the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the sea beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships into English ports, they would be fired at and occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role and become a pirate. It had to be a part of who they were. They had to strike fear into their enemies' hearts. And to do this, they had to upset many of their allies as well. Even other friendly ports, like the port at La Rochelle, began to refuse some sea beggars' entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port of call. They needed a place that they could call home, a real base of operations. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies. In one such encounter, that man, Jan van Troen, that favorite among the sea beggar captains, one of the most popular among their ranks, well, he was boarded before he was even able to mount an attack. The Spanish attacked him at sea. His men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. All the men that were left had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. But the men who had jumped off of Jan van Troen's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken him. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were under attack by the Dutch and Spanish authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Dalhine sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to the safer harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a tactical mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became the prime target for all of the Dutch in the region. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, caught up with those 12 ships in short order. His 2 largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken. They were the best vessels they had, with nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, and only one, carrying Lord Dalhine himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William the Silent, when Lord Dalhine arrived in England, well, he was promptly arrested by the English government. This was due to a number of factors. There was money involved, as there typically is. Lord Dalhine had taken out loans that he had refused to repay. Other people had taken out loans for this as well, and several other things that aren't exactly exciting. The reality is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William the Silent promoted another man to the rank of admiral, a nobleman who was one of his friends, in the hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggar fleet got worse. The core element of the sea beggars continued trying to take a home port and continued being rebuffed. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down among their ranks. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases, the captains themselves decided to go rogue. They began going back to their old habits of attacking any shipping they could find and putting all the money into their own coffers rather than paying that half allotted to Prince William II. Not only the Spanish and the Royal French, but also Dutch, English, and Huguenot vessels were now under threat from these rogue sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be a Royal Navy a truly bad name and turning this from a fight for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends during this period, and it was happening alarmingly quickly. So Prince William fired that second admiral as soon as possible. He promoted a third admiral, the most famous of all of the admirals in the sea beggars. He was the Baron of Lunet and the Count of Lamarck, known to history as William Vandermark. William Vandermark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and William II. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of these armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly quite a bit of experience with piracy in general. He contacted any of these rebel, rogue sea beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership were allowed to come back in the fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more to their liking, they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands community. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish-backed fleet that was patrolling her shores and had caused the sea beggars so much trouble. So, under William Vandermark, they operated out of the safe harbors of England, primarily in the Channel. Around Dover was their real base of operations. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the Isle of Wight. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William the Silent. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Catholic ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger and a real menace. While that edict of Elizabeth's against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that came with them. They sent some of their money back to William, as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drink and women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, and better sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet was reborn. Discipline was brought back to their ranks. Despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting in unison and attacking every French and Spanish ship they could get their hands on. The Channel, for the French and Spanish, was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet to guard it. All of these acts of piracy, done by the sea beggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine, at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of the sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William the Silent a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable periods in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the Catholic Powers War on Queen Elizabeth that required her to play it safe for a while. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command by either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They weren't to be attacked, just to be chased off. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the sea beggars through either her quartermasters or her merchants. This was all political theater, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars had a plan, so well timed, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the Catholics that she needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quit the English waters, so one way or another, it seemed that everything was working out for them. The Duke of Alba in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes, this tax that he had enacted on the Low Countries, well, they were not being paid. Due to the lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, the Netherlands proved to be too much for him as well. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to make landfall in the Low Countries. His fleet, the fleet of the sea beggars, which at this point was comprised of almost 40 ships, well, each one of them flew the colors of William of Orange, their prince, and each of them carried an additional red pennant that had 10 pennies upon it, which was a declaration of their intent to deliver their homeland from Elba's hated tax, which was known as the Penny Tax. They sailed to the Low Countries in battle formations toward the city of Brill. This was the rumored landing of the new Duke. Now, when they were close to arriving, the town watch recognized them, and a cry arose, quote, "The sea beggars have come," end quote, and the town was reportedly filled with panic. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the sea beggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to their fleet. He met with William Vandermark and discussed terms with him. He returned to town after discussing these terms and met with the city council. He told them, quote, "You need have no fear. The sea beggars will harm no one and have come only to save the city for the king from Alba's tyranny and his ruinous 10-penny tax." End quote. He showed the town fathers a token that William Vandermark had given him to prove his legitimacy and told them that the town had 2 hours to decide on what to do. The town fathers were in a quandary. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send an army out to crush their town, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. That if they did surrender, he would bathe their town in blood. However, this threat standing right in front of him, the sea beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't surrender to them, they would sack the town immediately. While they were waiting for an answer, an army of sea beggars began to march towards town.